no mortal should be able to come back from. But as we know from Fallout, chat, some people get nuked off the face of the earth, and some people turn into ghouls. And I think that what we might be dealing with here is a Xanderghoul. Xanderhal is ghoulified. And the question is he feral? Is he a feral ghoul? If I remember from the show, I think we need a chicken to test. I think that's the way that we test with a chicken. We gotta throw out a chicken in front of him. If he goes for the chicken, he's feral. But if he, I don't know, says something charming, then he's okay, and he totally won't unalive us, despite the fact that he's not feral. Anyway, chat, too many spoilers for those who haven't seen Fallout, the Amazon television show. Yeah, the point is, right, DemonMamma has basically nuked Xander off the face of the world, and like yet out from that cloud, what do we see? We see Xanderhal walking, and he looks a little different. He looks a little crispy, chat. He's looking a little crispy there. So the latest, so remember we were watching this, this is Social Blade, right? And I told you that his conflict with Vosh, which I thought was really silly, I thought he looked really goofy, right? He's the only person saying, no, Biden's got to stay in. And if you don't believe that, then you must want Trump to win. It's kind of the opposite, right? If you want Trump to win, then you should want Biden to stay in. Trump wanted Biden to stay in, but somehow Xanderhal just either has no political analysis skills or he's playing games. He's playing games, right? So yeah, once again, right here where you see my cursor, that is Xanderhal gaining 1,500 subs during the conflict with Vosh. So him saying a really silly thing that nobody should take seriously and getting roasted by his mentor, getting roasted by his own clout daddy, that didn't hurt him. That didn't hurt him. Over here, you know, he's gotten a few views out of the drama, right? But we look down here and we do indeed see something new. Now, chat, I showed you this before, all of the subscriber numbers here were green, plus whatever, you know, plus 200, plus 200, plus 400, whatever, right? Monday and Tuesday, which is today, we've got red. Xanderhal is now in the red. Now, he's barely in the red. This is 600 subscribers. Given what DemonMamma showed about Xanderhal, which seemed to be a threat against the life of one Keffals, right? And several other people, in Keffals' orbit, you would think that this would be a lot more massive than 600 people leaving the Xanderhal flock. And it may still be more. Like I said, dude is getting cooked on Twitter. If I type in his name. Oh, Xanderhal's editor lost 285. What the fuck? That's like half of his... Oh my god, this is the editor, chat. This is the... RK. People are calling him Xanderhal's Igor. Oh no, this must be on Twitter, right? Is this on Twitter? I don't care about on Twitter. This is Twitter. Nobody cares about Twitter. Nobody cares about Twitter except for people on Twitter like Staroxvia, but that's okay, Staroxvia. I will forgive you for that. But yeah, he lost, yeah, that's major, like down to 94 followers. Xanderhal's editor is. I thought that they were gonna be talking about the channel. Here, I'll show you the channel. I'll show you what we're talking about here. So yeah, I said that Xanderhal responded, and that's what we're gonna be watching today. He's got a response. He's got an explanation. I don't know how you explain, you know, scaring the crap out of people, talking about unaliving people. I don't know how you explain that, but apparently there's some kind of explanation, but it's not on Xanderhal's channel. It is on RK's channel. This is Xanderhal's editor, Xanderhal's thumbnail designer, the person who essentially replaced Cherry after Xanderhal scared the fuck out of Cherry and Cherry left. With a video called Cherry Lied, DemonMamma Cried. And I think that as far as I've seen, neither of these are true, but we'll give it a chance. All right, I'll try to be open-minded. I don't want to rush to judgment. I feel like I just don't know how you're going to explain what we saw last night. It was pretty definitive. There's a reason she called it a nuke. The only thing kind of sketchy on DemonMamma's side is the fact that she's been sitting on this for this long. And if you've been around the content sphere, you may have seen stuff like this before. You may have seen somebody release some damning information about someone, which apparently they've known for a very long time. This is colloquially referred to as burning somebody or nuking somebody. You know, and the reason that you keep that information around but don't use it is control. If you want to control what somebody else says, what somebody else does, if you want to, you know, keep them from doing something, saying something about you, whatever, then, you know, having this in your pocket is a really useful thing. But it's also kind of a really gross thing because the nuke that we're talking about is like threats to people's lives. That's something that I hope that DemonMamma didn't sit on, in the sense that, like, didn't tell, you know, Keffals. I know that bridge is burned too. Obviously, DemonMamma did a video exposing Keffals for her, you know, the inconsistencies in her GoFundMe and other stuff. But I would hope that there's enough of a bridge left to, you know, if you got information that, hey, somebody is making threats against you, that you give it to that person and at least let them know. But as far as I can tell, no one knew about this. This was not, at the very least, public knowledge that this had happened. And DemonMamma was, you know, just kind of keeping it in her pocket. And, you know, Xanderhal did a video saying, or did several videos, has been doing several streams, basically saying, DemonMamma and Vosh, they want Biden out. Are they secret Trump fans? Like, what's wrong with them? Are they grifting? What's going on? Like, casting shade at Vosh and DemonMamma for the most obvious take in the world, the most incontroversial take you could possibly imagine. And so she you know, she responded to that. She disagreed with him. She showed why she thought he was wrong, and it's not very hard to do that. She laughed at him. She made fun of him. But she kind of left it in a way where she was like, and you know what? If Xander wants to apologize, maybe we could build the bridge again. Like, I don't, like, she leaves it at a space of he's massively wrong. I don't know what he's thinking, but, you know, whatever. We'll let Xanderhal be Xander. Well, little did we know that bridge had actually been burned months and months ago. The burning of that bridge goes back 7 or 8 months to the Keffals Xanderhal drama. That was, you know, when that happened, that's when a lot of people in Whiteleaf started to find out how, let me see if I can put this the right way. Volatile. There we go. That's the word we'll go to. How volatile Xanderhal actually was and how dangerous being associated with him was. And for that reason, they backed off. They stopped talking to him. They abandoned him, but they abandoned him for very good reason. Now, I've said before, I thought that there was a point to what Xanderhal was saying in his conflict with Keffals in terms of, like, you know, what the fuck is anybody that calls themselves a leftist? What the fuck is anybody in Whiteleaf doing associating themselves with Shoe on Head, right? I actually think that's a good point, but the way that he went about it made it sound more like you can't be friends with people I don't like. And, you know, nobody wants to hear that. That did not fly. And for that reason, Xanderhal lost more than 5,000 subs, lost a whole bunch of subs. And Keffals, you know, she's the kind of person that if you give her a drama that's juicy, if you give her a drama that's bringing in the numbers, if you give her a drama that's like increasing her sub count, she's going to keep going. She doesn't care about Xanderhal. She doesn't care about other people. That's the one thing we know about Keffals. She gives not a fuck about other people. So Xander provided her the opportunity and she took it. Now, you know, there's not a lot of ways to come back from such a resounding defeat, but Xanderhal thought that he had a way in the form of his editor who had DMs with Keffals that he became aware of where, Keffals reveals that I guess she likes to dox people recreationally. Like they're just sitting around talking, and Keffals is like, check out this. And it's like, what's that? And she's like, that's Bad Infinita's dox. That's his real name. That's his immigration information. This is like personal information about Bad Infinita. And want to see another one? Type. She does like another YouTuber, right? And she's just kind of playing around with people's personal information. People saw Keffals in her content playing around with people's personal information in her conflicts with Soul Bunny and her conflict with Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, right? Some people call it doxing. Some people have a really tight definition of what is and is not doxing. So I'm going to remain, I'm not going to weigh in on that. And that's not what's important right now. What's important is that Xanderhal's editor had damning information about Keffals even way back then, but wasn't comfortable bringing it forward. That information did eventually get brought forward, but it was only after Keffals had been brought low by defending Vosh's tax folders and getting roasted by Ethan Klein, and by the revelations from Mudahar and Staroxvia in terms of the GoFundMe stuff and other stuff besides that, right? So once Keffals does not have the clout, at that point, Xanderhal's editor feels comfortable with letting this go forward. And instead of it going forward through Xanderhal, it goes forward through a commentary streamer named Nicholas Diorio, who, if you don't know Nicholas Diorio, all you really need to know, chat, we know Tipster, right?
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Well, Nick Diorio is basically Tipster's, is basically Tipster for straight people. So the Tipster of the Straights was the vessel for the nuke that Xanderhal had wanted to release on Keffals in order to win his unwinnable war back in November or December, and which then, comes through another content creator. So he's been left bereft. He's been abandoned, and for good reason. I think that, were you or I in Xanderhal or in the place of people that were associating with Xanderhal at the time, and we saw what they saw of Xanderhal, we saw the kind of unhinged behavior, the kind of threats, the kind of bullying, the kind of, just absolutely making his editor's life miserable. I think that we would probably want to distance ourselves as well, but Xan is not happy with this. Xan feels the distance and he doesn't like it, right? And so that's when he comes back with hey, Vosh, you don't think Biden is good? What are you, a Trump supporter? And Vosh is like, what is this guy talking about? Want to debate me on it, Vosh? And Vosh is like, no, stop clout chasing. Stop clout chasing. And apparently similar stuff was said about DemonMamma. So, I mean, that's what started the current conflict between DemonMamma and Xanderhal, which could have just been a little back and forth on Biden, but Xan could not let it go. And for that reason, DemonMamma escalated and escalated again. And that's why Xanderhal is walking around looking like a bit of a crispy critter right now, looking like a ghoul. And he kind of is a ghoul. So how are we doing, chat? Let's see. I gotta remind myself that that's where the introduction stops. See, it's a little note for my editor, and in this case, my editor is myself. When your editor is yourself. So how is everybody? Yeah, we got Jordan B. Peterson in chat. We got Inako Sam in chat. Narwhal by Nature, BCat K, MIDI Doctors. I'm totally lost already. I was trying to do the opposite, but it is complicated. It is a bit of a soap opera. And if I were to just launch into this, you'd be even more confused. There are potentially a lot of VODs that you could watch to catch up on this if you wanted to, if you're interested in this. No pressure, because it is a lot of content. Rat equals frog. Wait, what the fuck? Are we talking about emotes? Oh, Sarcasm, you got a membership. You got a gift membership. That's really cool. Sugarless gum is so important. Well said, Soul Life. Well said. Did I try to read some chat? You had to be there. I mean, I thought I was there, but apparently not. Apparently I'm often the Mojave Wasteland of the post-apocalyptic left. That's what we're calling it, chat. The post-apocalyptic left. Look, Vosh has been nuked. Xanderhal has been nuked. Keffals has been nuked. Everybody got nuked. It's like Fallout. Crawl out through the Fallout with me, won't you? I'm just reading through chat here. But yeah, we're going to get started in just a bit here. I'm going to try to go fast because, again, I've been staying up way too late, all right? Just from covering the Moist Critical Sneeko debate, from covering the, all of the DemonMamma Xanderhal saga in one night, because I kind of wanted to, okay, look, I want to tell you the complete story. I don't want to leave you hanging, but at the same time, I don't want, like, thumbnail in a row being like Xanderhal and DemonMamma Glupshido drama, because it is Glupshido drama, right? We're not talking about anybody that's super influential, right? We're talking about kind of B-listers, C-listers, D-listers of Whiteleaf, right? Which is a lot less important considering that Vosh is the flagship channel of the Whiteleaf network, and has just really lost a lot of influence after being revealed to be somebody who gratifies himself to, let's see if I got this right, AI images of horses and underage anime girls. Is that correct? Is that pretty much it? Is that what was in that folder? Because I still haven't looked. I've had to have people explain it to me because I feel like I'd be scarred for life if I were to ever actually look into the depths of Vosh's tax folder. The explanation Xan is going to cry about everything is always going to happen bad on his birthday. Yeah, he is a birthday boy, isn't he? He is a birthday boy. That's a meme unto itself. It's all algorithm these days. I mean, I'm waiting for the day that the algorithm wants politics. DemonMamma nuked Xan and didn't account that she was smack dab in the middle of the blast radius. Wait, Vodka, do you have more information for me? How is this bouncing back on DemonMamma? I know that Westside Tyler covered this earlier today. And Tyler, if you're out there, I know that we've disagreed in the past. I don't know if you're aware of that. Right, but I've seen you post some cringe related to DemonMamma before. I myself am no fan of DemonMamma. I've had bad experiences with DemonMamma, much like you. I would not trust DemonMamma. However, on the I don't remember what question it was, but regardless of the fact that we might disagree on some issues, I'm willing to entertain your ideas about DemonMamma, because I don't know, maybe I was a little too, maybe I cut her too much slack. I just felt bad for everybody who had to deal with with Xanderhal's unhinged DMs, right? I just felt bad for anybody that had to deal with that. I mean, and yeah, they sat on it for a while, and yeah, it does seem like, she was like holding a nuke. She was holding like power over somebody, and this is what happens in streamer spaces. It happens a lot. These people do bad things, and we don't find out about them until they cross someone powerful. In this case, somebody, I don't know. I mean, look, DemonMamma, I don't know, maybe not the most powerful imp out there, but basically, Xanderhal was using Biden beef and Vosh and DemonMamma to take away attention from his own scandals. No, nobody was talking about his own scandals. He was using this Biden beef to, I don't know, some people would say boost his own channel. I guess there's a chance that he just rides that hard for Biden, and he felt bad that anybody was saying that Biden should drop out. Maybe you could take him at his word. Maybe he vaped a little too hard, and it caused part of his brain to sort of implode. The negative pressure, you know what I'm saying, of the vape maybe caused his brain to sort of cavitate a little bit. I don't know. There's not a lot of good explanations here. We are stretching Occam's razor to its limits. Wait, you think he was just honest about his kink? Wait, who are we talking about? It was a fake horse thingy? You think that he made it up for clicks? Oh my god. That would have been the worst mistake of his life. If he did that shit to himself on purpose, I do understand why you think that, many doctors. A lot of this stuff feels like WWE kayfabe. A lot of this stuff feels like it just can't be real. Like, including this stuff. I can't imagine having a YouTube channel that's almost 100,000 subscribers and then venting on the editor that's doing like everything for you. That's basically, you know, taking up all the slack because, yeah, you know, streaming's a lot. Streaming's a lot to handle. And handling streaming and editing, which I've done, you know, at times is near impossible. You just fell out of a coconut tree? What is new? I don't know, Blaine. We got this glup shitto drama to get through. And then hopefully we can get back to politics, because politics is really interesting. Just a little update on what's happening. The Democrats, and specifically Tim Walz, have caught traction on a new meme. And that is simply Republicans, MAGA, Trump, are weird. And it seems like the most obvious thing in the world, but it's something that's never been pointed out. People have always gone a lot more specific. Yeah, I mean, like they described the weirdness of Donald Trump, but they never generalized the weirdness of Donald Trump, and they never generalized the weirdness of MAGA. They never pare it down like maybe a school teacher like Tim Walz might do. And yeah, they seem to be having some success. They're really pissing off. Like, if you want to know how to own the conservatives, just call them weird. Just call them weird, and they will cope and seethe. Yeah, Jordan B. Peterson is definitely a dedicated viewer. I can't speak. Defecated viewer? No, I'm not trying to say you're defecated. I'm trying to say you're dedicated. Okay, that's a good thing. To be honest, it's not as bad as what a lot of people said, but the one short stack goblin thing is definitely lolicon and a reasonable person. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just like, I'm just repeating what I've heard, right? Horses created from AI. So, like, you know, some people, in fact, I think Tyler said this. Let me give Tyler some credit for this. I watched a little bit of his stream this morning. That basically you're not looking at a horse when you're looking into the Vosh tax folders. You're looking at a composite of like thousands of horses taught to an AI, not very intelligent, but whatever, I guess that's what we're calling them, through machine learning, taught to a massive learning model, essentially, and then output as a aggregate of horsecock from around the universe. We are NCC's defecated viewers. Oh my god, don't let that become a meme. Anna's too busy on Right Wing Podcast. Is she? Is that what she's doing right now? Wow. Why isn't Anna in chat? Oh, you're saying that if Peterson's in chat, we should have Anna Kasparian. What did I started calling him Xana Kasparian, didn't I? He did kind of talk last night about leaving the left, so we'll see if that's real. I don't know. Maybe I'm overinterpreting something that he said. It was AI horse everything, Sasha G. Anyway, like I'm saying, I'm just repeating what I've heard. I don't think I'd be able to sleep at night if I looked at Vosh's folders. Sangja says Vosh is weird. Yes, that is true. That is true. And Voshites are weird too. But if you're a Voshite, we love you. We love you anyway. We accept ghouls. We accept super mutants. We're like the NCR over here, kind of. We're like the NCR, but less homophobic. All right. But then again, only in the Mojave Wasteland, only on the frontier are the NCR homophobic. Back in the Republic, they're chill. They're chill. Anyway, chat, the reason I keep on talking about Fallout is because last night we had a little stream. We talked about, like I said, both of the DemonMamma sort of nuke videos, both of the DemonMamma exposés on Xanderhal, and something interesting happened. Let me show you, okay? Let me show you what happened. All right, let's go right here. Again, this is Xanderhal's friend's channel right over here, RK. This is the person that lost almost 300 followers on Twitter, is down to like 94. Like their entire following abandoned them over them defending Xanderhal. But yeah, like I said, something interesting happened. Now, you see right here, Fallout New Vegas is at 43. Okay? We didn't actually hit the sub goal, but we did get Fallout New Vegas to its highest level that it's ever gotten. And I'm thinking that the way that this should work is kind of like a rad meter, right? Kind of like the, like a rad meter. What is the other word? Geiger counter. Yeah, and when the Geiger counter gets to 100, then we crawl out through the Fallout. You dig? You dig? So that gives me like an excuse and a reason, and gives you a way to trigger a gaming event. When you've got too tired of the glup shitto drama content or the political shit show that is the United States politics, we can maybe do a little Fallout as a treat. I'm hoping. But yeah, it got up to 43. And I kind of told people in chat that I would owe them, because we almost hit the sub goal, but not quite. And Fallout got higher than it ever has before. And I told them that I would owe them a episode of playing Fallout. So look forward to that. What else do we have? We got Tech Bros won a Matrix the Poor. That kind of ties into the premium Stremium, right? I'm going to be talking about JD Vance, his pay daddy, Peter Thiel, and his and Peter Thiel's guru, Curtis Yarvin. I'm going to be talking about the almost said Alphabet. No, Alphabet is Google, right? This is everybody but Google, right? We're going to be talking about the PayPal mafia. That's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about Silicon Valley. We're going to be talking about how shit works, how companies work in Silicon Valley, why it's different than other sectors of the economy, right? In terms of its operations, in terms of how like a CEO and the board work together, or in this case, maybe the board works under the CEO, and why they want to apply that logic to the U.S. president. They would like more of a king and less of a president. So we're going to get into that for the premium Stremium. It's probably coming to your way this weekend. Again, it was supposed to happen on Sunday, but I got sick Sunday, and this week has been just an absolute rush. Are you in the Antifa? Wait, are you me or Waluigi? Waluigi, are you now, or have you ever been a member of the Antifa? Does this guy look like a super soldier? Has he got the genetic implant? Stretch and stretch. Oh my god, that feels good. But yeah, we got the Tech Bros won a Matrix the Poor. That's an option for today's Dono goal, for today's poll. We got the Last Supper goes woke. That's an interesting story. Pretty conservative press has really got this one wrong. BCATK says paying Antifa member here. You're all paying your dues to Antifa, the Antifa. Destiny and the Dead Internet, right? Destiny had an encounter, apparently, a scary encounter that spooked him with the dead internet, potentially. And Garfield Eats update, right? That's what's on the menu right now. Here's what the weather's like in your neck of the woods. Just kidding. Did everyone get their Soros check from the first of the month? Yeah, I got mine too. Before we go forward with the poll, though, let me just take a look, because I got this Discord. If you're, you might be a member of this, you might not be a member yet. And we've got a channel called Stream Suggestions. So we got too many channels, honestly, and I'm noticing that there's a lot of channels that people just do not use, and I need to get rid of them or streamline them or switch over to the new Discord. Oh my god, Chad, I still need to get time to figure out how to work that. But yeah, Stream Suggestions is kind of like my Spicy Chat, which you may or may not. One in chat if you're familiar with Spicy Chat. We got any Spicy Chat in here? Stream Suggestions is like a mild version of that. Very mild, actually. No slurs, no harassment. Actually, it's kind of different. It's kind of like completely different than what Chud Logic's got going on. I'm trying to look through our stream suggestions to see if there's anything that I should sub in, because some of these topics we've had up there for a while. Wait a minute. What is this? What in God's name is this? Is this like a Trump Jesus video? Should we put that on here, chat? Apparently we've got a Trump Jesus video. If you ever wanted to know whether Trump might be Jesus, you can find out. Okay, so we got secretly Mormon influencers. That's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. Ooh, Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. Yo, I feel like we should do some substitutions, chat. These might be good. Some of these are looking good. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about bonus content, right? You're obviously here to see Xanderhal's response to DemonMamma, and I'm going to get to that in just a bit, right? But first, I want to put up a poll and ask you what kind of bonus content you might want to see after the stream. Now, how does this work again? Well, we've got our handy dandy dono goal up here, and whenever anybody donates, this number goes up. It's at 0 right now, and if it gets to 100, that means we unlock bonus content. What bonus content? The bonus content that you vote for in a poll, and the bonus content that you possibly, when you donate, help out. You influence the poll. It's much like in the United States, money, buys candidates. Money buys policy decisions. Just like that, money can also influence the. Oh my God, there's more Olympics shit. Money can also influence the outcome of our poll. So what that looks like is that when you donate, I will add 1% for each US dollar to the subject of your choice, right? And right now, Tech Bros, Last Supper, Destiny, Garfield Eats, well, we got to change Garfield Eats. That one for sure. Okay, Garfield Eats becomes Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. How about that? Cavernacle, if I can spell his name right. One in chat if you know the Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. All right, we got rid of Garfield Eats. Nobody wants to hear about the update on Garfield Eats. I don't think people even know what Garfield Eats is. Why, it's actually pretty funny. I'm just looking through stream suggestions to see if there's anything else we want to add to this poll. We do have to go over, we'll probably go over this tomorrow, Joe Biden and his proposal about the Supreme Court, about reforming the Supreme Court, about term limits for the Supreme Court. And it's kind of interesting. There's some aspects of this I don't entirely understand. I would throw Neil Gaiman allegations up here, but I think it's too long. I don't think we can get into that in the bonus content. What is that? Oh, that's way too long. No way. No way we were watching that. Okay, I don't know, chat. There's been a lot going on. There's been a lot going on in stream suggestions, so having to kind of scroll through here. All right, I'm about done with this. We're gonna get to the weird Republican Party. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I scrolled through all of your stream suggestions. I should probably put up the Discord link once again for any of you who are not in the Discord yet, but you want to be. I'm gonna put up the invitation link, and here's how it's gonna work. Right, when you join the Discord, you're gonna see next to nothing, and you're gonna be like, "Wait, is there even a Discord here? What's going on? What kind of dead mall did you invite me to?" Fear not though. Basically what has to happen is our mods come by and you know, check out your profile and make sure you're not like a werewolf or something. You're not foaming at the mouth or anything like that, and let you in after that. So it's a bit of an airlock that you have to get through, and that's just the process that we do. So I am gonna right now add to Twitch and to YouTube. Yes, you too, YouTube. You get it. You get a Discord link. And if you're not in there already, you can join and feel free to make suggestions in stream suggestions, because a lot of people like to suggest content to me, and that's the best place to suggest it, since I usually have a pretty full plate when I come to stream. I do a lot of research and do a lot of preparation prior to stream, so it's not easy to get something into the rotation last minute, but it is possible to suggest something that I might end up going over, or even just put up for a poll. All right, so let's see. I said we wanted to replace Cavernacle. If I can spell his name right, that's not how you spell Cavernacle. That is not correct. Cavernacle. There we go. Destiny and the Dead Internet. Last Supper. Okay, so we're gonna keep. Yeah, let's replace Destiny and the Dead Internet. We replace it with. Is Trump Jesus? That's the question we want to ask. Question mark. It's a good question. Is Trump Jesus? I want to get those secret Mormon influencers into there, chat. Is anybody going to be super butthurt if I don't get secret Mormon influencers in there? Nunca says Mayo Pete has been kind of crushing it lately on the media circuit. Yeah, him and Walls. Walls has been doing really well too. Also Bashir. There's a lot of people auditioning for that VP spot. You need more coffee? I need more coffee, Nunca. You don't know how to join? You have to click. It's a clicky clacky thing, Jordan. So people know the Cavernacle. Yeah, nice. Good to know. Well, I'll put him on there. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna right now. I'm gonna do this poll for you. So I'm putting bonus content, a question, and it's question because we don't know if we'll get to it or not. It all depends on you, right? If we hit the sub goal prior to me exhausting all the Xantent, the Xanderghoul content, right? Then we will watch some bonus content. And you can influence what that bonus content is by voting for it, by voting for the subject of your choice, and by donating. And when you do, letting me know what content you want, and allowing me to put your money where your mouth is. So that means adding percentages to the results, right? We do a little cheating around here, chat. I hope you don't mind. We do a little cheating in our polls. With the Donos, right? But you can add percentages for every US dollar that you donate. You get a percentage to add to the subject of your choice. So just make sure when you donate to let me know where you want me to put that donation. So yeah, we got Tech Bros who want to Matrix the Poor. Last Supper goes woke. We got Is Trump Jesus? And we got Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. That is our poll for tonight. Here you go. Served hot. Served piping hot to you. Just unlike my coffee. I feel like my coffee's not piping hot. I'm not somebody who needs to have like super heated coffee, but I like it when there's a little steam on it. Know what I mean? Let's see if this is still warm. Norma says, obviously we already know Trump is Jesus. We can skip that. Looks like Text Bros wanted to make... Look, I'm glad I left that on there. I thought about taking that off. But I see it's very popular. You want to know about the matrix that the Tech Bros are going to put you into? Because guess what? If you don't own the means of production, you are poor to these assholes. They consider you poor. They consider you a brokey. Cavernacle on Mr. Beast is number 2. Last Supper was woke, not doing too well. Is Trump Jesus not doing too well? But you got time to vote. So we only got 14 votes already. We have 36 likes. I would like to see that number approach the concurrent viewership that we've got right now, which is a few more than that. So if you haven't liked the stream yet, it's a good time to do that. It's always a good time to vote, and just to keep in mind that as we're going through the stream, any donations that you give are gonna give you are gonna grant you the ability to affect the poll. Now, what is the other thing that you can say? You could say Fallout New Vegas if you want me to play Fallout, right? And again, if the Fallout meter, I don't know, I'll set some random arbitrary level. If it reaches that, then we'll play. We'll do Fallout at some point, right? We'll do Fallout as the bonus content. And then Vox Populi is if you are like somebody who is like, you know what? I don't think it's right that the polls influence the vote. I kind of think that the vote should just be sacred, and whatever gets voted for, that should. You're like the kind of person that wants to abolish the Electoral College only for the Dono goal, right? And you say Vox Populi to let me know that those are your principles. And if you do, I will put your money behind Vox Populi. And instead of swerving the poll that we're taking, it will actually unswerve. It will unskew the poll and make it closer to just being the vote. So yeah, right now, Mr. Beast, Cavernacle on Mr. Beast is tied 41%, with Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor. Last Supper goes woke at 12%, and Trump being Jesus is only 6%. So Trump is like one of those kings of ancient Israel who went to war against the Assyrians and lost, huh? Also, you on Twitch, right? You that are watching on Twitch, you might notice that there's no poll for you. You can see it on my screen, but you can't see it on Twitch. That's because Twitch's polls suck, and I'm only allowed to leave them open for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is not long enough for you to vote, okay? So if you really want to, you can come over to YouTube. You can go, nocommentchick on YouTube. You can come over to my stream on YouTube and you can vote there. I'm not telling you to switch platforms, right? You stay where you're comfortable with, right? But I am telling you that if you want to vote, you're going to have to go to YouTube to do it. And when you do that, it'd be awesome if you would leave a like for me, because that helps me out a bunch. All right. Wait, vote in the poll? Okay. Never use Discord except for games. Oh my god. Okay. No comment. No comment. No. We appreciate Sunday over here. We appreciate Prime Minister Wednesday. Anyway, we are about to get going. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, I always forget this. It's bad because I need to remember this. I got to give a shout out really quick, okay? 2 people on my Patreon. If you join my Patreon at the Fancy Weasel level or higher, I will give you a fancy shout out. And it's about time that I do that. So my Fancy Weasels, shout out to Omega Star, shout out to Jules K, shout out to Just Julie, shout out to Moe Noape, shout out to Shakespeare, shout out to Funky Monkey, and shout out to Temporal Insanity. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. And if you want a fancy shout out of your own, you can look for the Patreon link down in the description, right? I've also got the link to Throne, where I am crowdsourcing better equipment, better streaming stuff to make things look better. the background that you're looking at behind me, this was paid for by crowdsourcing from Patreon. The microphone that I'm talking to you on, that was crowdsourced through Patreon. All of the sound equipment actually that I'm talking to you through. So if you like the sound quality, you can thank the Throne Gang because it's their doing. The lighting that I've got. Oh my God, there's a cat in my room. The cat is not crowdsourced, right? The cat is actually my roommate's, but everything else, chat, everything else that makes the stream awesome is crowdsourced through Throne. So thank you to everybody over there on Throne, and that's the link right down there if you want to contribute. Right now, I'm actually crowdsourcing or rent for this month because this month's going to be tough. Next month should be better though. Next month, I think we're kind of out of the woods. The summer's a tough time for content creators in general, but I think we're good. I think we're to be good. So yeah, that's a thing. And remember, any donations to Throne, any signups for Patreon, those also count towards the Dono goal, and they influence the poll. So if you do any of that, let me know where you want your donation to go, and I'll put your money where your mouth is. That also goes for super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships over on Twitch. It goes for subs, it goes for gift subs, it goes for Twitch Prime subs, which you don't have to pay for, which is kind of nice. You may have just experienced the top of the hour ad break. It happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes, and it's unskippable. Unlike the ads on YouTube, it's unskippable. So if you want a way to skip the ads for an entire month, get yourself a sub, use a Twitch Prime to get one for free, or maybe even just be active in chat because you're more likely to be giving a gift sub when people gift subs. And yes, people who gift subs, you get to direct that money also, like any other donation, towards the topic of your choice. So there's the topics right there. That's where, make sure to vote, and we're going to get going. We're going to get going and see what Xanderhal and RK have for us today. So I'm kind of excited. I hope you're excited. Are we all excited? You know, my coffee's not exactly hot, but it's not cold either. It's not steaming. No shorts. Yeah, Timothy, I get the feeling that Shorts does not like Glup Shido White Leaf streamer drama. At least that's the feeling I got from yesterday. So sorry for anybody who's not getting a vertical version of the stream. Usually I provide a vertical and a horizontal version of the stream, but today we can only do the horizontal because I guess just Shorts does not fuck with this kind of content. So we're going to try to all be in the same room. Make sure to hit that like button. We're now on 46 viewers and only 37 likes. So if you want to make that if you want to make the number go up for me, I would massively appreciate that. Because that's what brings more friends, and that's what makes the chat more fun. If you want more people to talk to, if you want to literally bring in more viewers like yourself, because that's what it does, right? Twitch, when you like the stream, it's like, oh, this is the kind of viewer. I'm telling you how the algorithm thinks. It's like, oh, this is the kind of viewer that likes this stream. Let me go find more viewers like that. So you're literally like cloning yourself, right? You're finding more people on YouTube like you and bringing them into chat, and then you can talk to them. So it actually behooves you to like the stream, not just me, but it does indeed help me out a lot. Thumb Gang, I massively appreciate you. Those who cannot contribute to the stream in any other way, you can certainly contribute your thumbs, and it might not seem like much. One thumb alone is not very powerful, but if we put all our thumbs together, then we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push my content out to a broader audience. So thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping me with that. Now let's go. Okay, so I gotta press my buttons. This is a button. That's a button. And I think we're gonna go. Yeah, we'll do this intro. There. It took me a minute to find my way into the correct scene, but here I am in scene 2 for you. So we're ready to go. Again, this is the Xanderhal video. It's actually not on Xanderhal's channel. We could speculate, as we go through this, why maybe Xan did not want this on his channel. This is his friend RK, aka I think DemonMamma is calling this guy Xanderhal's Igor. And well, the video is called Cherry Lied, DemonMamma Cried. This is Xanderhal's response. This is Xanderhal's response to DemonMamma's nuke. Again, usually you don't respond to a nuke because you're blown the fuck away. But Xanderhal did not get blown the fuck away. Instead, he got ghoulified. And he might not realize it, but he is, he's crossed the line between the world of the living and the unliving and the undead, and has become a ghoul. So we'll hope that he doesn't go feral during this, although we've already seen some signs of ferality in some of those screenshots that we watched yesterday. So yeah, let's take a look and see what they got for us. Hopefully they don't have copyrighted music.
According to DemonMamma, you completely blew up a cherry. That's a really bad look, not gonna lie. Sometimes...
Some kind of music. I think it's video game music.
But, like, no more than just general, like, friend arguments and stuff.
Have you ever had a friend talk to you like that? Ever? Let alone a boss?
Alright.
What is going on?
Let's see if this live stream is working.
I think their sound is kind of garbage, so I'm going to turn them up.
We're going to play some Risk of Rain 2 as the background, you know? Just a good way to, have something...
I mean, this seems like a good game. Anybody play this game? This is Risk of Rain.
And Cherry are lying out their ass. What they're showing you, of course.
Is that good?
But you're missing massive amounts of context. I'm going to be going over all of this.
We got the context.
First, I have to go make an announcement, though. What's it called?
So yeah, if this is boring, I'll kind of scrub through this. That's, yeah, seeming...
Alright, there we go. Stream is working. Let me get up the stream. Let's pop out.
Indeed.
Any of what Xander has said in these
Here we go.
screenshots are bad. Just you wait until you see how Cherry regularly treated Xander. So I'm going to wait until this stream, like the announcement has gone out. I don't really care how many people are in here, but let's just get some people in here. So the reason I'm doing this and not Xander is that Xander's birthday was yesterday. He's trying to chill with his mother.
I'll be right back, chat.
And honestly, I think I'm the one who's angry about this situation.
Cat sneaks
because the things that are being lied about here are things that I've desperately wanted to talk about for a very long time, and Xander has covered for Cherry to try to protect Cherry, because while Xander thought what Cherry did was wrong, he thought Cherry was getting better. It seems that we're obviously fucking lied to. So, let's go ahead and let's get this going. So, one of the things, I'll just cover what's already been said, and I'm sure I'm not going to fall behind much on the DemonMamma stream, because she can't fucking get to the point, because she has barely anything of substance.
Okay, then.
Last thing she just showed on the stream was a breakdown Xander had that had something to do, if I remember correctly, with the progressive victory pay and Cherry stalling on getting it taken care of. Xander had rent coming up and was had a bad mental health episode, and he ended up blowing up on Cherry because Cherry delayed getting his finances sorted in a situation in which rent was, incoming. And
so yeah, my understanding of the situation is that this was an incorrectly typed in bank number or something like that. And this was a situation in which Cherry was asleep and Xanderhal was DMing Cherry. Cherry didn't respond. Xanderhal seemed to understand and know that Cherry was asleep, and nonetheless continued to all caps type at Cherry in Discord, getting more and more as if typing in all caps would wake Cherry up, right? When somebody's asleep, they're asleep, and no matter how many times you hit them up on Discord or whatever, it's you're just gonna have to wait for them to wake up, and it's an unfortunate situation. But again, we got to ask ourselves, why was so much of Xanderhal's responsibilities in terms of, this is his pay, right? This is the paycheck that he's getting from Brianna Wu and Progressive Victory. Brianna was at Progressive Victory at the time, no longer at Progressive Victory. But so, like, why was Cherry being held responsible for Xanderhal's paycheck from Progressive Victory in the first place? This is the kind of thing that you would expect a streamer or any kind of adult, frankly, to take responsibility for. It just seems like Xan was struggling, and that Cherry offered to try to pick up the slack wherever she could, and maybe Xan started to take her for granted and just expect things from her that are really more like his responsibility. But yeah, that's what Ethan is talking about. So this is Ethan, aka RK, Xanderhal's friend, and And this is the response, right? Starting off with just RK. I didn't actually know it worked like that. Xanderhal will come on later in the call, so we'll listen to what he has to say. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna make this go a little faster. I hope this isn't weird with the gameplay, but if it gets weird, chat, I'll play something. So we'll play some Vampire Survivor or something like that. How does that sound? Let's see, 1.5 speed.
Say this isn't the best possible way to react to a person. When someone has your finances in their hands and is dicking around not doing anything with it, that's the least of your concern.
Okay, again. Sorry. Again. Why are Xanderhal's finances not in Xanderhal's hand? That's the part that doesn't make sense to me.
Was asleep, and Xander's painted as a bad guy. But this is something Cherry would do regularly. I was in Seattle, southern Seattle, at the time in which I met DemonMamma, Vosh, and Xanderhal. Right? I was in Xander's house, and it was 1 a.m. At the time, I had not worked for Cherry at all. And I'll get to why I'm not showing screenshots in a second. At the time, I did not work for Xander, I did not work with Cherry. I was a friend of Xander, Cherry knew me. Occasionally I came on to stream, right? And so what ended up happening was that I think I was a little high or something. I was sitting in the living room, drinking some rum, watching trailers for a game. When I start getting a shit ton of notifications on my phone from Cherry, I'm like, oh no, something's wrong, right? And Cherry starts saying, wake up my, tell your boss, his manager is like calling him, referring to herself as his manager. And it was a little confusing. I was like, what are you talking about? Because it was 1 a.m. and Xander was sound asleep, right? And I'm in his home, and I'm not his employee or anything like that. She starts spamming me, telling me, wake him up now. Exactly as you see Xander spamming Cherry. Cherry did that to me, a person they did not know or work with, and Cherry would regularly do this to Xander. And this was simply Xander blasting back. Now, what ended up happening was that Cherry had this big ass meltdown on me and was like, oh man, you know, I have to talk to Xander right now. You have to wake up Xanderhal right now. I have to talk to him because Cherry was having a mental breakdown. This was pretty par for the course. But then they started hurling abuse at me when I said, you're kind of full of yourself. You can't just demand me to do this.
Okay, so what I'm noticing so far is a lot of the accusations towards Xanderhal are kind of being hurled back. It's like a reflect spell in Final Fantasy, right? We're casting reflect, and it's like, no, you're the one who's spamming me. You're the one who's like having a meltdown. You're the one who's got mental health problems, right? It's like, it seems like a Uno reverse. Can I slow it down a bit? Okay, well if it's too fast, it's gonna take there's like an hour and 50 minutes almost of this. So reflect ya, that's the powerful one, right? There's like different versions that are more or less powerful. Chat, you know what would be really cool? This video's got like 1,600 something views. It's got only 72 likes. I bet we can beat that. What do you think, chat? Can we beat Xanderhal's minion in terms of likes? Can we outdo the 72 likes that they've got?
Show you guys. Like,
is this better?
I'd love to show you guys the DMs. But they ended up deleting that account, and I lost them. And on top of that, their current account, if I go to Cherry right now, where they apologize for this behavior retroactively, is entirely without any context whatsoever, because they went back and they nuked all of their messages with me. So if we go through here, I think I can find LMAO, all good, hope you're well. And this was around, I want to say this was the time in which Cherry came to me and apologized for doing exactly what was just shown on DemonMamma's stream to me. While Xander absolutely had a mental breakdown on someone, that's called being a human being. And Cherry was just as guilty of these same things and would do them regularly. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Who do you think's telling the truth here? Those who really don't care to interact with this?
Okay, so I'll play a little bit, right? I remember, saying fuck you to somebody that I was working with, on Discord one time that I was working on content with. I remember getting mad and saying fuck you to this person. And to me, that's not a big deal, right? But people are different. And this person later told me that that really hurt them. Because to them, they wouldn't say fuck you to a friend. Like, fuck you is like, I'm done with you, right? And I wasn't trying to communicate that to this person. I was just momentarily frustrated with them. So I mean, like that, yeah. Is it human to have breakdowns, have freakouts, say things that we later wish that we hadn't said? Sure. To a point, right? But what we're talking about with Xanderhal is a little bit more than that. It is a statement of intent to take another streamer's life, followed by a request for the streamer's location, which Xanderhal could have reasonably believed that his editor might have had, because the editor is working with this other streamer, right? That's where it's a little different. I mean, maybe we need to go back over the DemonMamma thread. Do we need to do that? Do we need to take a quick look at that? Just remind ourselves this is DemonMamma's thread, and it's at 1.1K. Again, I kind of expected this to have a little bit more reach, but I don't know. Maybe DemonMamma's not using Twitter as much these days. Anyway, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about here, right? Let's open it up. Okay, so I think that I am fucked, says Xanderhal. Still no money. Still does not show as pending in my bank. Okay, the number was wrong, confirmed. The 4K went to some rando. It has to be stopped. Cherry. I say ASAP, emergency, fuck, homeless. I am now homeless. Cherry. And by homeless, I mean, he's talking about having to go back and live with his parents. He says it's an abusive situation, but based on the characterization that Xan has made of, you know, relationships and interactions with other streamers as abusive, I can't exactly take his word for it at this point, right? He seems, again, that seems to be his, like, it's his refrain. He goes back to it, you know, everything's DJ Mule is abusive, Thought Slime is abusive, right? Woke scolds are abusive. That's just kind of what he says to people he doesn't like. So, but then again, I don't know that it's not true, so I don't want to assume that either. But regardless, you know, that's kind of, yeah. So when he says homeless, he is talking about like moving in with his parents. He's around 25 years old. It's a less than ideal situation, but not maybe a completely alien situation to some people in chat. It's actually, you know, pretty common. But that being said, you know, maybe it was not a good situation. Regardless, right? I am homeless. Cherry, why? Answer now. Please, I'm going to be homeless. Cherry. And again, like I said, unless somebody, like anybody in chat, leave your Discord notifications on, as in, like, if I were to DM you right now on Discord, would you hear a blunk, blunk, blunk? Or do you have that turned off? Because I got that turned off. When I first signed up for Discord, I was hearing that blunk, 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 blunk all the time. And I couldn't take it, so I turned it off. So I feel like most people turn it off. And I'm assuming that Cherry turned it off as well. Anyway, right? You're not going to wake somebody up by caps lock, you know, Samantha Banana texting them, right? Cherry, Cherry, V, Cherry, VV. I have never... He's copy pasting it, I guess. Very, very sloppily. He's like... Zan's like banging on his keyboard here. And like, look, I know it's loud when you bang on your keyboard, but it's not loud to the other person. So you're not going to wake Cherry up with that. I've never been paid by PV before, according to all my bank info. Not ever before. Cherry, answer now. I will be homeless starting tomorrow. Cherry. Okay, we are buying my ticket back to California now. I don't know if he's calmed down here. Thank you for completely ghosting me tonight. I'll never forget. It's not ghosting somebody if you're asleep. Like, ghosting is a very specific thing, right? It's like, if you never messaged somebody back before, you ghosted them. If you stop talking with them without letting them know that that's the definition of ghosting. That's what ghosting means to me. Right? Am I right? Is that what ghosting means? I'll never forget it. Never. The only way to save me is for PV to pay me everything they owe me. I have never received one single payment, not once. I am fucked. Cherry, answer now. Cherry, you are fucking killing me. Why? It's the Joe Biden right here. Why? Please, just answer. Please. Answer now. I have messaged Brianna myself. Yeah, Brianna confirms this, right? We'll see what Brianna says in a second. When you are back online, we need to have a conversation about your future employment. So let's threaten to fire your employee for being asleep when you needed to talk to her. If I am safe, it will be no thanks to you. Xanderhal, I've messaged Brianna myself. When you are back online, we need to have a conversation about your future employment. If I am safe, okay, no thanks to you. If I am fucked, it is your fault for not making sure they paid me. Again, whose responsibility is his fucking paycheck from PV? I don't think your editor's responsibility, right? Like, this is, Cherry's not just the editor. Cherry's the editor, manager, like everything. Roadie? Like, Cherry's wearing a lot of hats here. And I feel like too many. You swapped the fucking numbers, and they weren't able to pay me because of that. Not the 4K Now the 4K is on its way to some fucking guy. I am waiting, says Xanderhal. All right, more DMs here. I want you to know that if I have to fly to California tomorrow, I cannot bring my PC. I will not be able to afford your pay. Your job will not exist tomorrow because you won't message me back. This is still salvageable, but time is slipping away, and if you're asleep and see this in the morning, it's already too late. I am now in hot water with Brianna because I look bad having you handle this shit while I was busy. You were the one who got me to join PV. I told you I would be too busy to handle this stuff, and you said you would. I have now paid another $250 so my mom could reschedule her flight to extend her rental car for next week. My lease ends in 25 hours, but I won't be stranded here without her when I get kicked out. I won't be stranded? Maybe he means would. I don't know. I could have locked this in hours ago if you were fucking awake to send me. So we're complaining about Cherry being asleep. God damn it, editor, why do you sleep? To send me the W-9 and pay agreement from PV to verify my income, you fucking fuck. I would have had a place and been moved in by now, you motherfucker. You are the only person holding the process back now, you fuck. You are the only person holding the process back now, you fuck. If I end up being made homeless because the place gets nabbed up by tomorrow and I'm stuck living with my abusive mom again, my fans ask why I am back where I started, I will make sure to use my parasocial power of community against you. No, I will make sure they know it's you. Cherry calls Xanderhal, right? It's maybe about 30 minutes after this last message. Cherry calls. Okay, so here's Cherry talking to Xanderhal. You probably won't even pay me this month. Why do you think I won't pay you? Tell me why you think I can't, how it makes me bad. Tell me why you think I can't and how it makes me bad. You didn't last month. Why? Say it. Why couldn't I pay you? And how does that reason make me an asshole? I am going to get evicted at the end of this month at this rate, Cherry. We have not made enough money. I cannot change that. Cherry, I have been your #1 supporter for 2.5 years. I'm worried that if I don't agree to this, you're going to hurt me. Xanderhal, I am not Keffals. Cherry, you talk about wanting people to die a lot. Xanderhal, a lot of people need to die, to be fair. Cherry, yeah. Xanderhal, we're still friends, right? Like, you still want to see my dog and stuff. Here, wait, it's going to be harder to see like this. You still want to see my dog and stuff, right? Anyway. We're still friends, right? Oh my god. Yeah, a friend that's worried you're gonna hurt them. I don't know. That's not the kind of friend I want. God damn. Xanderhal, I hate all of them, Cherry. I want them all to redacted. I would redacted Keffals in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even shoot her. I'd beat her to redacted with the redacted. Cherry, you're not in a good middle state. Xanderhal, I will redacted her. What's her address? I want it. I want to know where she's at. Cherry, she's in Ireland. It's not public. Please stop. You're spiraling. Xanderhal, someone has to die. Has to redacted for this. I will never be happy until someone has redacted for this. Ideally, Keffals. Cherry, her career is going to redacted. Xanderhall and redacted. I don't want to say this person's name. I feel like that. Anyway, it's already out. It's Velvet. And her effing orbiters. I have to redacted her. Really redacted her. Stop her heart. Yeah, so if you're wondering, it's just like in a video game. Like, we got confirmation that we're not talking about Risk of Rain here. We're talking about the game called IRL, which is a permadeath kind of game. Anyway, Xan, fucking stop. Calm down. Stop, please. Xanderhall, okay. Wait, there's a reply from Nick Diorio on this? Oh my god. Okay, Nick's joking. Why do I care what Nick Diorio has to say? Brianna Wu. All I will say about this is everything involved here, involving me here is factual. And I did not appreciate having to spend my Thanksgiving day dealing with hundreds of panicked messages. It was wildly unprofessional. So yeah, there's Brianna confirming the everything. So yeah, that's what we're talking about, just to put it in context, because I don't think Ethan is necessarily going to show us this. Anyway, back to the video.
Until they begin being lied about, or those who have to go back and scrub.
Ooh, Brianna, exactly.
For some reason, just deleting them. Mind you, on top of this, their most recent messages. Oh, wow! They just did this. This was not gone. This was not gone even a few minutes ago. They had only deleted where they were apologizing to me and forward. So they're doing this currently. They are panicking currently. Probably. Oh, Xander's calling. I'm so sorry. Hello. Actually, they need to give me the contract to let PV use my clips, and then they pay me so I can put down a big payment on the place. Okay, cool. So that makes sense, right? It was a case of
to clarify, PV pays me for my clips, because normally, if you upload clips from a YouTuber, they might not do anything about it, but if you just do that, all they have to do is just click some buttons and take that down. They can
are we okay as far as audio? This isn't too loud for anyone?
strike you. It's kind of worrying if you're like an organization trying to have an official channel and there's YouTubers who are uploading their own clips and then you're taking those clips and re-uploading them. So they have me sign a contract that agrees you will not strike us, you will not claim us or anything. We can use your clips for promotion. I'm like, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's advertisement for me. And you guys are going to pay me? Sure.
Sorry.
And Sherry wouldn't send that over fast enough, so I was just spamming their DMs so that they would get to their computer.
Yeah,
so that they would get to their computer, because that's how it works.
Very, very bizarre, right? And obviously, you had a mental breakdown because...
Yeah, we understand how that works, right? You gotta spam somebody so they'll get to their computer, because, you know, they one message and they might not get to the computer, but if you send, I don't know, 125 messages, they definitely will.
Because your rent was fucking due. God forbid a man have a breakdown with a friend.
Not rent. You're getting details wrong.
Oh, payment
you're
for the
getting
place.
The gist of it, but details wrong. I was moving into this place, and the office for the retailer, the rental for this place was about to close in literally like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and I need to get that payment sent to them, and so I need to get all that contract stuff dealt with. And the reason why this was like pushed so much was because, if I remember correctly, Cherry was unavailable for some reason, like hanging out with friends or something, and like there wasn't supposed to be a delay in anything. I don't know, like there was just a bunch of fuck that came out of nowhere to screw me there, and I was stressed out and just blowing up Cherry's DMs because they have speakers on for their notifications, and when I message them or anyone messages them or ats them, it makes a little bloop sound because they don't have do not disturb or turn off notifications on. So when I would spam that and they'd spam me, usually it'd be the best way to get each other's attention. So Cherry going back and scrubbing all
Okay, yeah, I don't know how anybody deals with having their Discord notifications turned on. I could not manage, but if people spam me like that, I'll purposely not answer for a few days. Yeah. It's scary. It's scary, right?
their DMs. And if you're going to talk about this, you got to show proof. So just go ahead and bring up the Discord. Like, bring up your Discord interactions with Cherry on the screen.
Oh, well, I actually tried to. Remember how I had my Discord interaction set up correctly? Hold on, sorry, I gotta...
Oh my god.
Screen. Sorry, transform...
Let me act this out. I'm Ethan, and Waluigi is Zan. Zan, you're not gonna like this. Cherry deleted their messages. I'm sorry, Zan. Please don't redact me with a blunt object, Zan, please. Anyway, that's what's gonna happen here, right? Zan doesn't even know that those messages are gone. Those messages are deleted. And so I guess this is one area of controversy. DemonMamma suggested that Cherry deleted messages with Zan because she was scared. Zan and Ian are, sorry, Ian's Vosh. Zan and Ethan are gonna, it sounds like, give us an explanation for this that says that Cherry did not want her messages showed. So, I don't know, kind of a he said, she said?
Form, fit to screen. Anyways, remember how I had some DMs left with Cherry and they hadn't nuked all of them and had only nuked where they apologized with me? If we go to,
No, but show it.
Well, I did. I already have. Oh wait, I just realized my Oh yeah, sorry. I didn't have my video capture device ready. Hold on, display capture. For the primary display. Sorry, everybody. I realize I probably
You
sounded
know how much
insane.
I've been wanting to show receipts for this, dude. You know how much we've wanted to talk about this.
Oh my god, yeah.
Finally.
Finally. Okay, so here is Cherry's DMs completely nuked. Here are the messages where I said, LMAO, all good, I hope you're well. For context, Cherry and I had not been interacting all that much, right? And we hadn't been interacting much because of that whole situation I told you about where Cherry did the exact same thing they're trying to claim Xander as an abuser for towards me. Spam DM me. I would love to show you receipts. Cherry literally deleted their account the next day. Xander, remember whenever I came to the room and I showed you how they had texted me?
For the record, it's not my understanding that the claim of abuse against Cherry was based on spam DMing. It was the nature of the messages sent. It was the complete placing of blame on Cherry for something that it seems like Xanderhal should have handled, right?
And how they had like a mental breakdown on me in the middle of the night.
I think Cherry got a new phone, so I'm guessing as they probably deactivated that number. To be clear, like I know that one of the allegations has to do with paying Cherry. I haven't really talked in detail about this stuff on my stream because I don't want to give it like the dedicated attention. But here's like the perfect middle ground of I can talk.
Okay, now look, this is interesting. This is interesting. So he's going to give his explanation of why this explanation is here rather than on his main stream. Now, I know from other content creators, like for instance, Tim Pool. I remember a time when Tim Pool got something wrong, and it was so seriously wrong that he felt like he had to print a retraction. He had to do a retraction. However, Tim Pool's got multiple channels. The big channel, I think, is Tim Pool IRL. I can't remember what the other channel is. But essentially what Tim Pool did was, make the apology on his second channel. And the reason for this is if you make it on your main channel, you're risking subs. Some people might not accept your apology. Some people might change their mind about you. And it's harder for them to unsub your main channel if the information doesn't even end up on your main channel. So that's a possibility, right? But let's go ahead and listen to, like I said, I'm going to try to be open-minded about this. I'm going to try to, take this for what it's worth.
The dedicated audience that wants to hear what's going on and see the receipts and not have to deal with the bullshit. And it's not on my stream, so I'm not just like blowing up the drama for no reason. The people who care can hear what actually happened. Exactly. So obviously we could theoretically end it on like, well, why the fuck did Cherry nuke all their DMs between me, Ethan, and probably at this point Balthazar, though those were saved because Balth messaged me when they blew up on them out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't actually buy this. I don't actually buy this explanation, right? Let's listen to this again really quick.
Really talked in detail about this stuff on my stream because I don't want to give it like the dedicated attention, but here's like the perfect
he doesn't want to give it the attention
of I can talk to like the dedicated audience that wants to hear what's going on and see the receipts and not have to deal with the bullshit. And it's not on my stream, so I'm not just like blowing up the drama for no reason. The people
blowing up the drama for no reason sounds like what you've been doing for the past month with Bosch and DemonMamma. It does sound like you're blowing up the drama for no reason. Why would you all of a sudden not want to do this? Could it be because the drama, the winds of drama, the nuclear winds of drama are now not blowing in your favor? Is that a possibility?
People who care can hear what actually happened. Exactly. So obviously we could theoretically end it on like, well, why the fuck did Cherry nuke all their DMs between me, Ethan, and probably at this point Balthazar, though those were saved because Balth messaged me when they blew up on them out of nowhere. And that's why I don't want to end there though, because there's a lot more to talk about.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to like blow up Cherry. I know Cherry has no care for me and seems willing to try and like maliciously go after me, but Cherry's not a public figure, and like just. Yeah,
I think at this point, if Cherry's attempting to come after your livelihood and whatnot, you got to stop covering. For context on everyone here, the reason... Oh, DM discovered the stream. Hey, DemonMamma, speak to me, you lying motherfucker. You've said just about nothing this entire time. You've hidden behind theatrics and drawing out your point. Everything that Cherry has done or everything you're accusing Xander of is matched, and Cherry has done far worse, and you know it. I have all of the receipts from the Keffals shit. Whatever...
Yeah, so if you wanna correlate this with the DemonMamma stream or with my stream from last night, this is where DemonMamma pulls up you know, the Xanderhal stuff, the cope stream. This is the cope stream that DemonMamma was watching last night. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Cut this shit. Get me on there.
Yeah, why would you let us on? Like, I think.
Well, she didn't want to have a
DemonMamma said
stupid
she
interaction
let me
with
on her
you.
stream. Oh,
And he's
stupid
still trying to
interaction.
blame
See,
for it and hold it over Cherry's head.
Let's see if she'll have it.
For
Yeah.
his channel, his income. This is his
You're not
money
gonna
that
get
he
me to
made
bite
Cherry
the
take
bait
care of.
of making
She won't
a
do
deal
it.
for
She won't do
with
it.
you,
Because you
but I
did it
will.
wrong.
I will disseminate the receipts and the evidence that you're lying, and not only that, but Cherry is themselves malicious, and I've honestly I should be given shit for covering for Cherry, but you know,
Wow.
keep on milking it.
And in fact,
I gotta say, like, look, like I said, I'm gonna keep an open mind about this. Okay, there's new information that changes how this looks, how I feel about this. You know, I feel like I've watched other content creators like West Side Tyler that were much less charitable with DemonMamma and placed some of the blame on DemonMamma, and I think there is maybe some blame to be placed in terms of the fact that this is something that DemonMamma was sitting on. This was a nuke that DemonMamma was sitting on up until the point that Xanderhal crossed a red line, and then she lets it go, right? This seems like information that is kind of in the public interest and should have been shared earlier, but instead was kept as a as leverage on Xan. So yeah, I mean, she's not completely, she's somewhat at fault here. You know, she's not blameless, but all in all, so far, it feels like the word is Darvo. It feels like the vibe that I'm getting from Xanderhal is Darvo. It's deny, attack, reverse, victim, and oppressor. That's what he seems to be doing so far.
Glad to see that I'm generating so many views. I can see that I'm becoming a real YouTuber.
Oh no.
God. So
I don't
silly.
know if she's still watching anymore, but regardless, to basically get a little deeper.
Oh, these people are so cowardly.
sorry?
These people are so cowardly. So I want to run something by you really quickly before we speak anymore. Do I have full permission to talk about the things that Cherry covered for, and things that have not been brought up with the Keffals drama yet that we have receipts for? Because I have them pulled up currently. I saved all of them.
Sure.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and run through this really quickly. So do you guys, does everyone remember the Keffals drama and what happened? So the TLDR of it was originally it was personal drama between Xander and Keffals, okay? And with Xander and Keffals, what ended up happening was that Keffals was being buddy-buddy with Shu, who pedo-jacketed Xander. If you want to disagree with me that she didn't, go ahead and watch my President Sunday debate. Absolutely reamed that man. He was crying by the end of it. Anyways, point is...
It's not how I remember it, but go on.
Xander was upset by this, and he feels pretty betrayed by someone he considered a friend. Cherry then gets fired by Keffals from her job. Cherry no longer had a job with Keffals because Cherry worked with Xander. Cherry, becoming frustrated, comes to Xander with a ton of information about this, right? Tons of it. Information pertaining to things such as mocking rape victims, the fact that she did pocket the 100K, the fact that she runs private doxing situations, the fact that Cherry was aware of all of this and silent. And when
Okay, so the only bit of this that I don't know about yet is the laugh at... Can anybody remind me what the laughing at rape victims was? Anybody? Maybe I've just like memory hold it. I just don't remember that part of... Yeah, Keffals has done a lot of fucked up shit. What was the laughing at rape victims? What was that about?
Cherry told all of this to Xander, she began saying, oh, well, I'm worried Keffals will go after me. And I was like, that's a pretty reasonable thing to... be worried about. That's a pretty reasonable thing. If Cherry could be victimized by Keffals, we have to be careful about how we talk about this. We can't let everyone know that Cherry had, leaked the Keffals stuff, because then Cherry's in danger. We shouldn't do that, right?
Okay, yeah.
I'll get to
There's also the concern that Cherry knew this like really bad stuff Keffals had done and was continuing to work for Keffals and be friendly
Exactly.
with her and cover it up. So like telling me this was also nerve-wracking for Cherry because if I out it and it gets outed that Cherry is the one that knew this, then it looks like Cherry, there's some implications on Cherry for having known what Keffals was up to this whole time.
Yeah. And
So yeah, this is just a basic thing that when somebody comes with to you with information, you got to be careful of where you release that information, because a lot of information essentially identifies the source, right? There are some if you only said something to one person, and that person goes to someone else and says, hey, I heard this person say that, and then the other person goes on stream and is like, this person said this, right? You're going to know exactly where that came from, right? So, that's, burning a source is the way that's said, and you shouldn't do it, because why would anybody want to give you information if they know that you're just going to, if you're going to use the information in a way that's harmful for them, then they're not going to be as likely to share information with you. So you appreciate that they are giving you this information, and you protect them, right? Now, I mean, obviously there are bounds of reasons on this, right? You know, if there's some things that are important to get out there, but in general, you don't want to hurt somebody that's helping you. It's a pretty simple principle.
On top of that, right? So we had a bit of a conundrum, Xander. We were like, do we, like, what do we think about this? Do we respect Cherry's wishes and try to keep them safe? Like, they did come forward. If our issues were that they didn't come forward about this problem before, but they did now, you know, that's punishing them for doing the right thing or that kind of thing, we should protect them, right? That seemed reasonable at the time. That was like when we assumed Cherry was normal.
At the time, Cherry was bitter at Keffals, if I recall correctly, because Keffals had what Cherry interpreted as fired them on stream, and that had Cherry like very angry and ready to tell me all of Keffals' dirt. And when that anger went away, much in like, I wonder if a similar situation has happened here, where it's like being vindictive towards somebody because you've had like a temporary like bout of anger towards them. But Cherry tells me this stuff. Only the things about Keffals are actually true, and provides me with some receipts for these things as well. Not everything, but a few of these things.
So I don't know how much of this is
you're going through the original?
I'm going through the original. I have it. I
Is
saved
the
it.
original nuke?
Yes, it is. I saved it. So remember this
Holy
nuke
shit,
Xander
yeah.
talked about forever that he wanted to release? Well, why do you think we didn't release it? It wasn't to protect Cherry, like we originally were going to not release it. It was because whenever things had become so insurmountably important that Xander needed to release this to protect himself because he lost 10,000 subscribers, White Nervosa said she was going to drop his website if he came out with it, and they treated it as if this was to protect Cherry. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Cherry was never in danger, and was not in danger. Cherry was playing it up to avoid any kind of accountability for what they had been covering up, right? And on top of this, right, here's an example of Keffals DMing Cherry.
I don't know. I've seen people that get on the bad side of Keffals get chased off the internet before, right? The way that Keffals is playing this is right when Keffals is putting out, you know, anybody that she doesn't like, whether it's Soul Bunny or Foreign Man, she's putting out personal information about them, about Foreign's like family, right? I think that there might have been reasonable concern for Cherry with Keffals at her peak. Remember, Keffals at her peak as a streamer is like a 2,000 concurrent streamer. I'm trying to think of perspective. Who do we know that's like 2,000? Oh my god, chat, that's a weird spot. Like Mike from PA or something? Pretty big streamer. I don't know if Mike's the best. I don't actually know what numbers Mike's doing anymore, but regardless, Keffals has still a lot of clout at this point in December of 2023. Not as much clout as she had, you know, after the Southern Equality stream. Not as much clout as she had after you know, having gotten swatted, but a decent amount of power.
A dox, right? Kiwi Farms doesn't have this. Keffals did it herself. Keffals would regularly dox people, just like Kiwi Farms did, and share it around in private circles, and it would eventually disseminate into general public knowledge, right? And Cherry knew about this. And the only reason Cherry came to us about this was because Cherry was being vindictive towards Keffals after Keffals had backstabbed Cherry. So we can go forward, obviously. Sorry, some of this isn't even all that relevant now.
Yeah, a lot of this is about the Keffals stuff, but you should just generally... Here's an example of like...
Oh god, I forgot about Borpa. Anybody remember Borpa? This was like a Borpa Spinning was a Twitter account that was supposedly Keffals, but we never got confirmation.
Talking to Cherry about turning on people and stuff. Like Cherry was very duplicitous and always suggested that we turn on people. And so there's...
Wait, let me read this really quick. Can you please explain, says Keffals. How did Shu pedojack at Xanderhal? When did this happen? I can't find it. When did Shu say Xanderhal is a PDF? Or imply that Xanderhal is a PDF? Cherry, she called DemonMamma a useful idiot for PDFs in the main video on Balenciaga. Like, included her in a section called Useful Idiots. I will dig up the video. I remember that section. It was also mainly her audience, and I will attest to this, even though I am pissed with Xan. Shu's audience will call us PDFs and send us threats for weeks and, did call us PDFs and send their threats for weeks and didn't stop them in any way. Her Balenciaga video was painting people who disagreed with her as PDFs and PDF defenders.
There's a trend of that. Really, the thing that Cherry did that was the most problematic was the telling me the information about Keffals that it was so damning. And like at that point, I was acting with that information. So like the drama went from me having like a personal disagreement with her to me knowing that she's like just this awful person behind the scenes. Like it's not just that she and I have a disagreement. Now I know she's scamming people. Now I know that the HRT that she was recommending to people was actually unsafe, and that there were trans men getting or trans boys men getting their shipments of TRT vials and they had hairs in them, finding out that she's a doxer, finding out that she like laughs and likes to see content and rape victims. These were all things that like.
Oh shit! Okay, I got it. Okay, so let me talk about the rape victim thing, right? Xanderhal's talking about Courtney Orchard. Courtney Orchard is the sister of Lily Orchard, and claims to have been R-worded by Courtney as a child. And so when when somebody shared this video in Discord, Keffals said, "Isn't it funny that as a content creator, when I see like blah 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 R-worded by her sister, the first thing I think of is like what a banger video this would be, right? What a banger video I could make out of this, like, right? Clicks, right?" So Keffals is actually being a little bit self aware there. I didn't take what she said. Now, again, I do agree that Keffals is an awful person. I do agree that Keffals has done a lot of awful things, but I think I remember the screenshot that maybe we'll bring it up here in a second. We can judge for ourselves, right? But I think I remember the screenshot in question. I mean, it's like it's an edgy joke, right? Obviously, if somebody's a victim of, Keffals was laughing at the fact at herself for thinking about clicks when she saw a video describing a horrible thing that supposedly happened to someone, right? So that's the context that they're completely robbing of this.
Unhinged when I talk about her on stream in some cases, and that was a lot of the fuel that fed the fire.
So
and in the meantime, I'm begging to release this
real quick,
stuff. And
JJ Monahan, if Keffals is a piece of shit, and you're not arguing that, what is a person who covered for Keffals for at least months? I want to say she worked for over a year for Keffals. I don't know the specifics. Covered for Keffals for a long time, holding this information, and only came out with it, gave it to us, and then told us we weren't allowed to do anything with it. If we are somehow damned for this, right? Then how is Cherry not as well? And on top of Xander having a breakdown on Cherry, Cherry would do this constantly. If I come to you and I break into your DMs and spam your phone and you're dependent on me for your income, and I'm constantly forcing you to do emotional labor to take care of me, right?
Emotional labor?
I say, hey man.
What? Xan did emotional labor? What is this?
You know, when you blew up at me after I had failed you in a part to do with your finances that could lead to you going homeless, when you blew up on me, that was abusive. When Cherry would do this for things like not getting attention at 1 a.m., Cherry would go out of her way to DM Xander's friends, such as me, right? And try to wake him up in his home physically to try to get his attention. And like I said, this is so bad that Cherry went through and deleted all DMs with everybody. We can't even show receipts because Cherry doesn't want there to be receipts. Which side do you think is wrong? The one that is lying and hiding shit, or the one that is trying to show receipts and being denied it? If you, at this point...
The answer is, we don't know, right? I've had this shit used on me, right? I've had an interaction with a Zionist streamer named Aristocracy, a right-wing, a far-right streamer named Aristocracy, where I was told by someone on my mod team that there was an attempt to take my channel down, and their advice to me was, you need to delete this VOD. And I'm like, there's nothing, I didn't say anything wrong in this VOD. And they said it doesn't matter if you get mass reported, right? If they go to their Discord, which Aristocracy has access, is best friends with a huge Discord owner named Doobie, who has a Discord that's like half Nazis that would hate me just, by my identity, right? So there's plausible reason that I could get mass reported, and this mod, tells me the best solution is to delete the VOD. It wasn't. I should have left it up, right? But I took this person's advice because I was just super new to streaming and naive and just had never been in any sort of controversy like this before. And the fact that I deleted that VOD was used by aristocracy to claim anything and everything that she wanted to be in that VOD was in that VOD. And what's the evidence? Oh, I deleted it. So there must be something really bad in it. We ended up recovering a tiny bit of the VOD that disproved the claims that aristocracy made, though. Her mod was one of her star witnesses. Like, she had a mod that had come into the chat and made some claims about the situation that then when we found that 5 minutes of the VOD that was still on the Twitch servers. Twitch has this weird thing where they don't store. I don't know if this is still true, but they didn't used to store like whole VODs, right? It's not one file. It's like a bunch of 5-second files, a bunch of tiny little files that get put together to play the VOD, right? And so there was one of those still up on the Twitch servers that somebody was able to find. I got a hold of it, and it showed that mod in chat, literally contradicting herself. So we were able to, disprove the allegations nonetheless. But it was a really scary situation because I'm in the situation where I'm getting accused of all this shit by this horrible right-wing person, and I don't have the ability to disprove it. So I'm not going to turn around and believe Ethan in whatever he wants to. He can now claim whatever's in there. I think that Cherry deleting the I don't know what reason Cherry deleted the messages, but it probably wasn't a good idea because of exactly this kind of thing. This is what people do. This is what people do when you delete something, right? They can now claim whatever they want. You divulged nuclear secrets in the DMs now, and nobody can prove them wrong. So yeah, I will say what's in the what do I think is in those receipts? What do I think is in those DMs? I don't know because they're deleted. All right, and I'm not going to jump to the conclusion that Ethan wants me to, just because there's no receipts to prove him wrong.
Have any trust in Cherry. You do not want the truth. You want to believe your biases.
I feel like the deleting the receipts is pretty obvious. So I feel like what people probably have the biggest problem with is the framing of my DMs out of context. There's a very good reason why Cherry deleted their messages. It's not just so we can't find receipts to prove any of our points. It's also to eliminate the context of our conversations. So when she shows those screenshots, I'm not watching her stream because I'm not interested in fan fiction. It's not my thing. But what I'm imagining is any moment where we had an argument. I'm trying to remember every moment we had an argument. Or I know that I saw one clip, and that's the clip of her going over when I was just blowing up Cherry's messages to.
Okay, so I see what Xanderhal's saying. So basically his argument here is that it's not just to take out the things that Cherry said that supposedly she doesn't want shown, right? It's also to rob Xan and Ethan of the ability to show context for any, if there's greater context for any of the Discord logs that Cherry shared, that DemonMamma brought forward from Cherry's, right? Then it's now impossible for Xanderhal to go look that up in the Discord messages and say, oh no, here's 3 lines before that, here's 3 lines after that, and it makes more sense with the context, right? If there is any kind of context that would make that okay, then it's gone. And yeah, that's a possibility too, right? Unless Cherry's able to show a greater context, you got to be careful about how you interpret those messages. But a lot of these, it's just it's hard to imagine a context that makes this okay.
A response because I needed them to forward me that file. I wasn't getting a response from anyone else either, so I needed it from Cherry. Someone else could have provided it. It wasn't just Cherry that I was relying on. Cherry was just the only one with access to it that was online at the time and was close to responding because their little thing was lit up, and I knew that I was blinging their computer every time. And yes, they did do that where we were hanging out together, and you woke me up in the morning.
Cherry's
and you
character
showed me your
hold on
phone,
real
and
quick.
Cherry...
Someone said Cherry's character has nothing to do with not paying them. You offered to pay Cherry continuously. The times in which you said you would not pay Cherry are times in which the channel would die, such as what was shown on the stream in which you would hypothetically go homeless. How you're expected to pay Cherry when they led to a situation in which you go homeless, I don't know. And then what is the accusation? Is it that Xander didn't pay Cherry?
I can respond to this way better because I know the situation more. But like you're now my editor, so you can kind of attest on your own end.
Okay,
like,
so do you guys want some context of how Xander pays? This month, I had to drive cross country, and I also had 10 days with no power. I could not edit for Xander. I still got out some juicers, and we got best views we've had in months on this month, but I wasn't able to do as much work as normal. Xander paid me on time what I was owed consistently. Okay, and
Okay,
also,
so I will confirm a little bit of what he's saying in that the channel does seem to be legitimately doing good now. We looked at this before, and I was a little bit surprised by this, right? And it's not great, right? Like, this is not great. I mean, you're a bigger channel, so you're losing subs every month, but then you're gaining enough to be mostly above water. But compared to other, and right here, you know, this is the Keffals drama from December and November. Oh my gosh. Let me back off on this again. All right. So this is what we're looking at, right? But yeah, when I compared this to DemonMamma's numbers and other people on White Leaf's numbers, Zan's actually doing not that bad. And I don't see I don't see a drop off from you know, Cherry's supposedly professional edits of Zan's videos to Ethan's maybe, you know, I don't know what Ethan's experience is in terms of editing, but so I mean, like, that part's true.
So Cherry is on stream, or Cherry is telling DemonMamma on stream that they ran everything. And while that is technically true, do you all want to see the extent of what running everything means for a Xanderhal stream? It's really simple. Okay, we go to Premiere Pro. All right, let's open up Premiere Pro. Do you guys want to see the work that has to go into editing a Xanderhal video? It is not a lot of work. 1,500 is a very fair rate for that, and I'll show you fucking why. Okay, I'm going to show you what Cherry did. Cherry trained
1,500 a month.
If Cherry's going to claim they were being underpaid, they're a fucking liar. Okay, you want to see the extent of the work? We open up a template. This template is the same every single time, okay? We delete whatever the most recent video is, okay? We open up... We open up a video, right? Let's say, oh, I haven't done our third upload today, so I'll go ahead and do our third upload right now, okay? So I don't even look at the video at all. I throw it onto the timeline, okay? I'm going to zoom in without needing to play the video at all. I can trim the intro because I know what it looks like. I can set it to where it needs to be. I pull this out. I set the outro to where it needs to be. Pull this out. Pull this here. Zoom in. Set the opacity to fade out at the end. Just 1 second. Set the opacity to fade out on the last frame. The last frame is the longest step in this whole thing. Goes to 0, right? Then I scan this and I try to see if there's any segments where Xander doesn't talk, because that happens sometimes when he has to search. Seems like there aren't. Then I go to export and I type whatever the title is, and that is the video.
Okay. For the record, sorry. For the record, this is very lazy editing, right? This is very low effort editing. This is a lot less than what I do with almost any of my videos, right? There's a lot more that you can do to make a video viewable. Yeah, there's not. Okay, this is very lazy, right? At the bare minimum for a streamer video. And again, my latest video is going to be lazily edited. I apologize, Chad. I don't have room on my hard drives at the moment to download things, so for that reason, my editing is maybe even lazier than this for this the video that's coming out tomorrow, the Sneeko Moist Critical video, right? But normally, what I'll do is I will scroll through the video, delete any curse words, delete any words that might get the video demonetized. Put a little bleep in there. Delete, yeah, like you said, any blank space, any ums or uhs, and find something that find the most exciting part of the video. Copy that and put it up front, right? But I mean, there are some things that I could probably learn from this. Like a template would be nice. I should get a template. That would make things easier for me. That being said, yeah, I guess this kind of editing is pretty normal. But you're not with Xanderhal. I don't know. What does he upload? Like, I would say it's at least three a week. So we're not just talking about like one of these. We're talking about over the course of the month. This happens at least 12 times, if not more. Sounds like he's bragging about something that doesn't even make sense for him to brag about. Metal says Cherry is underpaid because she did. Oh yeah, she did. She was a manager. Like the way that they describe like Cherry's role in the Xanderhal organization, it doesn't sound like an editor. It sounds like a manager. It sounds like there's a lot more that Cherry's actually doing here.
That is rendering time is what makes it take forever, right? But that is, I do that 3 times a day. That is my job.
Yeah.
Also, okay, I'm sorry. Let me just like. He's massively 3 times a day. 3 times a day. Wait, what? 3 times a day? Okay. So look, this is very minimal editing, and I believe what they said. A lot of what Xander does, a lot of his technique seems to be geared towards making it so that there is less editing to do. Because what Xanderhal will do when he goes into a segment, he, I think, reads a prepared intro. So whatever the segment's going to be about, right? He does an intro. You guys remember a few years back when we were talking about blah, 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 blah. Well, they've come back and they've got a new video, where they're claiming that yada, 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 right? That's, so some of this work is actually done on the front end. It is done live, as Bill O'Reilly would say, right? And that makes things easier on the editor because then they don't have to go hunting through the video and find the sizzle reel, which is the other way to introduce a video. Now, it might not get as many clicks as it would if there was a good, edit on it, but, they're talking about 3 times a day. They're talking about 3 videos a day or 3 videos per stream, really, is I think what they mean. And so they're kind of minimizing it, right? A lot of it's done on the front end. He makes sure to say like or subscribe, so you don't have to put have like a segment of Xan saying like or subscribe and kind of shoehorn it in at the end or anything like that. But my understanding is that Cherry was doing, I don't know how much of that, but a lot of that Cherry was managing. Anyway, DemonMamma's claim is that essentially Xan turned on his camera and streamed, and that was his whole responsibility. And to me, that says that maybe Cherry was even writing the intros, Cherry was designing the segments, Cherry was programming Xan's stream. That's a huge amount of work. I have never had somebody program a stream for me. And I don't know how many streamers do. And also, so we talked about like the 3 videos a day. Ethan described the editing process. I believe Ethan. I believe that that's maybe, all that they were doing. They've got kind of a formula for it, but that's not the end of it. All right. You render the video. That does take a while. You upload the video. That also takes a while. And then you've got to go into YouTube. You got to write a description. Maybe they just have a pre-program. Maybe they don't do descriptions, right? But, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that you've got to do. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that you got to set. You got to set the monetization. And then after you set the monetization, you tell YouTube, there might be a few bad words in here. There might be some discussion of adult topics in here, but that's about it. And, and then you go through and you those little cards that pop up where it's like, like watch this video, watch this video, watch this video. And at the end of it, there's a card that says, watch this video. That's all stuff that the streamer, and in this case, I doubt it's Xanderhal, the editor's doing this stuff, right? Uploading a YouTube video is not nearly, even for Ethan, even with his minimal kind of, pared down, sort of, simplified, formula for editing a video. Even with that, there's a lot more work than Ethan is actually representing here. Yeah, I can say as somebody who does this for a living, it's a little bit more work than that.
Very well, especially considering that Cherry, I need to remind you all, and I could, the thing is, I can probably provide screenshots that are just like my responses to these things, but I don't know how well that illustrates it. Is there a way to like zoom all the way to the top of your messages with somebody on Discord? Like the very beginning, like instantly?
You could search by date and then oldest. Anyways, point is,
Okay.
the longest part of the
I
editing...
wanted to add more context.
Oh, okay,
Fine,
sure.
I got Yeah. So the editing process is very simple, fair. But, it could take more time for others. And, I can see how other people could pick holes in that. The fact is that when Cherry first started working for me, I was currently dealing with a birthday present from YouTube being a YouTube strike. And my channel was in a...
Also, I got to point something out, okay? That's not a good thumbnail. That's not a good thumbnail. The quality of the thumbnails has massively gone down since Cherry quit. Now, it may be the case that it performs nearly as well as a better thumbnail, but Cherry was doing more work than it looks like what Ethan is doing in terms of thumbnails. Like Zan's thumbnail quality has gone down in... His thumbnails have gone down in quality. That I can say for sure. I don't know how much it matters. I don't know how many views he's losing because of having a worse thumbnail. And he's, like I said, he's doing all right. I don't think his channel's doing like badly. It doesn't show. Like DemonMamma's claim was that he had this huge vacuum of talent, right? That everyone and everything that was holding him up has left his team, and that he's barely functioning. I don't think that that's true either. Right, but I will point out that this is a lot different than what I would assume a professional political streamer would upload in terms of a thumbnail.
Bad place. Like, it was not looking good, and I had Cherry
what's up, Vamps? Vamps can attest to this, right? Hassan fan channels have better thumbnails, and they only get paid by YouTube subs.
Times a day at that point messaging me, and I just kind of saw their messages and was like, oh, there's someone messaging me, and they were offering me like a position for editing, like to edit for me, and I could not afford an editor at that time more than ever. Like, I was not in a good place financially. That was very much deep into my relationship with Lonnie when I didn't know I was having money taken out from under me constantly. And so I messaged Cherry back eventually and responded to their asking to be an editor with like, hey,
and look, this has always been a question for me because I talked to Lonnie a little bit. Lonnie got mad at me when I reacted to one of Xanderhal's videos and actually came into chat to to argue with me a little bit. And Lonnie let me know that she was the one that did like I was talking about Xanderhal's thumbnail, and I made a point about it, and she said, actually, I made that thumbnail, right? So Lonnie was at least doing some of the thumbnails. And what I'm starting to wonder is, like, how much was Lonnie doing, right? Because here's my thought, okay? I don't know this. I can't confirm this, and I don't want to tell you. I don't want you going away from here thinking something that may not be true. So let me put a big asterisk on this and let you know that it is my suspicion, not something that I have confirmed, not something that I know for sure. But I have a suspicion that what Cherry was doing is what Lonnie used to do. Maybe Lonnie didn't do as good of a job at it. Maybe Lonnie's not, as knowledgeable about, and again, I could be completely off base here, right? But what I'm seeing is a pattern of Xanderhal always having somebody else to do the heavy lifting for him. And like DemonMamma said, all he does is turns on his camera and streams. But yeah, I mean, there does seem to be a continuity. It's Lonnie, and then it's Cherry, and then it's Ethan, right?
I can't.
Oh, sorry. I should tell you all who Lonnie is. Lonnie is Xanderhal's ex. They were together. There was some shit went down, right? And I don't know. It's a bit of a he said, she said, but Xan provided fairly decent information that Lonnie had kind of screwed them both over by doing things like being responsible. Well, see, again, why is Lonnie paying the rent, right? But yeah, Lonnie was responsible for paying the rent and was not paying the rent. And Xan was unaware of this. So when things, kind of went downhill and he wanted to break up with Lonnie, he ends up talking to the landlady and finding out that the rent has not been paid in like months and months and months, and that they're about to get evicted, right? So if you believe Xan, Lonnie essentially, I don't know what the word is. Would you call it embezzling? I mean, they're a couple at this point. It's not like, Xan sort of trusted Lonnie with, credit cards or debit cards and stuff like that. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but Xan alleges that Lonnie was essentially mishandling his finances. Let's just put it that way. Again, it's a he said, she said, and I don't know the details. What's up, Shaxby? What's up, Vamps?
That I'm sorry, at least not like for a while, maybe in the future. And they were like, oh no, I'm fine with editing for you for free. I want to edit for like big institutions and organizations, maybe news organizations and stuff in the future. And I need something on my resume. I consider this like college volunteer hours because Jerry was in college at the time.
Alex G. Brady says graphic design is not his passion. True.
I was like, okay. I mean, I'm definitely gonna pay you though. And as soon as I can pay you, I'm gonna try to pay you back everything that I owe from the time you're working for me when I can't. And they're like, all good. And we quickly became pretty good friends. They definitely had problems, like Ethan mentioned before. Like they definitely had their fair share of mental breakdowns and stuff when things got stressful. But I have those too sometimes. Like we are both autistic, and if you're autistic, you know that like when shit starts to go bad, or things even seem like they could be going bad, it's hard to fight your brain from assuming the worst case scenario and sending you into panic mode with a physical reaction. And so, like Cherry having those problems, yeah, I never really, I didn't have too big of an issue with it. We remained friends and had a good working relationship. And once the channel started making money, I started paying Cherry. Not only that, but I started paying Cherry what I think is pretty good for the amount of work they were doing. It started out as $1,200, and then once I was able to afford it, it went up to $1,500. And we actually had an arrangement, and Cherry's lying if they say this isn't true. We had an arrangement for once the channel starts making $6K a month and more, we would split the income 50-50 from then on out. So let's say it gets up to 7K, we would split that 50-50, 8K 50-50, so on and so forth, right? Because, you know, it's the channel and the donations, or not the donations, the ad revenue that Cherry is directly working on. They deserve at least half. Nowadays, though, Ethan's getting that.
No, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like they're doing like nearly everything in terms of your YouTube. Maybe even a little bit more, considering.
Once we hit 6K in ad revenue per month. But yeah. Basically, I started paying Cherry. Everything was fine. In fact, I paid Cherry for things that weren't even part of their pay. In fact, at one point, they needed a surgery for their tooth. They had, like, I think an infected molar. I guess it cracked or something. And they were pretty constantly complaining about, you know, pain in their tooth, which, you know, jaw pain hurts like hell, so I get it. And they needed the surgery. And I think...
Vamps, you were saying that I should see a clip of your last video? We should see a clip of my last video, maybe to showcase the amount of work you put into them. You mean just bring up the video itself? Is that what you're thinking, Vamps? Or do you mean bring up the video in DaVinci? Or do you mean, are you talking about the Sneeko video? The one that's coming out? Zan, if you're watching, please quit streaming and get offline, get an offline job and make a, okay, I don't want to talk about anybody's mom, okay? Again, we don't know what's going on, you know, with Zan's family. And in general, it's probably better not to involve, you know, people's families, right? Or speculate about that. I do put a lot of it where, well, okay, wait, yup to what? I ask you several questions. Yeah, yup to like bringing up the moist critical. Here, I'll just show you, the latest video that I am. I guess like it's like on the high end of my production value.
We need to go. Okay, here we go. We have our verdict, Savannah. Here.
Okay, so this was when Trump was indicted, but yeah, this is what intro. Let me. I guess I can show you the difference between like what I do and what Ethan is describing, right? So I start out my videos by showing the most interesting moments from the video, in order to kind of tease the audience and, you know, provoke them into wanting to see that part.
America! Bloody hell, you liberal
Mother! You suck! You suck! There is no justice! I'm guilty! Not guilty! Not He's guilty!
Guys, we need to go. We need to go.
Okay, so let me show you the difference then between what Ethan is describing, right? So what Ethan is describing, I have to scrub through this. Oh my god, please don't break the OBS. That's what happened last time when I tried to scrub. YouTube does not like.
Guilty! Not guilty!
Okay, so yeah. So what Ethan's talking about would be like starting off like this. Except instead it says Xanderhal and it plays that song, The X in My Name.
Guys, we need to.
So yeah, that's the difference, right? There's you know, a decent amount of editing that goes on, and you know, putting together the graphics, putting together the sound, repairing some of the sound, because these were like on location scenes. I had to kind of fix the sound on some of these. The transitions. Put a little music behind there.
You suck! You suck! There is no justice! I'm guilty!
And then get the timing just right on this part, right? See, this is the important part right there. That feel right there is what I call like a professionally put together video. Again, like it's maybe on the high end of what most streamers do. So I wouldn't expect everybody to do stuff like this. But anyway, back to the video. Thanks, Vamps. It's a good idea. The sizzle reel. Yeah, exactly. It's the sizzle reel.
Guys, we need to go.
It's still my video. Let's do it this way.
Like $400 or $500 for their end of things, somewhere in that ballpark, and I literally just gave that to them for the surgery. It wasn't a cut out of their pay.
Real quick, to someone who's subjecting themselves to that long, drawn-out dribble, that repetitive fucking nonsense, has she added anything of context at all outside of repeating the same clip and showing Xander having a breakdown because he could go homeless and Cherry was actually failing her friend? The same way that Cherry would constantly have on others, including me, who barely fucking knew her? Because that's a little weird. They're just saying nothing. And then, meanwhile,
Yeah.
we can sit here and we can show you how Cherry was covering for people who were doxing others, covering for people who were laughing at rape victims. Let me see if I can find the laughing at rape victim screenshot. Y'all want that?
We're talking about Keffals. We're talking about Keffals. Doxing other people. Yep, I agree with that. Laughing at victims. Oh my god, chat. You're talking about the Courtney Orchard, Lily Orchard situation. And no, she wasn't laughing at victims. She was laughing at herself for being a little bit of a content brain. I mean, like, maybe they'll show it and you can make up your own mind, right? Maybe they'll show it. They'll show what they're talking about, right? But I feel like there's so much context being robbed from a lot of what they're saying. Now, I'm open to the possibility that maybe there's context being robbed from what DemonMamma's, the DemonMamma's, you know, recontextualizing and decontextualizing some things. But again, it's really pronounced with Ethan and Xanderhal here. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to leave a like. The likes help a lot. You might not feel like you're doing much by just migrating your mouse up to the like button or hitting it with your thumb or whatever. But it helps me out a lot. And even though it's not much, one thumb in an ocean of thumbs is not a lot. If we put all of our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and push my content out to a lot more people. So thank you, everyone who's in the thumb gang already. And for those of you who aren't, what are you thinking? Anyway.
For Keffals?
Well, yeah, I imagine they do. But, like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to pretend like every interaction I've had with Cherry is, like, perfectly, like handsome and remarkable. But, like, to try
Handsome?
that, like, it was an abusive relationship
Handsome?
of any kind is pretty ridiculous, especially when we were just perfectly chill, like, talking the other day, and it's the second that DemonMamma puts out her first...
Wait, there it is. Okay, so this is what we're looking at.
Cherry, like, blocks me and then starts claiming this. The fact of it is that Cherry...
Right, I'm gonna try to pause it when we can see it well.
And, like, was always super hyped about me, like, doing anything with DemonMamma, was encouraging of the podcast we were going to do together. It was Cherry's idea. They really like DemonMamma. And DemonMamma decided that this was going to be a smear campaign when Vosh decided he didn't like me anymore. And after that point, Cherry decided that I'm going to dump Xan.
Okay, so we showed you this last night, right?
Our entire friendship and working relationship into the most negative way I possibly can. And I'm going to try to, like, nuke his channel.
Yeah, and on top of that,
now look, earlier this year, it looks like Demon, or not, I don't know if this was even this year. In 2023, it looks like DemonMamma did, well, no, actually, because I feel like those are just like, those little bumps are 100, those bigger bumps are 200, right? And the largest bump on there is 300, right? So no, for a channel of DemonMamma's size, that's actually not that great. There's a reason that she earns that B-. And I'm not trying to, dunk on her or anything, but yeah, I think that's what they're trying to show. Xan's channel, is actually doing all right, and DemonMamma's channel, not quite as much. I'm just trying to be in the interest of fairness.
We look at her subs. Actually, they were so low. That what's it called? It's not actually showing them. She had gained 15 subs this month, starts the Xander's drama, gains 100. Do you guys know how she began this quote-unquote nuke stream? Saying shit like the stream if y'all want the truth, and drawing it out for 30 minutes? This is clearly just fucking drama.
That's just normal YouTube shit. Everybody knows that's just normal YouTube shit.
Drama farming. The thing they're trying to accuse Xander of, the one who barely wants to talk about this on all, the one who I had to push into letting me get onto this stream to talk about shit that's been pissing me off because...
Dave says, just got here. Why did Xan say he wanted to unalive Keffals, allegedly? He was mad about... Well, remember in December, right? They got into that conflict, which Xan definitely started, right? Xan had a problem with Keffals bringing on Shoe on Head and not being critical, not asking Shoe on Head, hey, Shoe on Head, you did something really awful to some of my friends, Xanderhal and DemonMamma, in the video that you did on Balenciaga, and I just wanted to ask you if you'd have any time to reflect and maybe wanted to apologize, about implying that they were PDFs. And Shoe would have been like, I never called them PDFs. I just said it was a little weird. A little weird that they have a problem with me bringing out this weird, obviously, I mean, this is weird stuff that Balenciaga's, right? Xan expected Keffals to, I don't know, do something that just wasn't going to happen. And I would not have anything to do with Shoe on Head myself, right? I do think that Shoe on Head is actually more right-wing than a lot of people give her credit for. Anybody that thinks, including Vosh, right? This is actually a white leaf problem. The fact that Shoe on Head is around, the fact that Keffals has a connection to Shoe on Head is due to Vosh, right? So honestly, Xan, if you had a problem with Shoe on Head, the person to take it up with is actually Vosh, not Keffals. But anyway, the drama starts because Xanderhal starts complaining about this. It doesn't go well for Xanderhal because it feels like, to people that are watching it, it feels like what Xanderhal's saying is like, I don't like you being friends with people that I don't like, and I don't like Shoe on Head. Stop being friends with Shoe on Head. And everybody's got a friend who does that to them, and nobody likes it, right? So Keffals is relatable, therefore people, drop off of Xanderhal's sub list, and some of them probably sub to Keffals instead, right? So it's working out really well for her. It's working out really badly for him, and she keeps harping on it, and doing video after video after video, and he's like fighting for his life, and he's not getting any headway, right? This is why the question, oh my god, why did Xan say he wanted to unalive Keffals, right? It's because of this. She is benefiting massively by continuing a drama which he himself started. That's why he was mad at Keffals.
Me. Like, they're trying to accuse him of drama farming. Anyways, for context on the things that Cherry was covering Keffals for, here is a clip of Keffals saying, being a drama creator is so fucking with my head so much. I see Lily Orchard molested her little sister, and the first thing that comes to my mind is banger content, said to a group chat of friends. Cherry was aware...
Look, I'm no fan of Keffals, all right? And I do think this comes off as callous. I don't know what went on between Courtney Orchard and Lily Orchard. I think I've heard both sides of the story, and I couldn't really make heads or tails of it. I didn't study it. I didn't go in depth in it. I haven't watched any like drama deconstructions or anything like that. But yeah, it does come off as a little bit coarse, but you see what she's saying, right? Being a drama creator is fucking with my head. She is laughing not at Courtney Orchard. She's laughing at herself because the first thing that comes to her head is like, how many clicks could I get off of this? And so part of her knows that shit is not normal. That shit is not okay, right? And so as much as I've criticized Keffals and as low of opinion as I have of her, this ain't it, Ethan. Ethan is this is what Ethan is meaning when he says laughs at rape victims, right? I don't see anybody in here see Keffals laughing at rape victims, because that's not how it seems to me.
These things, was aware of this constant. I know Cherry wasn't in this chat. Cherry was holding on to this information. I know she wasn't. She was in that group chat? I thought she wasn't. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's how Cherry has the screenshot, obviously.
Hey, Xander, do you think you could go find the PayPal receipt of you paying for Cherry's tooth treatment? Because Cherry is claiming you did not.
Wait, really? Okay,
yeah.
So we're getting real slimy. Okay.
Wow, that's
It should still show up even if they like delete their PayPal, right?
Yes, it should, I think. At least on your end of transactions. It would have been a while back. Anyways.
Okay, so that's that part of the drama. I was wondering what they meant, because like, the rest of these allegations against Keffals, I am aware of, and I think I mostly agreed with Ethan's appraisal of them. That one I'm not buying. But I'm noticing, chat, since there's 64 of you watching and there's only 54 likes, right? We've got a lot of drama frogs in here tonight. A lot of people that might not have been in one of my streams before, or maybe the last time was when I was going over the Vosh controversy. So I should probably say that, it's a good time for you to think about leaving a sub, especially if you've found yourself here before, right? Subbing to my channel will help you find me the next time that I'm covering something that you're interested in, and I definitely encourage you to stick around and get to know me and my beautiful community. So there you go, drama frogs. There. Oh, we a few of you are not drama frogs. Okay, I misspoke. Let's really quickly. I'm not gonna belabor this too much, but one of the One of the ways that I decide how long I go during the stream is with the Dono. Oh my gosh, and there we go. Illustrate the point for me, Sasha G. Sasha G, did you read my mind? I feel like you read my mind. Okay, so yeah, another thing that we'd like to do here, and if you're not, you're seeing this poll, right? You might have already voted. If not, go ahead and vote, right? This is bonus content, right? And like I said, one of the ways that I decide how long that I stream for is if we can hit the numbers as far as the Dono goals go. So that's got us. That's the first. Those are the first donos of the night. So that puts us up. We were at 0% out of 100%, right? We're now at 15%. So those subjects that you're seeing, those are the possibilities of bonus content, right? So vote for the one that you want, because I want to know which one you want to see. And something else that you can do if you donate, like Sasha G just did, is you can let me know which of these topics you would like to see me tackle. Which of these subjects you want to see, because you get a little bit of an extra sway if you're donating. New Vegas whoa, okay. New Vegas is just like, out of nowhere. Up to 50, no, so what I'm doing, okay, so basically what I do is this, right? I count the donos through the night. If we hit 100 by the time that I'm done with the stream, then we get some bonus content. It could be any of these topics, right? And that's going to be informed by what you're voting for. So let's take a look at see what you're voting for right now. Right now, it's very close, but most of you are voting for Cavernacle talking about Mr. Beast. Cavernacle, I believe, has canceled Mr. Beast before, so he's got a video now that all the stuff about Mr. Beast has come out, and it turns out maybe Cavernacle was right. So We can take a look and see what his video is about, what he's got to say about the Mr. Beast team and all that, right? We've also got The Last Supper goes woke, right? You might have seen it on the news that the Olympics, the Parisians, the French, they're making fun of Jesus. They're making fun of the Last Supper. How dare you put drag queens at the Last Supper? Oh, yes, because Jesus totally would not, would not have anything to do with people that other people look down on, right? I remember that in the Bible, right? He never hung out with anybody that was of ill repute, supposedly, and also, like, what the fuck is their problem with drag queens? Anyway, they've seen the French Olympics and the performance, which they think is a parody of the Lord's Supper with drag queens. I am willing to go into that and show you what that's actually all about. Like, what were the French actually trying to say? And it's not what conservatives are characterizing it as. So that's The Last Supper goes woke. We've also got Tech Bros want to matrix the poor. That's right. Tech Bros do want to matrix the poor. They've got a lot of ideas of what they want to do with the poor, and none of it's good. So we'll go into the, I think is it Curtis Yarvin? It's Curtis. It's actually a Curtis Yarvin. If you don't know, this is a blogger for the neo-reactionary Tech Bros in Silicon Valley. We'll definitely be getting more into him in the premium Stremium, but if you want a little preview for that, vote for Tech Bros Want to Matrix the Poor. And then we also have Is Trump Jesus pulling in with 18% of the vote. So yeah, basically, if we, so right now we're at 15%. If we get the Dono goal to 100%, then we'll unlock one of these pieces of content. Which piece of content? Well, the one that wins with a combination of the most votes, and I'll also be adding Donos. So, Sasha G just donoed and put money towards Fallout New Vegas. So that number goes up, right? If you dono and say something like Tech Bros want to matrix the poor, then essentially your donation becomes a percentage on this chart, and it gets added to the total vote. So you will actually skew the polls slightly. You will change the outcome of those polls by donating. So yeah, when you donate, you get a little bit of extra power, you get a little bit of extra pull, you get a little bit of extra, I don't know, clout, if you will, in terms of determining the fate of the evening and what we end up watching as bonus content. Again, if we hit the dono goal in the allotted time. So make sure when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, membership, gifted membership, if it's anything over on Twitch in terms of you got yourself a sub, you use a Twitch Prime sub, or you gift subs, right? You've got the ability to put that money to work. You've got the ability to put that money where your mouth is and tell me what to watch tonight after the stream. Also, counting towards the dono goal and towards the outcome of the poll are signups on Patreon, which the link is down in the description. Signups on Throne, which the link is right down around there under the butterfly, right? Throne's where I crowdfund better stuff for the stream. So you see how I've got this nice background. That's thanks to the Throne Gang. So thank you, Throne Gang, for making my background better. Thank you for making my audio better. Thank you for making my lighting better, right? All of these things that add value to the stream and increase the production value are paid for, are crowdfunded by viewers like you. So if you want to go over there and make a dono towards any of that equipment or towards helping me pay my rent this month, you can do that as well, and that counts too. So yeah, basically anything that's a dono counts. There's links down in the description for more ways to donate without going through YouTube or Twitch if you are so inclined. And if you can't help me out in any of those ways, I do also appreciate likes, right? Likes help me out greatly. They help us push the stream out to more and more people, and you actually are bringing in people just like you by hitting that like button. What YouTube does when you hit the like button is it says, this kind of person likes this stream, and then it goes out in the algorithm and it looks for other people that are just like you for real, and it brings them in here. So if you want to clone yourself, right, if you want to bring in more people like you to the stream, you can hit that like button. It's good for you and it's good for me. So that's the end of my spiel about that. We should probably get back to the content right about now. But yeah, thanks for listening. Let's get back to the drama. All right, and if we hit that sub goal by the time the stream is over, we'll extend the stream a little bit longer and do some bonus content. And there's some exciting stuff in there tonight. I still need to decide what I do with the Fallout New Vegas thing, because I'm thinking I just like, keep on counting. Like that number, the other stuff doesn't roll over, but Fallout New Vegas does roll over. And I'm thinking when we get to 100, I'll do like a Fallout New Vegas stream or something like that. I don't know. I've got to figure out some way to make that make sense. Okay, so hit this button. Oh yeah, I gotta remember to do this. I'm supposed to make stream markers to remind myself where stuff starts and stops, and I haven't been doing that. Anyway, we shall proceed nonetheless, like so.
Edit I did with the Lonnie thing, where it's the da-na-na-na-na-na.
Here, let's rewind him a little bit.
Scrolling through my payment. Wait, really? Okay,
Yeah.
so we're getting real slimy. Okay.
Wow, that's
It should still show up even if they like delete their PayPal, right?
Yes, it should. I think, at least on your end of transactions. It would have been a while back. Anyways.
Also, in case I didn't say it, thank you, Sasha G, for the donated memberships. I'm sure that Dwight Langston, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Benny Julius, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Unobtainium, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. Trav from TO, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. And Kate, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. We'll appreciate their memberships very much. Remember, your membership gets you into the premium Stremium when we do premium content for premium viewers, and it also gets you access to exclusive content that you get by being a member. It also gives you weasels. I don't want to undersell, the weasels are kind of like the coolest. That's kind of the coolest part. And by weasels, I mean you get all the emotes. You get the void coffee. You get the everything. You get the everything, chat. So that's what membership has, its privileges. Those are the privileges. And thank you once again, Sasha G.
Is it time for another one of those like that edit I did with the Lonnie thing, where it's the da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na, scrolling through my payments.
So Cherry's in group chats like this, where people are like Keffals is mocking rape victims. She's in DMs with Keffals, where Keffals is sharing doxes, and Cherry covered all of this until Keffals fucked Cherry over, then comes to us with this information.
Okay, yeah, there was a sharing of doxes. Shakespeare with the super chat. Let me see if I can. My Latin pronunciation is terrible, but I'll try. Cavernaculum contra Jacobus bestia. Jacobus is like Mr.? I never knew that. I'm learning Latin. Thank you, Shakespeare. Not only are you getting us closer to that Xanderghoul, but you're teaching me Latin, apparently. So yeah, Mr. Beast getting some skew that way, and it's actually winning right now, even without that super chat. But yeah, that helps it. That helps to be more likely for that one to win. So thank you, Shakespeare.
And tells us this information, says we can do nothing with it, however, and then has White Nervosa, I wouldn't say blackmail, because blackmail implies Xander did something bad, but White Nervosa threatened Xander's income by saying she would destroy his website.
We were saying blackmail, but then we realized that when somebody gets blackmailed, it's usually because they're doing something bad, and Xan did nothing wrong, clearly, right? Xan is a complete innocent. He's a victim. He's a birthday boy, chat. Why are you hitting him? Why are you hitting him? He's a birthday boy. He's just a little guy.
To be fair, from White Nervosa's perspective, Cherry could be manipulating them. Like, I wouldn't put it past that, because like from White Nervosa's perspective, if they believe what Cherry is claiming, then it's pretty fair to have that reaction of like, oh, this guy's like abusive and wants Cherry to drop, because Cherry's tried to push this idea before and threatened to push this idea before when I wanted to come out with what they told me about Keffals. That has always been their sort of like cry bully fallback response. Like they'll get really weird with me. I'm sure you can give some examples of how they would do this, Ethan.
So
but you know how Cherry would sometimes no, let me explain.
All good.
You know how Cherry would sometimes get really angry and worked up, and I get that too. But then when we'd respond, or usually I'd respond, trying to reassure or calm down Cherry, sometimes they would get like very aggressive, right? And that oftentimes led to some conflict. But overall, like Cherry has a lot of problems themselves, and that led to conflict between us. But I don't really think anything abusive happened. I don't even think Cherry was really abusive.
I think if we want to have
Cherry freaking out on me even was abusive.
I think if we want to have the
think it was-
worst possible interpretation of the situation, shit got too heated between you two because Cherry could not regulate her emotions, and you would lash out occasionally when she would, act fucking crazy towards you, which is just human and normal. And I think that you're giving Cherry a little bit too much leeway here because Cherry used to be your friend, and you've been too soft on Cherry this entire time, like not talking. I'm sorry, man. This is fucking bullshit.
You've been too soft on the person that was afraid for her safety of you. You've been too soft. No, Ethan. No, he hasn't.
Being slandered like this shit, man.
Actually, hold on. You should censor that. Don't show Cherry's real name. Hold on.
Oh! Holy shit!
Did you show it?
Cherry's real name? Did you DM me the PayPal?
Yeah. You
Okay.
showed it, though, right?
I didn't show it.
Okay. I gotta cover up the real name.
Okay, you cover it up and then I'll show it.
Yeah.
So
actually, believe it or not, since Cherry stopped working for me, I've sent Cherry $500.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Sorry, not $500, $400. I counted an extra 100. But if you look at those dates, Ethan, at the top there, that is... well, not on stream, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought I counted 500 too.
I just wasn't sure if it was censored yet. That's why I asked.
Careful.
I know. Yeah. Okay, so this is a payment to Cherry's real name, or legal name, not real name. $100 on March of this year, $300 January this year, $100 December of last year. Mind you, Cherry stopped working. I want to say that's when they stopped working. Yeah. So that's $500 since after Cherry has stopped working. To claim that Cherry wasn't getting paid is bullshit. Like bullshit in its entirety.
If you want to cut that and just censor the name, their name that's there under name section, you can just show it on stream. You can show the whole line.
Narwhal by Nature says, I can't hear Ethan over the loud slurping noises in his audio. Yeah, there's a lot of glazing.
Let me turn off my display real quick, and I'm gonna open up Paint, and or Photoshop, and I'm gonna hide it. Sorry, listen. As much as a piece of shit Cherry is, I really don't want to show their legal name. That's fucked.
Great doxing Cherry. Cherry's not a public figure. It's why a big part of that is I still got a little bit of a little bit of kindness in my heart for Cherry, so it's hard to it feels wrong to talk about things that Cherry has begged me not to talk about publicly, a lot of them being things that make Cherry look bad, and a lot of things that Cherry is now reversing around to try to use to make me look bad. So to defend myself, I feel like I've got to talk about these things, but I'm not that kind of person. I don't like to do that kind of shit. It's just, when the Lonnie stuff happened, I had to, delve into personal details to prove that I wasn't in the wrong there, and as much as I was able to prove my innocence, it's just, Cherry has been by me through all these things and knows how much...
I feel like there was some personal information of Lonnie's that got leaked, right? Through what Xanderhal is describing, right?
Much it stresses me out, even when I'm completely...
I can't remember, though. It's been too long.
Through receipts, which is a big... Cherry knows about my receipts, so they deleted theirs. But they know how much it's a pain in the ass for me and how much I'd rather just focus on making content and being a YouTuber and just chilling. And that's why they know how to go after me, which is just reverse the shit that they've done to me back onto me in accusations, delete all evidence, so I can't provide screenshots or receipts because they know how much I love to do that. And
Brianna Cubbywood says, I thought they were being paid $1,200 a month. What are these tiny payments of $100 to $200? Sounds really bad for Xan not to pay his employees fully. I have heard, okay, so I heard he starts her at $1,200, and then he cuts her in at 50-50 on the ad money, which could be variable depending on the ad money, but it also gives I guess Cherry an incentive to do a good job on the editing and the thumbnails and all the YouTube. I mean, Cherry's doing a lot of stuff. I almost feel like, I depending on how much of the work Cherry's actually doing, it maybe should be a little bit more even than that. But whatever. I mean, that's fairly standard to get half of the ad money. And then I've also heard him say $1,500 a month. So, I'm not entirely sure what Cherry's getting paid when.
Just kind of play the victim as they've always.
Yeah, let me say one more thing. All right. So what I'm seeing from Xanderhal is that he got to skip the part of being a YouTuber that I'm doing right now. I am paying my dues. I am grinding. I am getting very little sleep. I am, having to struggle to deal with things I need to take care of in real life, right? And this is the difficult part. This is the bottleneck. This is why I'm so thankful to have the community that I have that supports me so much to allow me to get through this this time, because it's a real precarious time, right? But Zan's getting to kind of skip over that and get to the part where, like he says, like he just wants to upload content. He wants to make content. Yeah, that's everybody's dream. That's everybody's dream. Have a team, put together that is sort of, everybody's doing, their part, and hopefully you're taking care of those people, and like that's what everybody wants in terms of YouTube. Like nobody wants to be doing all of the fucking minutia. And I don't think it's really possible to be doing YouTube at a high level and to be, the sole, your own sole worker, right? And it's just like that's something that I just never have thought myself entitled to. Like when somebody helps me out with something, like everybody thank Vamps for the thumbnail today, right? Because this is the Vamps does banger thumbnails. I do my thumbnails sometimes too, and they're not as good as Vamps. So, but yeah, I'm really thankful when somebody comes along and takes a little bit of the load off of me. But in terms of what Zan's doing, or how DemonMamma's describing this, which is that he just turns on the camera and streams, right? That's kind of the dream. Anyway,
having these little victim sessions. Anyway,
all right.
You want to censor that, Ethan? You can show it. And that's
I've already got it.
I've
got it on stream censored.
Mm-hmm.
It's just here. I mean, here it is, everybody. Here is Cherry being paid well after they had quit. $500 since then. Like, they're just lying.
Payments going back.
Yeah, there's payments
in some cases I had to pay Cherry smaller installments because I can't pay Cherry money that I don't have. Like, I paid Cherry a living wage despite not really needing it. DM earlier.
Okay, wait a minute. Chat, what do we think is what? Okay, answers in chat. Answers in chat. What is a living wage? I guess, I mean, like I think I'm American, so I think of it in terms of U.S. dollars. How much do you think you need to? And it also, yeah, obviously depends on where you live. What do you think a minimum a living wage is, though? What do you think that actually means? Like, what is your bare minimum of, like, that's a living wage, right? Like, if you're getting $2,000 a month, or $2,400 a year, or $24,000 a year, you're getting $3,000 or $36,000 a year, you're getting $4,000 or $48,000 a year. Which of these is a living wage? Living wage means being able to afford rent. That number would yeah, that's true. That's true. So I was mentioning that, right? It's different in different places. Well, like, what do you? So Octo Alias is saying I could survive at $3,400 a year. So $3,400. We are talking of we're talking about. $3,000 a month, right? Yeah, $3,000 a month would get you to about what you're saying, Octo. Do we think that, like, I mean, so Zan told us 3 different versions of what Cherry's getting a month. The introductory pay was like $1,200 a month, right? That is, I don't know, what, $1,500, $1,600 a year. That's probably not a living wage right there. Then we hear $1,500, and then we hear half of the ad money. And as an example, he gives us, like, if the ad money is $7,000, then that means $3,500 a month, right? And so $3,500 a month would be around the neighborhood of what Octo was saying as far as what a living wage is to them. And I'm not sure how often Zan was hitting 7,000 in ad money a year, or sorry, a month, right? Depends on if you have other health issues. Yeah, it can definitely be variable. And like Octo said, depends on where you live. Shakespeare says to get by in Los Angeles, sorry, you need to make 6 figures. So you would need a 100. Oh my gosh. Wait, did I have that one figured out? Is that like, let me get my calculator out. I want to, because I've been trying to, get together a budget but yeah, so, 8 times. Wait, no, let me. Times 12 equals. Yeah, so a little bit more than 8,000 a month is what Shakespeare is saying is a living wage in LA. I mean, that might not be bare minimum living wage, but yeah, I do get it that in big cities, rent, food, gas, everything is expensive. It's crazy expensive in LA. You need like a minimum of 36K, so wait, no. So 3,000 a month. Gurwan Ella, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Are you my 4,000th follow? Let's check, chat. How are we doing on Twitch? I haven't checked in a while. I don't usually look at these numbers. Honestly, my Twitch numbers are not, You're my 3,994th. So, yeah, chat, make sure to follow me on Twitch if you're not already, and you could be the 4,000th. Anyway. Let's get back to the content once again.
Because I know you're not aware of what she's been saying on stream. She said that you made plenty of money during this and that you did not have hardships because you had all these different sources of revenue. Everyone, I want you guys to show... I'm going to show you guys what the revenue under Cherry's management of the channel actually looked like. There would be times, and this was when it was especially bad, right? This was after the Keffals drama, right? Where there were these dips. I actually have to go back more than 365 days because I've been working for you for 8 months. Holy shit. Is there a way I can see 2023, okay? There would be times in which Cherry could not do triple uploads and Xander would add...
Okay, wait, did we miss anything? So we're going to get some information. Look.
We're supposed to get...
Look, chat.
2023. Okay.
So when I say I'm sorry, but I can't show you my back end, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is, some pretty personal information. So yeah, this is what, 1 month that we're looking at. Yeah, 28 days. Okay. So yeah, so this is 3,000, right? Like, in terms of this month, Xan is not getting, what we said. I mean, maybe for, this would be like a living wage for some places, but not for all places, and certainly not for a large metropolitan area like the one that Xan supposedly resides in.
Because you had all these different sources of revenue.
We're looking at Xan's back end.
I'm going to show you guys what the revenue under Cherry's management of the channel actually looked like. There would be times, and this was when it was especially bad, right?
So that's around a living wage in some places, the yearly, and that's with 9 million views per year.
This was after the Keffals drama, right? Where there were these dips. I actually have to go back more than 365 days because I've been working for you for 8 months. Holy shit. Is there a way I can see 2023, okay? There would be times in which Cherry could not do triple uploads and Xander would average about 9,000 views to 12,000.
So I'd say that's a living wage for most people.
1,000 views. We're supposed to...
Again, we got to remember that this isn't the entirety of Xan's income. I think, was it 4,000 a month? So maybe he's doing okay, right? If he's getting 4,000, like, my understanding is that am I right? Is it 4,000 a month that he was getting from Progressive Victory? Right? That's quite the boost right there. That's quite the boost. So If he's getting, 4,000 a month on top of this, plus whatever he's making on his White Leaf site, I don't imagine he's selling that much merch, but subs and donos and what have you that happen on his website, right? So I mean, like, it looks like 2023, that's not bad.
To get roughly 40,000 to be on track to make the money we need to be able to pay for things to just break even, So Cherry would regularly miss uploads with absolutely no warning to Xander, and then they wouldn't have enough money, and Xander would scrape by. If you think Xander is making oogles of money, he's made about 53,000
oogles
revenue from YouTube a year. And if you think stream donos account for all that much, I implore you to go watch the dono bar on
I believe you mean oodles, my friend. Oodles.
On the average Xander stream. He's lucky if it goes above like 20 on stream.
Oh, here we go.
People don't donate.
This is useful.
Sometimes.
Over 100
Yeah, sometimes you're...
So yeah, let's take a look. Shakespeare shared this map with me. It is the map showing how much you need to earn to get by in every U.S. state. California, 70,000. Washington, Colorado, Virginia, New Jersey, 65,000. Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, Oregon, Montana, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Florida, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, probably some other random East Coast states. It looks like Delaware, maybe. You are making 60,000 to get by. Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas. No, Missouri's over here. Wait, that's Nebraska, right? North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. Fuck, what's in between, like, Oklahoma, Missouri, Nebraska, and Colorado? What is this? I don't remember the state, chat. Whatever that state is. Louisiana, Tennessee, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama. You are needing to make $55,000. Do I even have this right? I can't tell where this. It's a little confusing. It's Kansas. Why did I forget Kansas? I feel like there's some friends of the VOD that live in Kansas. That's embarrassing to forget Kansas. Anyway, Kansas. Kansas, you exist! I just forgot that you exist. I'm sorry, Kansas. Oh, look, Alaska is very expensive. Is along the lines of Hawaii and Washington State and New Jersey and Virginia. Alaska's like the same range. Anyway, very expensive unless you're living in like what, Mississippi or Arkansas, where maybe you only need 45,000 to get by.
You're balling.
To be serious here, I guess I'll get a little personal here, and I imagine people that are being really bad faith will be like, just get.
That's right, Random Girl 3PO. We aren't in it anymore, so that's why I forgot. 70K for California, yeah. California, not just California, Washington, New York, a bunch of states. Was Alaska was the one that surprised me, right? Because I thought you got paid to live in Alaska. Is that wrong? Mississippi and Arkansas are usually the poorest states, so they better be the cheapest. True, yeah. It seems like Minnesota. Like I don't know, Chad. I don't. Would I want to live in the Midwest, and not just the Midwest, because Minnesota is not just the Midwest. Minnesota is the cold Midwest, right? You've got like Ohio and Indiana and stuff like that. But Minnesota's cold as fuck, I've heard, right? But they've got a really good. I mean, they're doing good things in their government. They're passing good bills in their government, right? They're a fairly blue state for being in the middle of the country, and And also, it's like, you know, more reasonable, I guess. Not totally reasonable. Like more, oh, say, so more expensive than Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, and Pennsylvania, but less expensive than Washington, Alaska, Hawaii. Anyway.
Get it over with or whatever, but, you know, I'm just gonna be real with people. I really fucking hate owing people money.
Oh, I see. Shakespeare says that Alaska's expensive because of the high price of goods being shipped there.
Walter White syndrome. In fact,
Walter White syndrome.
I was living with my mom, and our living situation was not great. Like, me and my mom's relationship was really
Oh
bad
my God.
from a young age. But yeah, basically, when I was trying to save up money to get out of that situation and move to California, and move to California, I was offered $4,000, like $4,000 or more, at least $4,000, I think, by Vosh, and I couldn't accept it. Like, I have like a really, I just can't do that. And so when it comes to owing someone money because they did something for me, I insist on paying.
Pause. We got to move to it. Okay, so do you remember? Okay, I'm going to share something private of yours because I don't think you're going to share it, but I think you need to. Okay, so there was a period of time around the Keffals thing where Xander, remember when your mother was forcing her way back into your life and treating you just downright horrific? And this happened around the time, I want to say around the time the Keffals shit happened. And you started spiraling. There was a thing in which you Fed posted to Cherry in private having a mental breakdown. You said,
God, look, Ethan, are you getting a degree in public relations? Because like that is some great spin right there. You know what? Xan wasn't threatening people's lives. He was Fed posting. That's what he was. He was just Fed posting. You know, we all Fed post sometimes. He was having a heated gamer moment. Chat. That's all.
You wish to harm another creator. I'm not going to say the words to not potentially get the channel taken down. Pretty awful, right? However, at the same time, this is a person who laughed at rape victims. This is a person who doxed. This is a person who was lying about Xander trying to destroy his fucking like career.
What does that mean? It's actually Shakespeare. It's actually Fed posting, like FED. So I guess the idea, it's a weird thing, right? What Fed posting actually means is if somebody were to say something that a federal law enforcement official might be interested in, right? So if the shooter in Pennsylvania were to discuss his plans online, that would be considered Fed posting. And the reason it's called Fed posting is because the person listening to you say it, you know, if you're proposing taking some action that might have, you know, a federal ban hammer come down on you, right? Their response is going to be like, "What are you, a Fed? What are you saying? Are you trying to get me in trouble? Like, what is this? What is this? Like, right? Are you are you trying to entrap me, right?" So, yeah, it's more like, I mean, I guess Xan is talking about like violence, and that's the connecting thread there, but it's not what is normally referred to as Fed posting. This is announcing. He says, "I will redacted her. What's her address?" Right? So both intention to redacted Keffals and asking a person who he has reason to believe might know Keffals' location what that location is. So it's like he's repeatedly stating his intention to break the laws against unaliving somebody, and then asking for information that he would need in order to carry out said action. That's what he's doing, and this is why I think Ethan is such a great PR guy. It's because he's like, "Oh, you know, you were doing that Fed posting. Oh, you were Fed posting a little bit, you know. We all have our weak moments. We all do some we do some Fed posting for fun, I guess. I don't know, Ethan. I don't know.
Like, I'm going to be real with you all. If you think Xander is a bad person for having a mental health breakdown because someone was trying to destroy his career, and that someone was a person who would laugh at rape victims, who would dox others, who would pocket hundreds of thousands of dollars that were supposed to be going towards...
So here we go. Look, Keffals is a very bad person. You don't understand, okay? You don't understand. Keffals is a very, very bad person. And while saying this stuff about a person who's not bad would be unforgivable, saying this stuff about a very, very bad person is totally understandable. So in other words, you can say this about Illuminati, you can say this about Colleen Ballinger, you could say this about Creepshow Art, but you can't say it about a beloved content creator that has never done anything wrong. It's a bit much.
Against police brutality. If you're really going to try to DM Xander for having a mental breakdown and saying he wished to harm that person, I don't think you're a serious leftist. I'm going to be so real. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
To be clear, by the way, I fucking rage post about people that are awful all the fucking time. Like, if you watch my stream, on stream I make jokes.
Rage post is different. This is such spin.
About how, like, creatively I make jokes about how people that are bad should die. You know, in Minecraft, you know.
I think it's very funny that we've been pushed into...
Context.
Sorry.
Bad context.
Okay, chat. Look, I never get to make this joke because it never comes up, but I want to make it right now because it's really funny. I imagine in my head, in fact, I'm sure somebody has like done a YouTube video on this, right? Somebody's talking about their intentions to violate the law in some extreme way, right? And they're plotting it out, and they're like, this is how we do this, and this is how we do this, and this is where we get the firearms, and this is where we get the bullets, and yada, 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 right? And as they're saying this, they're being listened to. They're being wiretapped, right? And the feds are listening to them. The feds are worried, and the feds have sent have sent a SWAT team out to get them, right? And as they're listening to this, right? And the person says, like, all this stuff describes their intricate plans to violate, you know, serious federal laws, right? And then at the very end of it, they say, in Minecraft. And the feds in like, you know, Langley, Virginia or wherever, they get on the phone and they call up the SWAT team and they're like, you guys, cancel the operation. The SWAT team's like right outside of their door, ready to break in, right? And they're pack it in, guys, pack it in. Never, they're talking about Minecraft. I'm like, oh God, this is like the 5th time this week. God, we always get called on these things when people are just talking about Minecraft. Jesus Christ, is it Minecraft? No, this one was in Roblox, actually. This one was in Fortnite, right? Yeah. Sorry, guys. False alarm. It was in Minecraft. Right? No. Call off the raid. It was in Minecraft.
Though, Cherry, at this point, was keeping me from dropping this nuke that I had been teasing. So not only am I getting, like, ran through by, like, the entire online left at that time because Keffals has so much goodwill in that space, but, on top of that, Cherry has all of the stuff that I need in order to absolve myself of looking like the asshole because it puts everything into very good context, everything Cherry told me. Obviously, all that stuff's out. Well, not all of it, but a lot of that stuff's out now, and, you know, Keffals got destroyed, you know? Yeah. But regardless, I wanted to get that stuff out. And watching as I'm getting just constant shit, a lot of it from people that genuinely watch me and like my content and think that I've, like, gone horrible against Keffals. Wait, let me finish. Go on. I gotta, you know, I'm finally getting to talk about this. I'm venting it all out. You know, it's like letting a fucking valve go. So on top of that, like, what else can I do realistically? Like, besides just rant to Cherry about how shitty the situation is. Because they were still, you know, kind of playing like they were, you know, my friend and stuff, despite not letting me release this info they knew about Keffals. And I was just like, okay, well, I mean, as long as we're still cool, I guess I'll just kind of, you know, rage post about it. I don't really see how that's bad. Also, Keffals is like an awful person.
What?
I'm gonna be real. If you guys...
I don't really see how that's bad. Excuse me? Wait. Come on, Xanderhal.
How shitty the situation is. Because they were still, you know, kind of playing like they were, you know, my friend and stuff, despite not letting me release this info they knew about Keffals. And I was just like, okay, well, I mean, as long as we're still cool, I guess I'll just kind of, you know, rage post about it. I don't really see how that's bad. Also, Keffals is like an awful person. I'm
gonna be real. If you guys want to try to condemn Xander for saying what he did in private while having a mental breakdown during one of the lowest points of his life about a person who is who she is, who has done the horrific thing she is, I don't think you actually believe anything you do. If someone came up to you and they said, "Man, I really wish insert like right-wing politician who did something shitty, like blew up in a plane," you wouldn't think them crazy, or you wouldn't think them crazy if they said, I would fucking drive a car into their home, right? Like, leftists say this shit constantly, and it's not...
No. Leftists that care about the organizations that they're involved with do not say this shit constantly because they know that fucking brings heat. No, Ethan. This is the kind of person that can't be involved in any orgs, right? If somebody cannot fucking control themselves and they want to fucking rage post or fed post or whatever kind of weird spin you want to put on that, that is somebody that no organization wants anywhere close to them. That is a liability.
Not civil, it's not like the moral thing or whatever the fuck, but be serious with me, okay? I'm not going to play this stupid drama game in which we need to pretend as though we're all these virtuous fucking angels, we're human beings. Xander said that he wished to harm a creator who laughed at rape victims, who doxes people, who was trying to destroy his livelihood during one of the lowest points of his life. God forbid he have negative thoughts that he shares to one of his friends in private about a awful fucking creator. And if you want to defend Keffals, I implore any one of you motherfuckers to try me. There is no defense of this.
It reminds me of like one of the...
Listen, if you got any problem with this, you're a fucking Keffals stan. Look, I've got a problem with this, and Keffals hates my guts. Like, Keffals has done awful shit to my friends, and probably awful shit to me that I don't even know about. Probably said awful shit about me, right? But no, I do not, like, I do not approve. Kat does not approve.
Classic like stories and streaming. Obviously negative opinions towards this guy, but he's been around so long that a lot of those like OG streamer stories come from that sphere. But Destiny was like just a StarCraft streamer back in the day, and there was this kid who hated him in StarCraft that would pay to script kiddie his stream down, like DDoS it and knock his stream out every...
Oh, here we go. Like,
did everything in his...
Look, you don't understand this. Destiny did this. I'm just following in the footsteps of a giant. It's okay because Destiny did this and he got away with it. So I should get away with it too.
Hour that he could to stop this kid from DDoSing him, and he was losing like tons of money, tons of his income, his livelihood was threatened. And
who is Ethan? Is he just Zan's BFF? I mean, he's a good friend of Zan's, I take it, but he's also the person that stepped in after Cherry got scared of Zan and left his employee, right? So all the stuff that, or at least some of the stuff that Cherry used to do, Ethan does now. And yeah, he's also a friend.
Destiny had said in a DM that he had actually like written out an entire plan to like get his gun, drive, and like find the dad, and like it was like a whole detailed assassination plan. But like, you know, it was just him venting, ranting, you know, like when someone's threatening your livelihood and they're also a horrible person and framing it as otherwise to attack you, yeah, you're going to say some pretty fucking spicy stuff. Anyone who says otherwise is pretending. I feel like at that point, though, anybody who's really put off by something like that, or I'm teetering on the edge of like, if you're so uncharitable that you interpret this stuff with the like knowledge that we have with Cherry nuking all like evidence and everything, if you're willing to be uncharitable enough to interpret me as still like a bad person or whatever, I can't really stop you because it doesn't really seem like you want me to not be an abuser or whatever. But I mean, like,
it doesn't seem like you want to not be an abuser, right? That's the truth of the matter. What the hell did bro just say? What an entitled piece of shit. Yeah, he's getting spicy. Threatening someone's vital signs is not spicy. Yeah.
Like, if I was an abuser, Cherry could have just dropped me. Cherry worked for Progressive Victory, and not only that, worked as an editor for Progressive Victory and got let go because they couldn't meet upload quotas, just like they couldn't with me. I kept them on.
How come whenever Zan's talking about being an abuser, whenever that comes up, he's full of shit, right? Who's an abuser? DJ Mule, Thought Slime, anybody who says that woke scolds are abusers, right? Anybody that says anything bad about Xan, that's an abuser. Zan's not an abuser. How do we know Zan's not an abuser? Because his friends put up with a lot of bullshit, a lot of abusive bullshit from him.
Quit from me because I was so insistent on them letting me release the...
Look, you can say, in terms of somebody that's like in a volunteer capacity for your stream, that yeah, if they, you know, if they did not like the situation, that, you know, there's nothing holding them there, because there literally is nothing holding them there. But when you are somebody's employer, you can't say that. People need work. You do have power over them. You can't put it like that. She could have just quit. Yeah, anybody can just quit, right? But people don't, because they need their jobs. You put them in a fucked up situation where they're like, I am getting paid through this, but this is not something I like. This is not something I appreciate. I don't like how I'm being treated here. Right? This is a bad workplace.
Britzkrieg super chatted $10. Hey, Irene. I can't hang out tonight, but I'll try to catch the VOD. Can someone do timestamps on your VODs? Those are really helpful.
I'll try my best, Brett Skrieg, but like I said, I'm going through the, this is the bottleneck, right? As far as like, you know, there's this side of the bottle, right? There's the neck of the bottle that's really hard to get through, but then if you get through it, everything's good. And, you know, timestamps and all that kind of stuff is not a problem, right? But I'm right in the part of the bottleneck where I'm barely making enough to scrape by, and I've got to work as hard as I'm working, which is probably too hard, regardless that I got to work for the rest of this month just to make sure that everything's okay. But we'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. And like Brett Sprague says, I appreciate if anybody ever wants to, if you're ever watching a VOD and, you know, you notice, okay, this is when this starts, this is when that starts, and you want to like leave timestamps or even like 1 or 2 timestamps, that's immensely helpful to me. And whenever I see that, I pin that those timestamps, and I also put it in the description so that we'll have timestamps in the description. But yeah, the ones that really need it, I try, like the last VOD that went up has got timestamps, and when I have time to do that, I do that. But yeah, I know what you mean about the timestamps being helpful. And also thank you for the $10. Now I know you can't hang out for too long, but you did make our dono goal from go from 17% to 27%. And I'm wondering if you've got an opinion as far as the content that we're covering tonight, right? What do you think we should watch? Tech Bros want to Matrix the Poor, Last Supper goes woke, Trump is he Jesus, Cavernacle talking about Mr. Beast. You can always add to the Fallout radiation meter, and if that radiation meter goes over, I think we're gonna say like 100, then that unlocks a Fallout stream. Or you could say Vox Populi if you want. Vox Populi it is. All right, so 10% on Vox Populi, 27% of the way towards the dono goal. That is more than a fourth, almost a third. So yeah, if we can hit that, if we can hit those numbers. Then we'll unlock some extra content for you. And again, if you want to check where we're at, looks like Cavernacle on Mr. Beast is winning right now, so that's new. Tech Bros want to Matrix the Poor in 2nd place. Last Supper goes woke in 3rd place. Trump Jesus in 4th place. And since there's such a large Vox Populi on this now, then essentially it's getting thrown back to those numbers. So Cavernacle on Mr. Beast is winning, and winning pretty handily. There's still time for all of you to vote, though. So if you haven't voted yet, go ahead and do that, because I want to know what your opinion on this is. If you haven't liked the stream yet, go ahead and do that, because it helps bring in more people. In fact, not just any people, right? Hitting that like button, it's the way that you clone yourself. When you hit the like button, you tell YouTube that viewers like you like this stream, and so YouTube will offer the stream up to more viewers like you. So you're essentially cloning yourself. You're bringing in more viewers that are just like you for real. And I appreciate it as well. So yeah, 27% of the way there, a little bit more than a quarter, a little bit less than 1/3 of the way there, and entirely possible that we could open up and unlock some bonus content tonight.
And they said it was too much pressure, and I was like, okay. I mean, if you want to be friendly, we can. Doors open to you to rejoin and become an editor again. I'd be fine to have you and Ethan be editors if I could afford it. But yeah, I mean, like, they just kind of went a little nutty on me, because their favorite YouTuber is DemonMamma, and they want to help DemonMamma farm the shit out of my downfall, because a lot of people want to be able to make their money.
I see the Maoist tie-in. So you're talking about landlords. Okay. So yeah, the money that Xanderhal gave Lonnie to pay the landlord should belong to Xan and Lonnie, not to the landlord. I get what you're saying. However, it did apparently have the nasty consequence of putting an eviction on both of their records. So, you know, outside of the context of a Maoist regime, which might feel entirely differently about landlords than the current regime, it does make life hard for both of them when the rent is not paid and an eviction is served. But I get what you're saying.
Cherry's one of those people, and Cherry thinks this can be their way of making their mark online and getting closer to a community they're really fond of.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post the screenshots in your announcements because it's just good to have the information out. I'm going to let people...
But yeah, good night, Brett Skrieg, and thank you.
You know, why not? Let me bring...
Larry Banks, to be very clear, I match people's energy, so the way that me and Cherry communicated was very reciprocated. So if you think...
You don't match people's energy, though! You don't match people's energy! Look, I hate to get mad on DemonMamma's behalf, considering the rocky, history I have with DemonMamma, right? But you accused her and Vosh of maybe being secret Trump supporters based on them wanting Biden to drop out of the race, which is actually something that makes it less likely for Trump to get elected. And then when DemonMamma gave you, kind of like a soft little spanky on the bum, like nothing to, she's got gloves, she's got Mickey Mouse gloves on. She gives you a little Mickey Mouse spanking on the butt, right? And you turn around and you turn up the heat on that, right? At that point, you could have walked it back. At that point, you could have walked it back, and everything would have been fine. Yeah, you don't match energy, and that's the problem. You escalate the fuck out of everything. What are you talking about? Matching energy. Look, I don't trust this guy. I don't trust this guy, right? When he says he matches energy with Cherry, and that explains his berating of her, I just don't believe him. I do not believe him. Shakespeare says, ego eligo bellum contra Jacobus bestia. Bestia? So that gets us to 29% of the Xanderghoul. We're at 29% right now, and I'm going to add 2% more to Mr. Beast. That's
the way that...
And thank you for the super chat.
And completely nuked their responses, DMs. If you think that's a problem, then I only wish you could see how Cherry responded back, because that's just how we talked sometimes. Sometimes Cherry just spammed me with like, Xan, I'm going to kill you. Why did you say so-and-so on stream? And it's just a meme. So you can frame anything out of...
It was just memes. It was just memes. It was just memes. Like talking about redacting Keffals to redacted with the blunt end of a gun, that's just memes, apparently, right? Wanting to make... It's the ironic thing about the whole, the messages is that, like, if you thought that maybe this was out of context, or this was a meme, or this was a figure of speech, or like it was understood that he didn't really mean this, right? He goes on and is like, I really mean this, 100%, no, seriously. And here's how I do it. And like, can I have her address, right? It's just like all the things that refute his spin. This is spin that he's trying to put on something that is just inexcusable. Right? And that people apparently treated him pretty nice after this, right? Considering what he's saying, nobody just turned on him and burned him and said, this is what Xanderhal is saying. This is the real Xanderhal, right? Anybody involved in this could have said this. This is the real Xanderhal. Here's the screenshots, right? And this guy would have been cooked. And they didn't do that. They didn't do that. They covered for you. Right? And I don't know, like, what is their motivation? Like, could there have been a little bit of that DemonMamma wanted to have a nuke on Xanderhal to just make sure that, in case he gets frisky and tries to have a go at her, then she'll have something to come back at him? Yeah. Could that be a little bit irresponsible given the gravity of what he said? Yeah. Do I think that even DemonMamma underestimated the real danger in the kind of stuff that he said? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, she's not guilt-free either, but yeah, she's definitely not guilty of like escalating shit or overblowing shit or anything like that. If anything, it's the opposite. If anything, it's the opposite.
Especially if it's a conversation that happened while on a call. And me and Cherry have been friends for years now. You would think that they would have indicated, like, a problem, or even come to me about how it was a problem if it was real. Like, this is not an honest, like, I'm coming forward about what I went through type thing.
Yeah, there's the real screenshot right there.
Hold on. Oh, I just realized I don't have
Look, and this is what Whiteleaf always does, right? So they act high-minded. They act like they're good people. They act like they have some moral consistency, right? But that consistency blows away, and those morals blow away when you've got somebody who's an acceptable target, right? DJ Mule is an example of an acceptable target. Professor Flowers was an acceptable target, right? Matt Empanada, acceptable target, right? Anybody that you can show did something bad, they're now an acceptable target, and the rules don't fucking apply to them. And this is what they're fucking great at. This is what they always do. They take somebody, they make them an acceptable target, and then they fucking go off and do shit that's fucking out of pocket to this person. And here we go again with the rationalization, the justification of why it's something that's not okay to say about anyone is somehow okay to say about Keffals. And this is coming from somebody who does not like Keffals, who does not trust Keffals, who does agree that Keffals is a very bad person. However, I don't believe in acceptable targets. I don't believe that somebody being a bad person, like look at the, Ava Tyson situation, right? What Ava did was horrible. What Ava did was inexcusable. Do I think that it justifies misgendering Ava? Fuck no. Fuck no. There is nothing that Ava or anyone could do that would make me be like, yeah, no, go ahead and misgender them, right? That's fine. That's fine now. That's totally okay. No, it's not okay.
Shit fit to screen because this is the new computer. Sorry guys, I'm currently posting screenshots and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't really know if I have much else to say.
I mean,
really.
it's just
like
it's just
not Keffals. I haven't watched DemonMamma's coverage of me because, like I said, I'm not interested in seeing someone just vitriolically lie about me to try and like farm benefit for themselves. It's the same thing as what happened with Keffals. I let myself get really down in the dumps over the Keffals stuff, particularly because at the time, I don't want to get super into health stuff, but my mom's going through some health things, and she's visiting me for my birthday and to get some minor surgery. It's nothing super serious, but it's got her acting weird. And due to that, she's kind of, not lately, but back when she was visiting during the Keffals drama, she reverted back to some of her older behavior that's not very likable, to say the least, and especially less likable when you're an adult man in your own house and you have to deal with it. And it was stressing me the hell out. So I was definitely a bit on edge during all of that, and I just let the Keffals stuff get to me a lot. And I feel like this time around, I'm far more prepared for getting lied about and slandered. I mean, I've gone through this several times before, famously, but I feel like I've
famously
calculated to it a lot more at this point.
Famously, the famous DJ Mule incident, the famous Xanderhal sex cult incident, right? Famously, everyone knows about the sex cult, right? That's famous. Xanderhal's famous.
Because I remember last time this happened, like with Keffals drama. At this point, I would have been like, oh, like freaking out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely love to see. DemonMamma hasn't shown much on stream. The TLDR of what she's shown was you having a breakdown on Cherry because of the money situation, which is something Cherry regularly did to you, has done to me. It went and deleted her messages to avoid it being shown.
Breaking down about money was Cherry's like weekly routine.
Yeah, exactly. So then couple that with, she then shows you saying that you wish to harm Keffals. Obviously, you said more than that, but I can't say that verbally because of YouTube reasons, right? Which I honestly do not think is the most unreasonable thing for a person to say in private to their friend during a mental breakdown about a person who, once again, really gonna fucking hammer this home, mocked rape victims, doxes people in private, and were attacking your livelihood. Very fucking normal.
That wasn't even a mental breakdown. That was just me fucking venting angrily. Like, if you've ever...
You heard it from Xanderhal himself. That wasn't even a mental breakdown, right? Even DemonMamma kind of cut Xan some slack that maybe she shouldn't, and made that assumption of like, this is about Xanderhal's mental health, so we'll take it in that context, right? But there's Xan himself saying that wasn't a mental breakdown, that was just me venting. That's an okay thing to do when you've got an acceptable target. And he's learned this shit from Vosh. Can I please bring us all back to like the origin point for all of this bullshit? The reason that the fish rots from its head is the head of the fish is rotten, right? The originator, the progenitor, the whole reason for Whiteleaf existing is Vosh himself. And this kind of shit, everything from the invoking of neurodivergence to excuse things that are not a facet of being neurodivergent to the use of, acceptable targets by justifying that this is a bad person and therefore something that would not be acceptable to do in almost any other circumstance is somehow all of a sudden acceptable, right? This is straight out of Vosh's playbook. And this is why not just Xanderhal, not just Poppy and Xena, not just Keffals, but this whole fucking network is rotten and dangerous, okay?
To be clear here, to be very, very clear here, if you think that, like, venting angrily and being like, I hope this motherfucker dies, like, in Minecraft, like, if you think that's, like, unreasonable, doing that in private with a friend about someone who's, like, an awful person, and I don't think many people disagree at this point that aren't already, like, very lost. I don't think many people disagree that Keffals is an awful person and what she did was awful. So yeah,
they're speaking about me in the chat. I really hope that Keffals is
in Minecraft.
What's it called?
Like if you think that
okay, they got the stream. Hey DM, just bring me on. I really want to hear about how you're going to defend Xander lashing out.
How DemonMamma's going to defend what? DemonMamma's not the one that has to defend anything. What are you talking about, Ethan? What do you think that now this is Darvo? Deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. That's what they're doing. That's the game plan. And again, straight out of the White Leaf playbook. Nunca says, dang, the heat in my apartment knocked me out. I fell asleep a bit earlier. Is Xan still going on? Yeah, we're almost halfway through this, okay? So we're getting through this. I'll stop at the halfway point and see where we're at as far as the bonus content goes. But yeah, we're about halfway through this video. I was thinking about watching, wait, what is it? President Sunday streamed about this. Westside Tyler has had his say. Tyler's a lot less, placing a lot more blame on DemonMamma than I have so far. So I'm sort of, interested in, what his take is. I don't, always agree, famously, because everybody saw that VOD, right? Famously, I had a disagreement with Westside Tyler. No, not famously. But yeah, I don't always agree with Tyler, but I do want to entertain other opinions of this, and I do try to watch other content creators for that reason. And I know that Tyler had a very different take on this than I did. So, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna have time for any of that stuff. I don't think we're gonna have time for any of that stuff. This is a 1 hour and 50-minute VOD, and it's gonna pretty much take up the stream unless we unlock some bonus content, and then we'll have like a nice little palette cleanser, I guess you could say. Maybe, is it a palette cleanser? It depends on what I have in there, but what Cavernacle on Mr. Beast is winning, so maybe? Depends, right? Kind of depends. It's, wait, what are we saying? It's Xan, not Vosh. Yeah, I was talking about Vosh when you got in, wait, what? Wait, why am I not seeing everybody's chat? I'm missing the other thing you said, Super Kami, but the reason I'm talking about Vosh is because the network that they're on, right? The website infrastructure that they use is Vosh's website infrastructure, created by his sysadmin for his website out of the code from Destiny's website, right? So, because DemonMamma, Xanderhal, Riverboat Jack, Shark 300, all these people are on the White Leaf network, right? There's a certain pattern that Poppy and Xena were on the network. Keffals is or was on the network. I've been noticing like a pattern, right? Is that the bullshit that happens with Vosh tends to happen with other creators on that network, and I don't think it's an accident. I think that when you start with somebody like Vosh, you end up with abusers like Xena and Poppy, allegedly. You end up with scammers allegedly like Keffals. This doesn't happen by accident, right? the people that tend to gravitate towards this shit tend to have something in common with Vosh. Now, that's not me trying to, like, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush and say that, like, literally everybody on the White Leaf network is, some kind of corrupt scumbag, because I'm sure there's exceptions. And, I understand why somebody would want to be on the network. I understand what kind of Faustian bargain they offer, which is essentially, do you want to increase your income by 30 to 50%? Well, sign up for White Leaf today, right? It's very tempting. Streamers, especially like I was talking about being in that bottleneck that I'm in right now, trying to, go from not earning anything close to a living wage to, being able to scrape by and do this professionally, do this full time, right? It's very tempting to them. If you give them the opportunity, would you like to increase your income by, 30 to 50%? That sounds really fucking good. At the same time, like if Brianna Wu comes by and says, would you like an extra $4,000 a month, right? That sounds good. People sign up for PV, people sign up for White Leaf for these reasons. So I understand it, and I don't want to, cast aspersions at literally everybody on the network. I think that people need to know that this is what they're about, and this is what you're going to find there. And this is a pattern that we've been unraveling like all fucking year for the last 2 years or so, right? Of like finding, not only like, Vosh and his abusive behavior to people in on the Destiny Discord, but also that pattern is repeating with other content creators, right? So yeah, I mean, something that people should probably think about before they sign that deal with the devil. That is a White Leaf website.
About a situation involving a doxer, a mocker of rape victims, and a person who is trying to destroy his livelihood. It wasn't as if he was making these threats to that person or in public. It was obviously not looking great.
To be clear, Keffals DemonMamma also knew that Keffals was scamming the 100.
Oh, DemonMamma was aware of all this?
All this shit. I sent all these screenshots to DemonMamma, and I told her about all this in call, and she was encouraging me not to release it because if I did so, it would be a violation of Cherry's privacy. So this shit is this shit goes back.
I love how only with someone like Keffals can you see people defending someone like lashing out at a oh my god, this is so silly. Let's see if DemonMamma is willing to even have a conversation.
It goes back.
Otherwise, it's no point. I love how only with someone like that's going to cause a lot of echo.
Okay, so now here's
I'm just willing to talk about it.
All right, so this is where it gets interesting, right? We saw this on DemonMamma stream, or maybe you saw this on DemonMamma stream with me last night. That at this point you've got DemonMamma watching them. You've got them watching DemonMamma. That creates the effect that you're hearing, which is the infinite regress. And if they don't mute, they're going to end up in a situation where there's this infinite echo that goes on. This is the audio version of the infinite regress, right? As opposed to Sneeko, who showed us the visual version of that the other night, right? But this is the closest that Ethan and Xanderhal come to communicating with DemonMamma, with her watching their stream and them watching her stream, and you've got this kind of streamception thing going on.
Oh, don't raid DemonMamma's chat, by the way. I saw someone in the chat say,
"Oh, I mean, there's no point to."
I feel like they might. I don't think they're they might be from here, but I didn't see them in chat.
Oh, I gotta turn on there.
I saw someone in the chat. Obviously, there's not a lot of people like here compared to there, but there's a fair amount. So don't like brigade anybody.
Yeah.
Certainly don't even want to give them the impression, right?
See, they're not going to be willing to have a discussion, though. That's the issue. They can't control a narrative if they won't have a discussion. Like, is DemonMamma going to address why she's completely okay with like all of this shit and was not willing to come out about it? She just won't.
And I told her about. I don't think they're. Yeah, I mean, you should just show your interactions with Cherry on screen being deleted.
I got DemonMamma fans brigading my stream. Hi, babes. Hi.
Show Cherry having deleted your interactions. That's the best thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can show you Cherry literally deleting messages with me right now. You guys want to see it? Cherry is lying to you all and actively trying to cover it up here. Cherry has done all of this shit and is trying to weaponize Xander having a breakdown on Cherry in private in confidence with their friend. And you can say it's as unreasonable as you want for Xander to have said that, but I genuinely implore you to defend that. I will bring any one of you on into a conversation. Someone give me your Discord. I'll do it.
I want to be very clear here, by the way. There is like an entire clique of people behind the scenes that are very friendly with each other that do this sort of like rumor milling in group chats and shit.
No one cares about the chat she had with you? What chat? What?
Is he talking about Docord? Is that the group of people that he's referring to? DemonMamma's one of DemonMamma's partner has a fairly sizable Discord. I'm friends with some of the people in there, and apparently not friends with others in there. But I'm not. I'm trying to nail down the group of people that Zan's talking about, right?
I actually hold on. No. Give me a minute to talk here for just a second. I'm going to give some context because I actually got threatened by somebody. You see, when you're a content creator and you have any type of falling out with someone, it can be over anything. You have basically like a way of saying, oh, I knew this person. Let me just claim some shit about them. Maybe you can even take messages out of context and like frame things a certain way, right? That's kind of the ideal. But at one point, I was friends with somebody. I'm bringing something up very fast. I was friends with somebody who was very flirty with me. She was very, very flirty with me. And at one point, she got a boyfriend. And I stopped talking to her as much because that's kind of what you do. If someone that's being flirty with you and you're flirting back gets a boyfriend. And she saw that I wasn't really engaging with her as much. And she kind of like, messaged me asking, what's the deal? What happened? And I replied saying like, well, you got a boyfriend and we're kind of flirty. I don't know if I want to talk to you like as much after that because it kind of feels weird. She blocked me and claimed that I was weird. I was by somebody on Twitter claiming that she was going around the different group chats, claiming that I was like a weirdo incel and like lying about me. And apparently she had done this to somebody else as well. And so I'm going to bring that message up and I'm going to send it to you.
Well, look, I wouldn't call Zan an incel, but weirdo, no comment.
I actually think I've already sent it to you before, actually. Let me see if I have. Did I? No, I don't think I did. My bad. Let me see. Who sent me this? It would have been... Unless I blocked them, which I don't think I would have. That would be fucking insane.
Of Keffals? Explicitly saying he's going to kill people.
Let me search them up on Twitter.
And then refusing to even acknowledge that. I didn't drop these yesterday.
Oh, to be fair, they're friends with Cherry, so they might have blocked me.
Oh, yeah?
But yeah, they messaged me a little while ago, so you could probably dig up the screenshot. But they were dating a guy, and this girl had done the same thing to them, and like basically been flirty with the boyfriend, even though he was in a relationship, and it all kind of ended up being some drama. And she messaged me like, "Hey, I heard she's doing this. She did this to my boyfriend. I figured you should know because I know she's like a liar." And I was like, "Okay, hopefully that never ends up being drama, but I'm sure one day it will be." And then she just
hold on, pause, Xander, Vosh,
what's going on?
She's saying we can't watch or whatever. I'm just trying to let you speak while her audio plays, and she won't bring us on. We can't play her stream and speak at the same time. Bring us on, DemonMamma. I'll leave your stream unmuted, playing max volume. Bring me on, and let me force you to have a conversation about this. Because right now, all you want to do is do theatrics into a camera. Let's fucking talk, like adults. Be real.
It says, this is pathetic. You refuse to listen to. I just listen. What do I have to listen to? What do I have to listen to here? Huh?
I'm trying to find that DM I got sent because I'm pretty sure Cherry had a...
There ain't...
Mickey Mixtape says, it sounds like he's saying that he can't not flirt with someone if he's flirting with before. Yeah, there's something going on there, like that he feels like a rejection by the fact that this person's got a... I mean, whatever, he can talk to or not talk to whoever he wants. It just sounds weird. His justification.
Nothing to say about me.
So that I could not easily.
See, she won't talk on stream.
To let it go. If he
she won't talk on stream.
Joke after he said a bunch of shit about people, my birthday boy stream
weird.
was just me roasting him.
And then you got people coming in from like
after he'd been taking shots at me. What are you
got?
I love that she says my birthday boy stream. Like, this is so fucking online. This is so we got the birthday boy stream. It's such a it's a fucking meme. Is what the birthday boy thing is a meme that you got to be pretty on Twitter to know. And so when you're like talking about my birthday boy stream was immaculate, it was the best stream ever, and nobody's ever done a birthday boy stream like that before. We made Zan the birthday boy.
People coming in from her chat spamming the N-word while named Clorox bleach in my chat. I just got rid of it.
Yeah, that's kind of odd.
When are we gonna?
Super Kami Guru says, wait, so we're watching them stream each other at the same time. Yeah, this is something I call streamception. This happens when two streamers are in some sort of fight or something like that, and one of them is talking about the other one. The other one turns to the stream where they're being talked about and watches that a little bit, and then the other person finds out that they're watching them and turns their stream on. And yeah, you get this weird streamception thing where if they don't mute their audio, basically, you'll start to hear an infinite echo.
Thing where DM's willing to speak.
Is it like stream sniping? Kind of, yeah. It's a form of stream snipe. I mean, not, you know, they're not gaming, obviously, but kind of the same idea, Techno.
We won't. When are you going to see... DM, you said that we won't speak to you. We won't show what you're saying. I'm giving you an opportunity to have a discussion to be able to prove it directly to me right fucking now, and you won't do it. Come on. That wasn't from the DM community, you snake? Who else would it be? I am a 300 subscriber nobody. Do you think... Regardless, it could be some random right-wingers. Sure. Regardless, we do have people in DM's chat saying things. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be very vitriolic.
I mean, we also have people coming into DM's chat and saying shit like, oh, we should call police to their home and whatnot.
Well, yeah, that's fair. But like, to be clear, there's like, I've basically upset a very tight clique of people that act like high schoolers and are willing to like burn anybody that like pisses them off, right? And that's I've pissed them off. And so they're going to do everything in their power to try to go after me. The truth is, though, I mean, I'm going to keep on that grind. For the most part, this sphere is it seems pretty insular, and while I definitely take seriously people who legitimately think that I'm like a...
So there's the other kind of infinite regress, right?
I take like genuine concerns seriously, but I imagine there's just going to be a lot of people waiting as well and shit talk seriously. People who...
Does chat understand why? Okay, so I said that one form of the infinite regress is when you are watching each other's streams and it produces an infinite echo, right? Do people understand why this is the visual version of that? Like anytime you open up OBS on a display capture, right? That's a display capture, so it's capturing like a whole screen, right? And OBS is open on that screen, so it's capturing OBS, capturing OBS, capturing OBS, capturing OBS, right? Infinitely, theoretically infinitely. But yeah, this is the visual version of the infinite regress. Anyway.
Legitimately think that I'm like abusive because of this. I'll take like genuine concerns seriously, but I imagine there's just gonna be a lot of people waiting.
Wait, is that what happened? Glorious content? Did President Sunday actually? Oh, said a police report needed to be filed.
Talking, so I'm just gonna ignore those people and keep on that grind.
He's not gonna let us on stream.
He wants to get into VC and talk about what?
And talk about what? What do you mean talk about what?
What?
What do you mean talk about what? The entire...
Talk about what? Wait, what are you... Talk about what? Like, it seems obvious to me that she wants to... That he wants to, like...
Talk about the allegation!
That's what. That's what. Anyway, had to go there.
Like, how are you going to pretend that, like, you like not wanting to speak about this makes you correct?
I mean, she did it with Riley, and it worked out okay for her.
Ooh, 1 second.
Someone said he's making it... He said he's making it seem like people are trying to swat him. Like, I could literally show you a screenshot I got pinged with that was saying... Leak Xan's IRL info and address anonymously if Xander and Ethan wants to play from one of her subs in her
Okay,
chat.
so now listen.
Acting like she said that, or like her chat said that. That's happening in the chat.
Let me see here. What do they want here? Let's just listen in real quick.
Well, I mean,
Damn,
I feel like I've gotten everything out.
I mean,
I expect there to be like a lot of shit talking about me because like.
Okay, so now she... Hold on, Xander. Hold on, Xander. She's actually watching the stream now. Hey, DemonMamma, let's just talk about how it's a little weird. Oh, she's already paused it. She's not even gonna actually watch it.
Yeah,
Coward behavior to not do this on Xander's channel. I went live and forced Xander in this confrontation because originally he didn't want to like dog on Cherry too hard. Legit, what's gotten into you? Literally nothing. That wasn't from the DM community, you snake?
What's got into you? Drama. That's what's got into you. Shakespeare says, when is the premium streaming going to be? Tentatively this weekend. Yeah, I got sick on Sunday, so we didn't end up doing it on Sunday. And I'm hoping this Saturday or this Sunday. For some reason, weekends always work out better. But yeah, that's the premium Stremium. If you've got a membership on YouTube, if you've got a sub on Twitch, or if you are a Patreon, you got your golden ticket that gets you into the premium Stremium, which is premium content that wouldn't necessarily do well in the algorithm, but I think will do well in the hearts and minds of my viewers. I think it's stuff that you will be interested in. This month's premium Stremium is going to be about our tech overlords, right? We're going to be petting Rocco's Basilisk in the form of JD Vance, Peter Thiel, and Curtis Yarvin. We're going to be talking about where some of these ideas from Project 2025 come from, and how it actually all ties back to how it all ties back to Silicon Valley and the PayPal mafia.
That's what it be. I am a 300 subscriber nobody. Do you
Why
think
you would befriend someone named DemonMamma is also something you should reflect on, Lamau?
Sure. Regardless, we do have people. There's way too much audio just leaking back and forth. That's why I had her muted.
I mean, that's what happens. That's how the infinite regress works. I was about to, yeah, is this just your first rodeo? Is this your first rodeo? I guess Ethan, can say, yes, this is my first rodeo, actually. But Zan cannot. Zan should be used to this. I'm fucking used to this. I've done this shit many times.
An opportunity. She can have me on and talk about this, but she's not going to. Otherwise, I'm going to keep fucking spreading these screenshots that show she was aware that Keffals was mocking rape victims, doxing people, and being all around everything she claimed to hate, and she covered for that, and that's why you reacted the way you did in private, in confidence during one of the lower points of your life. Acting as if you were an abuser during that is psychotic fucking behavior from her. You were lashing out in private to a friend about a person who is ontologically fucking evil.
Ontologically evil. There we go. There's the fucking meme. There you go. Unironically stated, they're ontologically evil and therefore an acceptable target. This is what I'm always pointing out about the Vosh network. This is how they view things, right? They get you into the situation where they can say that you are ontologically evil and therefore the fucking rules don't apply anymore. And that's when they go ape shit on you.
Yeah.
She won't debate.
I don't really expect her to.
Sunday also used this situation to brag about how much he pays his editor. God damn, I should have gotten that spot. I should have been his editor. No, just kidding. Well, if he pays them a lot, I don't know. Despite there barely being a need for one, from what I've seen of his content, glorious content. I'll stand up for Sunday in a small way here and say that, or not, would this be for Sunday? Who am I standing? I'm not sure who I'm standing up for. Maybe Sunday's editor, right? But there is a little bit more that goes into that style of editing than you might realize, and a lot of it is narrowing down the specific portion of the stream that is good for content that needs to be uploaded that will get views. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Their videos are not as heavily edited as mine, for instance. So.
I just had someone call me.
Oh my God, you're right, Dave. Yeah, the White Tree Network, the White Leaf Network is using prison logic. Yeah, it kind of is.
Libertarian? Yeah, totally, man. Why won't she do it? Like, just come talk to me about this, because I want to know how you can defend like saying Xander's a bad person for wishing harm onto a person who has done the things Keffal has. Like, seriously, especially in confidence when she was directly attacking him and it was during a mental health episode. I'm not saying it's a good thing what he did, right? But I am saying that it makes sense why that would happen. To try to label him as some kind of like horrific freak, pretty low. Just because Keffals is evil doesn't justify extreme violence against her. Keep coping. You're correct, it doesn't justify it. However, do you think that's real extreme violence whenever he's talking to a friend and having a breakdown and saying that because she is actively trying to destroy his life?
The point is we don't know. The point is he's out of control, and especially somebody like Keffals who's targeted by this, these threats of violence doesn't have any way of knowing, to what degree he's just venting and to what degree she's in real danger, right? The point is, at the very least, it is beneath the professional standard of a YouTube creator that is where Zan is close to his silver play button. All right, if things go well for Zan and he continues to grow, right? He just needs less than 10,000 more subs, and he'll have a silver play button. Now, the way that this is going so far, it actually kind of starting to look bad. Now, remember we did Mystery Inc. here. We tried to solve the mystery. This is the mystery right here. Zan, instead of losing subs when he gets into cringe drama with Vosh, gains subs somehow. Again, they're not coming off of Vosh. Vosh is, still gaining subs, so it's a little bit of a mystery, right? He's kind of doing, I don't know, I guess drama will, tend to raise your views, but, you might think that if you get into cringe drama that you would lose subs. He's not losing subs, or at least he wasn't losing subs until Monday evening, right? DemonMamma's nuke stream. This is Tuesday. Let me refresh this one more time and see where we're at now. Yeah, we're at 700. So it's starting to pick up. Look, this is not like Illuminati, okay? This is not even like Colleen Ballinger, right? This is a very slow burn, but it is there and it is happening. And I think it does have to do with DemonMamma's 2 streams and her post on Twitter, right? It's finally having somewhat of an effect. So instead of going closer to getting that play button, Xander is moving further away from that play button. And as someone who's nowhere near a play button, it honestly kind of hurts. It hurts to see somebody fucking squander his shit like this. God damn. But yeah, no, you got to have some kind of professionality. Look, my standard, as far as collabs and stuff, and I realize I haven't done them in a really long time, and obviously there's a reason for that, is like a certain level of professionality, right? When you're doing content with somebody together, you are sort of, you know, you're both of your brands are like on the chopping block, and you know, if shit looks cringe, it looks cringe for both of you. And being associated with somebody, you know, that is, you know, like a White Leaf network member, right, is gonna kind of predispose you to, you know, now you got to explain, okay, like, what did you know about Xena and Poppy, and when did you know it? What did you know about Keffals, and when did you know it? And it's just like, and with Xanderhal, it's like below that, right? You know, like, of all the shit that we've covered this year, of all the cringe fucking drama, we have not had the threats of you know, unaliving somebody be part of that, and now we do, and it's just, it's wild that somebody that has this much invested, right? This is his profession. This is where his money comes from. He doesn't want to, you know, he doesn't want to do another job, right? Why would he fuck around like this? And now he's in his finding out arc, so we'll see.
Do you think that's the same thing?
Edit that announcement to see, like, Xan absolutely vented, like, just say vented, like, fantasizing or something, because, like, I wasn't actually, obviously. Don't frame it that way. I don't want the cops called to my house. I'm not serious. Also, threatening extreme violence is not real. Like,
okay, and I gotta say too, right? You know, obviously I am not a fan of cops, not a fan of people getting cops involved, but this kind of shit is what will make that happen, right? This kind of shit is the kind of thing that will make somebody afraid for their own life, and this is... You shouldn't fuck around with this. There's yet another reason not to vent in this particular way, if you want to fucking call it that. Fed post, rage post, whatever kind of spin he wants to put on it, right? It's just bad. It's just...
somebody that you hate.
He made death threats, you brown-nosed little weasel. I have a question. If someone makes death threats against someone mocking a rape victim, do you really care?
Technoepoch super chatted $5. Cavernacle. Irene, you
Cavernacle.
have breaking news in chat.
You have breaking news in chat? Thank you for the super chat, Technoepoch. We are now at breaking news. We are now at 34% of the Dono goal. So, and Cavernacle is up to 9%. But yeah, like I said, we will get back to news hopefully tomorrow. We'll be streaming tomorrow, and we'll be discussing. We're gonna have a lot to discuss. We're gonna have a lot. Let's just put it that way. Let's just put it that way, that we have a lot to discuss tomorrow.
Like, let's say he did, because they weren't death threats, but let's say he did. Are we suddenly seeing the defense of, like, mocking rape victims all of a sudden because you guys like Keffals that fucking much?
I don't think it's that they like Keffals. I think it's that the framing is that, like, Cherry has a pretty high amount of goodwill. I've always, like, spoken very positively of them, as has,
they were,
like that.
you don't threaten to violently beat someone to death. I I think you got to take a close look at like literally everything that happened after the Trump shooting. Obviously, Keffals isn't as bad as Trump, but she mocked rape victims, pocketed 100K that was supposed to go for police brutality, and doxed people. Like, I don't think saying something in private during a mental breakdown that is saying you wish violence on them is actually all that fucking bad. And you're moral frogging it. It's you're not serious. You don't believe this. If someone on Twitter said that.
Wait, Glorious Content says she was trolling restreamers. The long intro was intentional. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's why I don't restream what people are doing. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that tomorrow, Shakespeare, just for the Vadis that are watching along and want to try to keep me on track of what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's gonna have to be something that we talk about tomorrow.
Someone laughed at a rape victim. I hope they get hit by a car. You wouldn't think they're a bad person. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, like, you are my current editor, and I feel like if I was abusive, you would probably not be begging to come on the stream and be like, "Let me cut out this motherfucker."
Keep in mind,
Cherry for so long.
The reason I'm on the stream is because Cherry's lying about shit she has done to me.
Yeah, like it.
The guy I pay is on my side. I do not need Xander's money. I do not need Xander's money. I won't go into why, but I do not need Xander's money. Okay.
But also, to be clear though, the accusation is that I did not pay my editor, and I very clearly pay my editors.
Yeah, everything Keffals saying is complete fucking bullshit to you guys. She's claiming she was not Keffals. Everything Cherry's saying is complete bullshit. Claiming she's not being paid. Here are the PayPal receipts. Claiming that while Xander did have a breakdown on Keffals about money because Xander was.
No, Shakespeare, that is really fucked up. And make sure to come back tomorrow, and we're gonna have some pretty bad news. As far as anybody who wants to see a ceasefire, stop the violence that's currently happening in Gaza. So,
trying to be able to pay rent. Cherry would do this regularly and did it so much that they had to go back through and delete their DMs where they apologized to me for doing it to me. And I can bring this up right now. All of the DMs with me are gone as well. I said, LMA, you're good. I hope you're well. Because this was right after they had been training me on how to edit the job whenever it was swapping to me. They deleted all of their DMs. Innocent people do not delete all of their DMs with you. They don't. They do not wipe their DMs.
I'd like to remind you all, when I noticed that Cherry nuked all their DMs...
I mean, look, I've deleted DMs with somebody that I didn't trust, right? With somebody that I'd seen, and I still see multiple, causing essentially like all the fucking drama that she can. And it did end up being a mistake because sure enough, she was like, "Oh, you deleted your messages, right?" And made a fucking big deal about it. But no, innocent people do delete their DMs sometime. Okay, so here's the deal. What does the deletion of the DMs prove? It proves that we can't verify what the fuck Cherry said. That's what it proves, all right? Anyway.
Or when Cherry blocked me.
But again, chat, do not delete your DMs because people will do this kind of shit to you, right? This is a reason that whatever you're dealing with, whoever you're dealing with, however much distrust you have for them, it is probably best to just, leave the DMs up, even if you feel like they might be taken out of context or exploited. And look, if you're a content creator, like and I don't want to do this, and I don't do this, right? But I do know people that will painstakingly catalog every single communication that they have with everybody. And it's not because these people are, wanting to, like, they're not saving it to like try to nuke somebody or try to cause drama or anything like that. They're doing it because they know that this shit happens all the time, and that the only way that they're going to be able to protect themselves from, say, somebody, say somebody, screenshot some messages with you and then deletes their side of it, right? Is if you have literally recorded on video, not even just like recorded in screenshots, right? Not even that, right? You got to record it on video, scroll up and down to prove that you're, that what you're showing, the receipt is actually real, right? If you want to be like 100% safe about it, I don't know anybody who can live like that, doing like that much, you know, kind of like covering, you know, their ass at literally every moment. But this space does kind of make you paranoid like that, and that's why there's people that do that.
I'm gonna fucking, we're done. I could have gone and used the same program they used to nuke all of our messages, which would have eliminated literally all the messages being used out of context to make me look bad. I didn't do that because, frankly, I don't have anything to hide. I didn't do anything wrong, really. Like, I'd say that I wasn't perfectly well behaved in some cases with, like, freaking out on Cherry over being gone, but, like, the second Cherry gets back, it's like, okay, you're back. You know, like, that's just me spamming messages at them. And obviously I vented to Cherry, like, oh, I hate this person, I hope they die. Oh,
Did I save the chat? How am I supposed to save chat she deleted?
Yeah, regardless, though, the fact that I have remained to leave these up, and I'm going to continue to leave my messages up, I feel like kind of shows. The fact that Cherry's nuked their shit, and I haven't, and I won't do that, it kind of shows what's happening here.
I mean, we have all these deeply unserious fucking people. They're just lying to each other too. Like, I don't believe you care about someone being upset about like threatening rape victim. Or not even threatening. That's the wrong word.
Threatening rape victim. What?
Not
anyway,
rape victim. Mocking rape victim. I feel sorry. I'm going crazy because I have to repeat myself. This feels very fucking simple.
Yeah, I know. To be clear, by the way, the people that are screaming in the chat are all the same people that were freaking out at me during the Keffals thing. So, to be completely honest with you, I don't really see this as being...
Okay, so Xanderhal, on the real, if anybody searches your name on Twitter right now, you're gonna find, like, bad stuff after bad stuff after bad stuff after bad stuff. And it's a combination of what's happened in terms of this drama, what you've been up to lately, and then you scroll down a little further and you got all the shit that you did with Keffals, right? It's just like, in terms of you trying to turn people into acceptable targets, you know, like you are with this Keffals thing, and yeah, I guess Keffals, you know, some people do, you know, a lot of people do treat Keffals like an acceptable target. She has done a lot of bad stuff, but like, right, your footprint is starting to look as dirty and as smelly as Keffals' footprint, right? Your social media footprint is starting to take on that air to it. And once you've got that, you are going to switch from the fuck around stage to the find out stage, right? As in, you know, especially considering these are Voshites, right? This is Voshite versus Voshite that we got right here. And you know what their playbook is, right? Zan's kind of showing you what their playbook is. The way that Zan's treating Keffals is the way that he can expect to be treated, right? In other words, stuff that's just indefensible will be done to him and then will be excused by virtue of the fact that he's an acceptable target, that by the virtue of the fact that if you Google or you search his name on Twitter, you're going to find, you know, all this, you know, scuzzy shit that he's done, all these lies that he's told, all this spin that Ethan's trying to put on this, right? It's just, as much as I have been harmed by him, as much as I've been lied to by him, as much as I disagree with a lot of what he said, a lot of what he's done, it doesn't feel good to see this. I hate to see this happening to anybody, because I don't believe that anybody deserves the kind of shit that, you know, to be threatened the way that Xan did to Keffals, and that goes for Xan too. That goes for Xan too, right? I don't believe that anybody deserves to be considered like ontologically evil and be considered an acceptable target. But yeah, we've got a lot to cover tomorrow in terms of what's going on in Israel, what's going on in Gaza, what's going on in Iran, and what's going on in the US. So it'll be a newsy day. I hope you're ready for that.
Where are Cherry's DMs? They deleted them. We explained this to you. They deleted their DMs.
I'm sorry. Sassy Sassari made me laugh by reminding me that Hassan, when he talks about Xanderhal, he can never remember his name, so he calls him Xylitol. Who's that guy? Xylitol or something? Xylitol? Yeah.
Xander. Ethan, yeah, if they're like, where are the DMs while you bring up the Discord with them and they've deleted all of them?
Xander, can you do me a favor? Can you open
a
a part of your DMs where Cherry deleted them and send me a screenshot of that really quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we can show you they deleted their DMs with Xander as well.
Also, I want to send you another screenshot because this is the person who I spoke to.
So wait, now I thought I heard. Can somebody confirm this for me? I thought I heard on DemonMamma's stream that this wasn't so much like Xan or Cherry deleting. I thought it was Cherry deleting her account. Was it Cherry deleting her account, or was it Cherry? You know, because there's a difference on. I think on. What happens on Discord if you delete your account? Do your messages with the other person go away? Or does it just say deleted user? Anybody know?
Ago and stopped being friends with, and they freaked out at me because I wasn't like down to be friends anymore after like they were being flirty with me and got a boyfriend, and now they're sending me threatening messages like take that bot down. So yeah, like that's also part of that like clique. There's like a whole group of people that me calling out Vosh.
We're watching. We're listening to this. Let's watch the spin in real time, shall we?
Also, let me send the messages with Cherry.
Okay, DemonMamma, real quick.
Shit.
Since you're watching now, I want to ask you, saying why will you not private during a mental breakdown that is saying you wish violence on them?
Because if you could speak, you could tell like all the context and show screenshots and actually.
Oh wow, she doesn't get the beginning of it.
Frogging.
Yes, hold on. It is. Hold on. Kev, she will not bring me on. Hold on. I can show screenshots of her mocking rape victims and doxing. If someone on Twitter said that, someone laughed at a rape victim, I hope they get hit by a car, you wouldn't think they're a bad person.
Some of the people in chat, they're spamming slurs and stuff.
Are they spamming slurs? You wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you gotta moderate the chat a bit. My mod. And I feel like if I was abusive,
I
can ban these people.
I mean, she can neurotically laugh and whatnot, but like, it's not going to prove anything.
Keep in mind,
the reason, she's like forever back. Hold on.
I don't think the slur posters are DM fans, to be fair, because like there's a lot of drama, kind of like anti-fans that stick around. But yeah, I mean, like overall, I feel like I've said my piece. Cherry was pretty smart to nuke to nuke the receipts. To be fair, but the fact that they nuked them at all, I feel, is kind of the more suspicious thing.
You admitted yourself that you didn't pay Cherry.
What is she talking about? She's saying you didn't pay Cherry, and then we showed the screenshots.
It would be GigaChad for you to actually pay Cherry.
So again, for anybody who doesn't not familiar with the term moral frogging, this is a derivative of a 4chan slang, I believe, that is moral F-slurring. On 4chan, moral F-slur was anybody who did things for reasons of I don't know, caring about anything, right? So for example, the Scientology action that 4chan did was regarded by some of the other users on the platform who didn't partake in that, who didn't, you know, try to take down the Church of Scientology as moral frogging, as they're saying. So I don't know why you would invoke that term, right? That literally comes from not just 4chan, but the more evil side of 4chan, right? The side of the completely black-pilled side of 4chan that regards like any caring about like anything is evil, or is cringe. It's weird. It's weird that this is coming up. Yeah, DemonMamma, you're moral frogging. And it's because they don't want to say the F slur. They mean the F slur, but they don't want to say it anyway.
Even though you don't have to, because she was mean to you and you're
No, you don't have to pay her for the time she wasn't working to you. What is DM talking about?
There are 1,700.
I mean, they're going to try and continuously claim that I owe Cherry money, which just isn't true. Like, if Cherry wanted me to give them money, they could have just like messaged me, "Hey Xan, could you toss me like $100 when you get the chance?" But like,
so that's his excuse, right? That's his excuse. Cherry blocked him, and so therefore the money isn't owed. And I don't know if it's like later in the stream or where it was, but I saw him somewhere say that, like, for instance, if you go to dinner with somebody and they're like, "Hey, I'm gonna cover it tonight, you can pay me back later," right? And you're like, all right, you can take the check, I'll get you back, sure, right? And then you have a falling out with that person. According to Xanderhal, you no longer have to get them back for that meal, right? That meal that you said, yeah, I'll pay you back for that later, right? You no longer have to do that.
Listen, guys, you have two sides here. One that deletes all of their DMs with the people involved and won't speak to them, and the other one that is like tweaking the fuck out on stream, right? Because they're being like slandered, and oh god, we're like upset, or we're Talking fast? I don't know.
Keffals does the like. I think this is really wrong. Why is he doing this?
Xanderhall has
hold on.
freaking out. If
He's
Cherry
so
decided
evil.
to delete
He's so
her
wrong. How
account,
could he dare
that would
defend
be
himself?
rational.
This is kind of the vibe I'm getting
You
from
can't.
this.
You don't even have the beginnings.
She's claiming that it's
of an
completely
allegation
reasonable to
against
delete
Cherry.
everything.
You guys were fucking nuts. You, who you're
I
just
see.
accusing
So
me and who
it
are
makes sense that
defending
Cherry
the
gets
guy who
fucking
freaked out
her account
immediately
completely
proved
deleted and
accusing
deletes all
Sam
evidence
and
because
his
we're
friends.
crazy. So she has to delete.
Wait, so what is it? Cherry got her. Can anybody verify this for me? Did Cherry get her account deleted, or did Cherry delete the messages? Right, because it does make a difference, right? DemonMamma's claiming that she doesn't want to have anything to do with Xanderhal, and as a way of just kind of disambiguating herself from everything, she's like deleting her account. And then they're saying that no, it's because she's said stuff that she's not proud of, that would make people look at the situation in a different way, and that's why she's deleted it. She hilatiated? Oh my gosh, is this a reference? Is this a meme? Am I missing the... Oh, are you saying deleted maybe? I don't know. She just deleted the messages. Okay. Again, not something that I'd recommend because people Hillaried the messages. Okay, I got it.
She ever sent to us where she was having
Of
those
course,
breakdowns.
Cherry has a right to delete her entire account and disappear if she wants to.
Particularly because
My
like
God,
Cherry kind
you're
of
reaching.
just normalized that in
They're
their
reaching.
interactions and kind of having.
We
that
do have
context
parts of it.
makes-
I said, LMA, you're good.
makes
I hope
it
you're
look
well.
far
Because this was
more,
right after they had been training me
far more
on how to edit the
one-sided,
job
you know what I
whenever it
mean?
was swapping to me. They deleted all of their DMs. Innocent people do not delete all of their DMs with you.
Anyway,
They don't.
I think that's about all
They
we
do
have
not
for
wipe their
today.
DMs.
I say we just go play some Valheim.
I don't know. Look, I'd say that savvy people maybe don't delete their messages with you because, exactly this kind of thing can happen. At this point, like Ethan and Xanderhal can claim anything is in those messages that they want, and Cherry has no way of disproving it, right? It's not a smart thing to do. It's not something that I would recommend, but I do understand getting scared in the moment, and I've deleted a VOD in similar circumstances, but yeah, it wasn't a good idea. It wasn't a good idea. It allowed aristocracy to make any fucking claim that she wanted, and had we not been able to find that 5 minutes of the stream, I wouldn't have been able to prove that she was lying. And so I kind of got lucky there, right? Anyway, chat, I said that we'd take a little bit of a break at the halfway point. We're past the halfway point now, okay? We're past the halfway point. Where are we at? Oh my god, we're 4 hours and 50 minutes into the fucking VOD. I always tell myself I'm gonna try to not do wild, ridiculous streams that go on for hours and hours and hours, but here I am doing the same thing again. And again, what is oh wow, the poll changed again. Okay, so we're now tied between Tech Bros Wanna Matrix the Poor and Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. Last Supper Goes Woke at 22%. Is Jesus Trump? No, is Trump Jesus at 18%? And Vox Populi at 10%, which basically means that the poll is that we have a statistical tie. I believe that is a statistical tie between Cavernacle and Mr. Beast, and Tech Bros Wanna Matrix the Poor. Remember, you still have time to vote. I've still got, I don't know what, 40 minutes of the VOD left, of their VOD left to get through. So we've got time to both get all of our votes in, and maybe hit that donut goal along the way. It's at 34% right now, which is a third of the way thereabouts. And so it's possible that we might hit the dono goal tonight. I can't guarantee that, but it looks like it's a distinct possibility. Let me catch up with chat here. Ethan is literally doing what Derek Chauvin bootlickers do when they talk about George Floyd's. Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't compare this to that situation, but I get what you're saying, right? The Ethan is basically impugning, you know, or bringing up Keffals like history as an excuse for the unforgivable things that Xan has said about Keffals and scary things, right? I'd like to know who wants to turn me into a battery. Well, I mean, I can tell you that without spoiling it, right? It's actually Curtis Yarvin. It's Curtis Yarvin who came up with that great idea. Glorious Content says Xan threatened to pistol whip. Wait, over a teddy bear? Wait, what's the deal with the teddy? Where does the teddy bear get involved? SM says typical men always justifying and excusing their behavior. Typical white leafers for sure. Crotchy says Ethan is doing some kind of Mott and Bailey where he talks about what Keffals has done in the past and people agree is bad, but then Xanderhal was not venting on... Yeah, exactly. Xanderhal was mad because he was getting cooked. He was getting cooked on Twitter. He was getting cooked on YouTube, right? That's why he was mad. Globit says, haha, Ethan would make a terrible lawyer. True, it's like the worst lawyer. The worst lawyer to possibly have. Wait, come out of accelerationism? Yeah, Bad Lefty. We're going to be talking about that and more tomorrow on the stream when we will be finally getting back to news. Finally getting back to news. And we're also going to be talking about J.D. Vance and the Republicans. We're going to be talking about what's happening in Israel, what's happening in Iran, and how it is going to make the peace process harder. And the really scary January 6th like event that's gone on in terms of okay, that's what you're talking about, Bree Breezy. Do I think that accelerationism is better or worse for the political accelerationism? Because I just watched a Bad Empanada video and he was saying to vote for Trump because he thinks progressivism will come out of accelerationism. Oh my god, did he really say that? Look, I haven't watched Bad Empanada in a long time, okay? And you know, Bad Empanada is a great example of people that white leafers turn into an acceptable target. You know, he is not the easiest person to get along with, but he's also not always wrong. He sometimes has, you know, a pretty good point that, you know, you would not hear from one of these kind of content creators, so... but yeah, as far as voting for Trump as praxis, I cannot endorse that. Also, remember, Mr. Empanada does not live in the United States of America, so whatever the outcome of this election is, it's one that he does not have to himself live with. He just has to deal with what, melee? Is that right? He just has to worry about melee. Right, and that's no small worry, right? Melee, you know, you don't know when he's going to clone more dogs. He's going to clone his dog again and send like armies of the same dog after you. Melee is a piece of work. Bad Empanada, oh, you're saying he's a white guy. I'm pretty sure. I always read that as YouTube guy, but no, I think you're saying the other whitey. Weird that they have to attack other nations to get these guys, almost like they were never hiding in the tunnels in the first place. Well, yeah, that's just an excuse to destroy civic life in Gaza. Like, right, those tunnels are a great excuse for them to just, like, destroy every civic institution that they can, level the place as much as possible. Yeah, we gotta clone Waluigi, that's right. Yeah, aka Captain ANCAP. All right, well, the poll has not changed. It's stuck on Tech Bros, One of Matrix the Poor, and Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. I'd say those are the two most likely outcome. The other thing that hasn't changed is the Dono It is still stuck at 34%. We do have about 40 minutes left of, I don't mean 40 minutes left of my VOD, I mean 40 minutes left of their VOD, so I don't know how that translates into how much time, but yeah, maybe more than an hour left of the stream. So there's a chance, maybe more than, maybe, I don't know how long. I feel like I add like 2 times or 3 times as much to whatever content I do, even if I speed it up. But we've got some time left in the VOD still, and to get that Dono goal further on. If you want to see one of these topics get covered and have some kind of a, what do you call it? It's like a palate cleanser. I don't know if Tech Bros Matrixing the Poor and Cavernacle talking about the evils of Mr. Beast are exactly a palate cleanser, but it is something different. It is something different than what we've been, this glup shido drama that we've been immured in for the last day or two, for getting back to some news tomorrow. So yeah, we're at 34%, and overall, yeah, it's just the poll. The poll is the poll, and the poll is straight up tied. So remember, when you donate, you have the ability to add something to the topic of your choice. And that is by telling me that, you know, when you donate, that you want to see Tech Bros, or you want to see Last Supper, or you want to see Is Trump Jesus, or you want to see Cavernacle on Mr. Beast. And that can definitely skew the poll, and as well as get us closer to the Dono goal. That is the prerequisite for seeing any of this content. Right now, Vox Populi is at 10%, so yeah, it's throwing it back to the poll. So again, we do have a tie. So looking for a tiebreaker here. You could break the tie with a well-placed Dono, and possibly get us closer to that Dono goal. Remember, any kind of donation counts, whether it is super chat, super sticker, getting yourself a membership, giving membership to others, getting yourself a sub on Twitch, giving subs to others on Twitch, or even using a Twitch Prime to get yourself a free sub, get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour on the hour for 3 minutes at a time and is unskippable. And if you no longer want to see that, find a way to get yourself a sub, which also counts as a dono and gets us closer to the Dono goal, and allows you to have some clout, have some leverage in terms of what we end up watching as the bonus content. Also counting towards the donos are Patreon signups. Look in the description down below, or donations on Throne to help crowdsource better stuff for stream, like the background you're seeing behind me, or the microphone you're seeing in front of me, right? This is all thanks to my Throne gang. Thank you so much. Also, thank you to Thumb gang for making the stream, bringing more people into the community, making more people aware of the stream. Remember, when you hit that thumb, you're telling YouTube that you want to bring that YouTube will, as a response, bring in more people like you into the stream, because it'll say, this kind of person really likes the stream, let's bring in more like them. So you'll find people that are like you for real popping up in chat as new chatters if you hit that like button, and I do appreciate it a lot. Let us get back to the content now. Let's get back to the content grind, as it were.
I'm down to play some Valheim. I need to hold on. I just want to see if she'll bring up.
See, that sounds like fun. I would love to play some Valheim,
because she hasn't shown that yet. She hasn't shown the laughing at rape victim shit. She's avoiding it heavy.
Yeah, and the difference would be, you have like 9 different people.
I don't think she will. I feel like we should just stop giving her content.
Ago, told you were being insane.
Hold on.
All of whom took
like what other claims are there going to be made that are worth dealing with?
You have is desperate.
Also, yeah, you already showed the PayPal transactions with Cherry, and that's literally just like the last few months that we worked together was a total of like I counted up with
what is she
5
talking
grand.
about?
So far out of your depth. You are so cooked.
She's not saying anything. She talks in circles a lot.
Literally all the messages being used out of context. It's filling for time because like the views and the donations kind of add to her total watch time for the month. So the more views that she can, like,
then why did you
stretch this
hide
out
it?
as much
Hold
as
on a
possible.
second.
You're
Wait,
giving her more
wait a
viewership.
second.
So
Hold
we
on.
should just stop because
Let's just
we're giving
rewind
her
to just a few
we're giving
hours
her
ago
what she
before
wants,
he
which
knew
is
that I dropped the
more
nuke. Let's rewind
like
real
time
quick
that she
in
can
real
cover.
time.
So yeah, we've got the receipts up
Xan
now,
just
and
said,
everybody
I have
who's
nothing
good
to hide.
faith can like.
Few
I'm
hours
gonna-
ago.
So Xan is actually making this is the first cogent thing he said. This is the first wise observation by Xanderhal tonight, which is that the more content that he makes on this stuff, the more that DemonMamma's got to watch that's interesting, right? And they're actually kind of feeding into the flames that they are being now roasted on. Imagine DemonMamma as like as what is it, like Elmer Fudd or Yosemite? I think it's Elmer Fudd, right? DemonMamma's Elmer Fudd, and Xanderhal and Ethan are Bugs Bunny, and they're tied up on a spit, and they're being turned around and around over an open flame while DemonMamma pours carrot juice on them, right? So that's true. You don't want to, you're feeding right now, and you don't need to be doing that. You don't need to be doing that. It does you no good.
If you drop out, I'm gonna run over everything that I showed really quickly, so it's easily clippable and documentable, and can be shared around, and then we're good.
No more than just
Alrighty, sounds good to me.
Talk to you in a
What's a
minute.
few
See ya.
threats, extreme beration, one-sided beration?
Yeah. Okay. So here's the rundown, guys. We have a situation in which DemonMamma is absolutely refusing to engage with anyone involved in the situation. Okay, and the allegations are as follows. Right. That's what she wants. You are delusional. Naomi Chance, I've seen nothing but dumb shit from you for the entire time I've seen you online. I do not care. I'd be willing to have a discussion with you and see you try to flail about and defend the covering up of the mocking of rape victims and doxing, which was literally the entirety of Keffals' platform, and it's what Cherry was covering up, and it's the reason why things have gone the way they have. And DemonMamma was covering this up as well, right? I'd love to see you defend that, but you can't. The TLDR of it is that Cherry was paid. What Xander was talking about of paying Cherry extra was the time in which Cherry wasn't working. So halfway through the first month, right? Unmute the audio of Sam's stream, you cowards. Then the streams just both turn off and turn into like us echoing into each other. What do you want me to do? Like, do you want us to just listen to each other's fucking audio reverb back and forth forever? That's silly.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Bug short for something? Wait, what do you mean? Oh shit! Like Bugsy? There's like a gangster named Bugsy, right? Why is Kanye West? Thanks for the follow, and Lexical, thank you for the gift membership. Yeah, what would Bugs be short for? It's an old nickname for somebody named Benjamin? They call them Bugs? Bugs and Bugsy means Benjamin? Oh my god. I think it was written it was the character's writer's nickname. I never knew this. I just thought it was Bugs. It's just, strange that somebody would be called Bugs, but Bugtharlamu. I love that. Bugsy Siegel is Benjamin Siegel. I never knew this. This is new shit. Speaking of new shit, I'm gonna add let's see, Lexical's gift sub to the Dono goal, which makes it 37%. We're now more than 1/3 of the way towards the Dono goal for tonight, and looks like Tech Bros have momentarily taken over from the Cavernacle. That's ahead now, so that's what we're headed towards. We'd have to hit the Dono goal by the end of this content, but that's what's winning right now. It's all about the votes at the moment, chat, so make sure you get your votes in. It's a cute diminutive, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's a New York thing, probably because of Yiddish. So it has nothing to do with actual bugs. It has everything to do with Benjamin. Anyway, Lexical, if you have a preference as far as what content you would like to see tonight. Also, Wesley Thompson, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, if you have any opinion on what content that you want to see tonight, let me know, even if that's just adding it to the Vox Populi and throwing it back to the voters. Porky Pig's full name is Porky Cornelius Washington Otis Lincoln Abner Aloysius Casper Jefferson Filbert Horatius Narcissus Pig. Wow, Narcissus Pig. I never thought of wow. I feel like there has to be a song about that, right? Yeah, I've never heard anyone call BB Bugsy Netanyahu, but I choose to pretend that BB is not real.
This is proof he paid. He paid $500 well after they had quit, right? They had stopped working in December, and they'd done a little extra, and they'd gotten paid extra. It's Xanderhal. It's not normal to vent about killing people. You need to understand that. I'm going to be real. I think it's a little silly, guys. If you have someone who you know is mocking a rape victim, if you have someone who you know pocketed $100,000 that was meant to go towards people who were fucking victims of police brutality, if you have someone who you know doxes people, and in confidence after that person tries to ruin your life, you say some Fed posting bullshit.
I'm sorry, Ethan, but this is such fucking cope.
To a friend with no intention of carrying it out, I don't actually think that's all that crazy. I think that's pretty normal.
Nobody knows what your fucking intention is. That's why threatening to take people's lives is so scary. All right? Nobody knows whether you have an intentionality. We hope that you don't. We hope that most people don't. But like that's why you don't fucking make threats.
For a person having a breakdown after being fucking harassed. No one is defending Keffals. Yes, they are. DemonMamma and Cherry are. They covered for Keffals. Xander was blackmailed by White Nervosa so that he couldn't come.
Remember, we're not saying blackmailed because blackmailed implies that Xander did something wrong. Is it white-mailed? Is it... I mean, look, what it is this. You should know this when you sign up for Whiteleaf, right? It's just common sense, all right? If somebody says, I've got a website that I will offer you that will increase your income by 30 to 50%, all right? And you're relying on them to administer the website. You're relying on them for the servers. You're relying on them, you know, it's their code, it's their system, right? They're the sysadmin, right? You should know that if you do anything to piss them off, that you can get that website taken away. You should understand that you, in signing that contract with Whitener, I don't think it's even a contract, but like with signing up for Whiteleaf, with joining Whiteleaf, you are, you're giving White Nervosa and Vosh and everyone involved leverage over you. That's how it works. Do you want the 30 to 50% or do you want your independence? You have to choose.
This and Keffals was defended by Cherry and DemonMamma in these actions because they said that's fine. So 20 videos in December, and she only got $300. He said he was paying Cherry $1,500 a month. 20 videos in December. Did I not show you guys earlier how quickly I can edit these videos? On top of that, and they weren't officially working, and they weren't supposed to be working on top of that, and there's a whole situation. I'll back pay it if Cherry really wants. And this is something we've talked about being okay with. But Cherry doesn't want that because Cherry wants there to be a problem. Show the proof of the cover-up. Proof of which cover-up? Proof of the cover-up of what? Proof of proof of White Nervosa saying that what's it called? Saying they would take down Xander's channel. Like this is something White Nervosa herself. This is proof of the cover-up enough. Here you go. True story of what? Cherry trusted you with those DMs. They weren't for free use. They were provided information so decisions could be made. Basically, they're saying, oh, we were going to tell you Cherry did all of these things so that you could make a decision, but you weren't supposed to ever talk about them. This is them covering up this stuff. This is what I just showed you. This is what they're covering up. Here it is. They were well aware of the screenshots that I have here now. Keffals making fun of rape victims.
If they wanted to cover it up, why did they come out with it? Why did they... What?
Keffals doxing people and so much more, right? And they told Xander he was not allowed to talk about it publicly. The leaker didn't want to come out when Xander decided when to attack Keffals. That's true. The leaker didn't.
XBA says Ulysses S. Grant's middle name is Sugar Tits.
come out. However, it's much more likely the leaker didn't want to come out because they had done something wrong. They had been in this very group chat in which Keffals was mocking rape victims for God knows how long. And the only reason they told us any of this was because they were feeling vindictive after being fired by Keffals. And now they're feeling vindictive because they were fired by Xander. And so they want to bring Xander down in a similar way, but they can't. Yeah, someone says, bro, sorry, but editing a video a day isn't that much work, especially when it's Xander's content. I showed you guys earlier, me editing a video. I can do it in under 3 minutes. Under 3 minutes. $500 is fine pay for 20 videos over the course of a month that take 3 minutes. Editing is a good amount of work.
This is so frustrating because I showed you why that's not true, right? The stuff that Ethan did is pretty minuscule. I mean, I don't doubt that you can get at least, you can get it rendering in under 3 minutes, right? But then you have to upload it, and when you upload it, there's a bunch more work that you have to do. It's not 3 minutes. It's gotta be, I'm trying to think what's the minimum. If you just assembly lined the shit and you streamlined the process, could you get it done in 20 minutes? Could you get it done in 30 minutes? I mean, it's not, I'm sure it could be done, pretty quickly and pretty lazily, honestly, but it's not what he's representing it as.
I did the exact type of editing Cherry did on stream in 3 minutes. You want to see it again? You want to see the process that goes into this? If you're doing 3 minute edits, you're not really editing. Yes, I know. My job isn't to do that though. While we edit video, that's because you're shit at editing, little bro. No, Cherry trained me. Cherry told me this is how they do it. Cherry themselves did this and showed me it. Do you really want to keep saying that that's wrong when Cherry...
Wait, let's see what they're playing. Is this Ethan's computer? Ooh, we got Guilty Gear Strive. I kind of like your taste in games, Ethan, if you end up watching this. Vampire Survivor? Hell yeah. Valheim? Is that Rust? I can't tell what all of it says. Elden, Lethal Company, yeah. There's no Fallout though. That's the only thing I'm gonna complain, Ethan, is there's no Fallout and there's no SMT.
Themselves made this system and gave it to me? He's not gonna fuck you. You don't need to degrade yourself like this. I've known this guy forever. Still, you need to do thumbnails, uploads, release schedules. Do you know how easy that is? Hold on. Okay, so with Photoshop, right? We have another template, okay? We have a template.
Oh, we're gonna see the lazy thumbnails. We're gonna see how the lazy thumbnails are made.
You make
Look at that garbage thumbnail.
Let's make it about Keffals because it's funny. Okay. Let's do the photo.
They get mocked for this by DemonMamma, by the way.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and go here. This is what Cherry did about 20 times over a month and was upset that they get paid about $500 for it. It's very fucking easy. Select subject, do this, cut, drop, delete. Then we're gonna write, I don't know. She just lied. And then we throw on some other...
How about she just lies?
Go here, and we go to, I don't know, blending options. And let's give her a pretty drop shadow outline. Oh, it's a little rough. So let's not do drop shadow because it doesn't immediately work. Let's do outer glow white on a nice background. All of this work is easy. Okay? All of this work is very easy.
That's ugly.
And this is all Cherry did. $500 was fine for about 20 videos of this. This is not real editing work. This is not complex editing work. This is exactly what Cherry did.
500 for 20 of these videos.
That's supposed proof. That's not proof of the cover-up. That's telling someone else to be fucking responsible, you fucking child. I'm sorry. How
yeah.
Cover up? I'm going to take
If it's so easy, why doesn't Zan just do it himself? Why is he outsourcing it? Yeah.
Your channel. I'm going to...
And look, he doesn't have my excuse. Like, my excuse for why I don't get you out more videos is because I'm always streaming. I'm always streaming because I'm going through that grind. Right now. But there is a video coming your way tomorrow. I think I got it set up for 10:30 Pacific time. I would make it earlier, but I don't know when my like, chat, how early would you want to watch a video? Right? If I put out a video and do a premiere, like, what's the earliest that you'd want to, like, because like I try to, like, kind of stay like, I don't try to I try not to overlap, like, Majority Report or Vanguard, although I think we're going to do that tomorrow. It looks like not even PragerU, not even PragerU. Look, PragerU is very streamlined, and I have no doubt that they do their thumbnails quickly, but PragerU's look so much more professional than this shit. I mean, this looks worse than something I could do on Canva. All right, and they're using Photoshop. They're using, 2 a.m., 10 a.m. Los Angeles time. That's about when it's starting tomorrow, actually 30 minutes after that. But yeah, we got a video coming out for you tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's not a highly edited one, but it's one that a lot of you haven't seen. If you didn't see my coverage of Sneeko versus Moist Critical debating about age of freaking consent, god damn, that debate is cursed, right? Then you can get a taste of it tomorrow. And I pared it down to make it a little bit more manageable. It would have been 5 hours to watch the stream. Instead, you can get the gist of it in just 1 hour and 50 minutes. Which is still too long. It's still too long, but that's okay. I forgive myself.
Your website, sorry. If you come out with this information that exposes this creator as a regular abuser, and the reason that I'm doing this is because it could potentially affect someone who had been covering for them. Be serious with me. I implore you. What you're saying is bullshit. I don't believe anything you're saying. You don't believe anything you're saying. You're playing fucking team sports. You're playing team sports. None of this is real things. Xander had a mental breakdown, or not even really a mental, it is a bit of a mental breakdown. He's not going to like me calling it that because it's kind of embarrassing. It's hella embarrassing. But he had a mental breakdown with one of his closest confidants in private, said some Fed posty shit.
If you had unironic hella on your bingo card, you can mark that off now.
About a person who he knows to be quite fucking awful, and who was awful to Cherry themselves once. Okay?
Look, no doubt. Keffals is awful.
How many views did those 20 videos make? Oh yeah, I can show you the exact revenue they generated. Let me do that. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, let me show you the exact revenue they generated. Do you guys?
We're at 79 likes now.
So let's go to content. Let's go to last 365 days. Okay, and we go to advanced mode. Sorry, this one got revamped a little bit, so it's going to take me a moment.
80.
Revenue source. No, that's going to be revenue source, not revenue. I think they put revenue in a separate analytics page now. Sorry, I've been using a add-on that is now discontinued, so it's going to take me a moment to get it for you guys. Hope that's okay.
The other thing I got to point out about Xanderhal is, as somebody who's gotten money, he's gotten money taken from him on PayPal. He's had a girlfriend who apparently kind of fucked him over financially, right? He does seem to really trust people, right? The other, side of this coin, as far as him offsourcing so much onto Cherry, so much off onto Lonnie, and so much onto Ethan, is that he really trusts, look, Ethan's got, at least managing editor or something. Ethan's got a lot of control of Xanderhal's back end, and I'm not trying to make that 81
revenue. Okay, yeah, it's on this now. Sorry, I forgot they moved it here. Estimated revenue. If we go back to,
I'm gonna try to do this thing where we get where we try to get 100 likes, because I've noticed that when we get 100 likes on a VOD, that people YouTube shows it to people after the fact.
January. He was making about, during this time, he was making about maybe $30 a day. I wonder who you've sent death threats to, Ethan. People like the 45th president of the United States, who I think was better off dead, for example. Another person who mocks victims of sexual assault. People like...
Okay, yeah, bad person. Wait, why are you saying this? Ethan, you're going to get a visit. You're going to get a visit if you're not careful. They're going to knock on your door and ask you what's good.
I'm completely okay with them dying, actually, and I don't think I'm a bad person for that. I think it's silly for leftists to pretend to. Anyways, let's get a calculator out. Okay, if he's making let's say $40 a day for 30 days. Okay, he made about $1,200 that month, right? And that means that Cherry got paid a little under half. How much revenue was generated that month? That Cherry, I just said that. I just proved it to you. We have videos that made this one made $200. So let's go ahead. Let's say $1,500, right? So there was a couple outliers from the about 30 average, with a lot days being way lower than 30. 30 average is a high ball. If you look at this, for example, right here. Oh, this is November. I'm sorry. In December, we were generating nothing. We generated nothing in November. We didn't generate money in November.
Well, look, Noob is asking, is this about Xanderhal? What is it? What's going on with Xanderhal and Keffals? All right. Well, depending on who you ask, right? This is either, Xanderhal making a real specific threat including asking his editor, which he has every reason to believe might actually know where Keffals is at, like what Keffals' address is, and announcing his intention over Discord message of wanting to unalive said Keffals and people involved in her community, right? So there's that. And then if you believe Xan and his friend here, this was just, he was doing a little rage posting. He was doing a little venting. He was having a mental breakdown, or he wasn't having a mental breakdown, depending on whether it's Ethan or Xan. And it's understandable because Keffals is a really bad person, and you should be able to make threats like that against if a person is bad enough, like Keffals, then I guess they, it really depends on who you ask. It really depends on what your perspective is, right? But they're trying to spin this, right? They're trying to spin this very horrible screenshot, which Xanderhal is not disputing, as being something other than what it obviously is. So that's what we're dealing with. That's like, if you look, we've had Vosh come out with the folders, right? With the short stack goblin folders. We've had Keffals be revealed as a scammer, allegedly. And now we have Xan threatening people's lives, allegedly. Not, although I don't know if it's allegedly. It kind of seems like it's right there in a Discord message for all to read. But this has not been a good year for, lest we forget Poppy and Xena and God, where do I even start with Poppy and Xena? There's so much with that, right? But this is like what? We got like 4 White Leaf channels doing shit that no professional content creator should ever be caught doing. Including Vosh, including the head of the White Leaf Network himself.
Because there weren't, the uploads coming out in November weren't doing well. Do you see this? We weren't, there was no money. So, Cherry got paid an infinite percentage more than what was earned.
Oh, interesting. So remember what, we got 3 different descriptions of what Cherry's pay rate was. So the first one was $1,200 a month, right? The second one was that Xan was giving Cherry 50% of the ad revenue, right? Which, yeah, in the case that there's no uploads or there's no, significant accrual of watch hours, right? Then it's a very low amount, right? So that's what that's the excuse, right? Is that, like, since Cherry's now on a percentage, the rate is gonna go way down when they're not videos uploaded, which does make sense.
Oh no, Steamboat's funny. I like Steamboat. I like him there. I think he's silly. I think Steamboat does well to show people who may be on the fence about who's being unreasonable here with his actions, that he's not a great person.
Peepa says this whole financial breakdown proves how little. I think that's what they're trying to show, but understand this is not the entirety of Xan's income, right? This is just one part. This is ad revenue, and memberships and super chats, right? That's what we're looking at. And in addition to that, wow, his biggest video in a long time, the Trump Epstein files, he netted 572 in ad revenue. But yeah, so you got this is his ad revenue, right? On top of that, you got the revenue for his White Leaf site, right? And on top of that, you've got the revenue, which I think is it $4,000 a month for Progressive Victory? Were they really investing $4,000 a month in this guy? Wow. So yeah, his income is significantly higher than this. But I think they are trying to show this to say that when Cherry was not getting paid, it was because there was no money coming in. We did see, like, what is this, like January 2024? Do we go back to, September, November? There is, like, money coming in, though. I'm a little confused. I thought they showed us November. There was, like, nothing there. Anyway.
Honestly, I haven't streamed in a while. I'm going to be real. Also, keep in mind, Cherry quit the job as well. I want to play some video games, so I'm willing to chat with you guys about it pretty casually, but I'm going to play some Risk of Rain too. So, if you guys don't like flashing colors, you've been warned. If Zan can find anything in his Discord about me to Cherry's tooth, might help him. Cherry claimed to DemonMamma that wasn't the first tooth, and Cherry's saying Zan was lying. I mean, we can demonstrate that Cherry was lying alone with, like what I showed, where Xander had sent Cherry $500 after they quit of revenue, right? Like we already showed that. I don't really see the point of going further of trying to scrape through DMs that don't have like half the fucking context because Cherry nuked all of them. I can, after stream, whenever Xander's available again, I can get him to do that for you guys if you really need it. But I can just also show you the recent the recent proof of like, here is payment that happened to Cherry post quitting the job. I also want normal beer, Seb. Still, proof like that might help. You're correct. I'll look into it with Xander, but I'm going to be honest.
That's a meme, right? How do I not know that one? What is the normal beer meme? Where does that come from? What is that about? We are at 85 likes, by the way.
I don't think proof really matters here whenever I can show shit like, this is what they were covering up, here are screenshots on screenshots, and they're going to say, oh, well, you said something bad about someone in private while venting to a friend. It's like, be real. Cherry's claiming that not all
like, you're trying to make this like, this is a nothing burger. This is a nothing burger. He only said that he wanted to unalive Keffals and described the way that he would do it, and which is brutal, and asked Cherry for Keffals' address. You've only got like, I don't know, so you've only got like the majority of what somebody would need to make this like actionable and real, but no, we should view this as like a fucking nothing burger. Chat, Xanderhal did a stream about me based on a screenshot of some folders that he saw on Twitter. All right? And the folders had the names of streamers. And the assumption was that, like, in each of these folders, which were totally mine, there was dirt on Hassan, Destiny, Anavoir, like random people that I've never even talked about were listed there. So I don't want to hear anything about this nothing burger from a guy that tried to cancel me based on the assertion that I keep receipts. Like, this is wild. Especially from my perspective. And I've tried to keep my perspective out of it as much as possible. I told you that, you know, I had modded for Xanderhal a way long time ago in what feels like a different world, before Vosh was even a content creator. And when Xan was doing, you know, mostly Minecraft streams, and, you know, had done a video about leaving the alt-right rabbit hole, getting sucked into like anti-SJW videos, and seeing that those videos were pulling him into like, you know, more reactionary stuff before he started watching Destiny and ContraPoints, right? And then after that, based on him being mad at me, criticizing him for his terrible debate with Lauren Southern, he literally tried to cancel me over folders, right? So I've got a pretty unique perspective on this. And again, this is not about me. But goddamn, Xanderhal, do you ever look like an asshole from my perspective?
If Cherry can get me a provable itemized list for it, I'll pay for Cherry's money out of pocket myself. If there is genuinely a situation in which Cherry is owed money that they actually earned, not money in which they were like, oh, I was technically employed an extra month by Alex but did nothing, like if they can prove it, I'll pay it. I can pay it if you want. Steamboat, nothing convinces you. Making death threats to someone you're beefing with and threatening to off yourself and your family is pretty fucking serious. You can't have one of that shit away. You're a fucking psychopath. I really do like that you really, really want to defend someone who mocks rape victims, pockets money for like police brutality, and doxes people. I really, really, really like that.
Wait, pockets money for police brutality? He's talking about Keffals getting swatted. Wait, what's the criticism there?
I think that's an amazing little situation you've got yourself backed into a corner to do. Anyways, as for the Vosh stuff, this is my own personal thoughts, separate. I think the Vosh defense is fucking insane, by the way, and I think DemonMamma is a fucking weirdo for still associating with him. Vosh had AI-generated horse porn in there. I've seen it, unfortunately, because I use Keffals. Or not Keffals, I use Twitter. And
I use Keffals. Yeah, you are using Keffals.
I thought the Keffals stuff was bad with DemonMamma, but whatever, maybe she didn't fully know. Xander knew she didn't fully know, but I wasn't fully caught up at the time. But when she started defending Vosh, that was what really fucking got to me. Because do you guys know what's required to AI generate horse
Okay, so now I want to know more about this. From what I've heard, okay, I've never seen DemonMamma defend Vosh's folders, right? I've also never seen her cut ties in any way or criticize Vosh for those folders. But what I have heard is that both DemonMamma and Shark300 began streams in defense of Vosh, and then when they thought better of it, immediately cut stream and deleted those videos. So, you know, if that exists out there, I would love to see it. As far as I know, it's lost media, but I keep on having people tell me that, you know, it was something that she started to do.
Other horse porn. It's composite imagery. It's composite bestiality. So not only is it as bad as like if you had bestiality porn, it's as bad as if you had a shit ton of bestiality porn overlaid on each other. These people are not serious, and you need to stay the fuck away from them. They make little weird cults of personality.
These people are not serious. Thanks for warning us, Ethan. I'll steer clear from any unserious people.
Rapidly popping now because normies are coming into politics. No matter how bad you think Xander looks during all of this, he is up 4,000 subs this month because normies don't care about this stupid drama shit. It's all clicky. You're missing the fucking point, you lunatic. You don't threaten to violently kill people, especially your own fucking family. I'm not sure what you mean about family. Are you aware his mother...
What, the Whiteleaf family? Wait, what is that?
...physically abused him?
I haven't heard him say anything about his mother. They're confused, right? Because they're using Zan's mother and the allegedly abusive relationship as an excuse for what the threat that Xan made against Keffals, which did not sound like an offhand thing. It was a description of a particular brutal method that Xan wanted to use to accomplish said task, and also asking Cherry, who, you know, worked with Keffals and very well may have known what Keffals' location was, what Keffals' address was, right? It ticks a lot of the boxes for a actually serious threat.
Physically hit him.
Yeah, normies don't care if you give death threats. Apparently,
till recently. If you're talking about him having done that in the past because he was being beaten,
DemonMamma did make fun of Ethan's thumbnails. That's true.
I think you hate abuse victims.
I think you hate abuse victims. Classic Xanderhal. Classic using abuse victims as a fucking shield for his bullshit.
Said some fed shit about someone who was beating him. I'm sorry. I'll tell the abuse victim who's being physically harmed to not threaten their abuser next time. If that makes you happy, and that civility is what's necessary.
Keffals is not Zan's abuser. Okay, Keffals is a dishonest person, a bad person, maybe, but not. There's no allegations of. Is Ethan mixed up now? I don't even know.
For you to think your morals are being abided by, then sure, I'll go out of my way to make sure that I tell the abuse victim to be careful of what they say in private. You people don't know how humans work.
You people don't understand humanity. Ethan does, though. Ethan understands. Ethan says, I got a big heart, and I'm human, and it beats with blood, and I like to eat meat. Sorry, I'm getting Ethan mixed up with Alex Jones.
Heated about all of this? Oh man, I would be heated too. If I got 15 subs in the last month and then like 1,600 concurrent viewers off of this drama, I would milk it dry. Yeah,
I mean, that part is true. That part is true. Her channel did not seem to be doing that well recently. I don't know if she, you know, has a lack of streaming, a lack of uploading, or what's going on. But yeah, Zan's channel looks pretty healthy. Not so much for DemonMamma's, but yeah, her concurrence in the stream she did on Xanderhal pretty healthy.
Well, that entire sphere isn't doing well because Vosh absolutely nuked the optics of it all because he did lolly porn bullshit and horse bestiality nonsense. Anyone who's still in that sphere defending him looks awful to everyone outside of it. I don't know why.
Wait a minute. Is Xan still a Whiteleaf resident? I don't know. Maybe he might get cut off after this, chat. He might actually lose his I mean. They did threaten, Nervosa did threaten his Whiteleaf site if he came forward with the Cherry stuff. I can't imagine them keeping him on now unless they just really need people on there. We're at 85 likes now.
On that sinking ship, especially when in private they're doing things such as defending people like Keffals. And however bad you think Keffals are, I promise you it's worse. Keffals was running a doxing Discord in private for content creators and whatnot and sharing this around with the likes of people like Tipster.
I mean, yeah, there was some kind of sus Discord. I don't know. I vaguely remember this. Yeah, Tipster was in there. I'm just imagining Tipster in a doxing Discord. Like, Keffals is the new DJ Mule, as said by Zan.
This is Xander giving Cherry money. This was 3 months after Cherry quit. I was employed by Xanderhal during this time. So here's more proof that Xanderhal was giving Cherry money. You're being lied to, and it makes you very mad to be proven that when you were so emotionally charged about it. Sorry, guys.
Nate, can you get off of Alex Jones's nuts, maybe?
This doesn't prove anything. Well, yeah, half of it's done. Check PayPal. Happy birthday. Money is the best gift, to be honest. How does that not prove anything? What are you talking about? Shut up and watch the risk of rain. Sinking ship Vosh. You know Vosh is down 10,000 subs, right? But it wasn't supposed lolly stuff, actually. The women teenagers have women features. I think the lolly stuff is, like, easily confusable, okay? I can understand.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No, Nathan's worried about the AI horses, right? But he's like, I don't know, you know, it's a drawing, and drawings are subjective. Do you think it looks underage? I don't know, maybe she's a 5,000-year-old dragon. Maybe it's all okay because she's actually a 6 billion-year-old vampire, right? This is just like, fuck, what is this? Jesus Christ. Nobody look in Ethan's hard drive.
Horseborn is undefendable.
It's all undefendable. What are you talking about? Especially the
Do you genuinely
short
stacks
stacks.
Victims, okay? Like, actually, though. Because people are totally gonna fucking, like threaten their... I can't wrap my head around that one, actually.
Okay, that's great. That's great. If the threats were towards Zan's mom and you know, Zan, and the, you know, Zan's mom is abusive, like, that's a little bit more understandable, although still concerning. Yeah. We're not talking about that. We're talking about threats towards Keffals that are justified by what Zan's relationship with his mom. I don't know, chat. This is doing my head in.
I'm going to give you a hypothetical, chat. Let's say you are being beaten by someone daily, and you talk to your friend, you say, I'm just going to fucking kill them because they are beating you. Are you a bad person?
That's not what happened. Oh my god. So are you telling me that if you're a victim of abuse, it's okay, it's not okay for other people to make threats, but if you've ever been the victim of abuse, then just fucking have at it. Threaten anybody, threaten everyone for any reason whatsoever. With any kind of specificity in terms of the means that you'd like to unalive them, with a request for that person's, like, you know, physical location, that's totally cool and normal? Is that what we're saying?
Of abuse, a bad person? Because what I'm looking at right now is a situation in which a person is horrifically treated, backed into a corner, and beaten down in various different ways, and eventually lashes out and is then treated like a bad person. Vosh got 5k subs again after Trump got shot. Trump's here resurrected him. Honestly, everyone got resurrected by the Trump shot thing. Everyone's been in the green. But yeah, no, I think that a lot of this is moral frogging, genuinely, and I would be willing to debate this with absolutely anyone. But DemonMamma's too scared to.
Again, the context of the moral frogging thing, we're resurrecting a 4chan term that the original term was moral F-slur, not moral frog. He's saying moral frog so as not to get deleted. And this was not just 4chaners that would say this phrase. This is the worst people on 4chan. The people on 4chan that didn't like the idea of them being involved in any sort of redeemable activity, i.e. going after the Church of Scientology, right? They should instead be harassing, I don't know, like, lesbians on their vlogs for being feminists, right? That's the appropriate activity according to these 4chaners that would call people moral frogs, as Ethan says.
I am just this lackey kid, like she's trying to...
Again, you're not beating these allegations. Remember, this was Keffals. This was the allegation that Keffals made about Ethan, is that Ethan was a kiwi farmer. Now, I didn't really, you know, he hinted at having, you know, gone on the website, done stuff on the website, looked at the website. I didn't see, any proof in what he said that he himself was involved in some kind of harassment or anything like that, right? But this is speaking. This is not him beating the allegations, right? When you start using like when you start using 4chan terminology and not and like the more evil half of 4chan terminology, right? It just I don't know.
It should be an easy dunk for her, but she's scared of it. New screenshot and DMs. Sorry, Xander. I'm Here's the tooth surgery, everybody. Let's go. We're gonna grind. Okay, 2K on the way to PayPal so I can pay you, and I just sent $20. It'll take 3 days or so to transfer. What's wrong? Tooth pain? I'm sorry. Mom gave me a cold. I don't think it's COVID. She caught it on the plane. So this is about paying for the tooth pain.
Oh wait, spoiler, it was COVID. Oh shit. I remember this. Yeah, no, this was one of the times that Xan got COVID.
Someone says, Xan just owned the shit, honestly. I think people would appreciate it. I agree. I know that Xander is... Alex, I'm going to speak... I have the utmost respect to you as one of my best friends, so I'm going to speak about you honestly. I think that you're obviously, like I would be, somewhat embarrassed to have, like, a vulnerable moment like that leaked on stream. I fucking would be, right? So I'm going to talk to him in private, and I'm going to make sure that he has his friends and whatnot who are able to support him. And I think...
Shakespeare, be careful how you're saying that, right? I know what you're... I think I know what you're saying, but like we don't support any raids, and that's not what Shakespeare is calling for. And that's a word that has a very specific meaning in terms of streaming. So
I think he should fucking own this. I think he should say, yeah, I said that about this person after they did these horrific fucking things. My bad. I'm clearly the villain, you know? Like, sarcastically, of course. Cherry just recently got the tooth treated. Well, this is proof of Cherry lying again. This is just more proof of Cherry lying. Can you ask Alex why he freaks out all the time, like when he flipped out on people for asking him not to post violent stabbing video on Twitter? I think if I remember that case, he retweeted something and like warned it, and people like because it was on his page, he said this is what my page is becoming, and people got mad at him whenever he was just trying to say, hey, this is the shit that's being pushed on me. Like this is what the main page is becoming. I think that you as an adult, you have the capability to read that quote tweet and then not press play. He did not trigger warning it. He told you what was in it. He said that it was a stabbing video, and that's why he posted it. He said this is awful that this is on it. Listen, I have pretty like it was a video of a murder. There was no trigger warning. If he says this is like a video of someone getting hurt, right? This is a video of someone being stabbed. Do you need the words trigger warning stabbing above that? I don't get it. Anyone getting banned from chat is by Xander and not me, by the way.
Can we just look, if you want to do something to Xanderhal, all right, here's what I suggest. Here's what I request even, all right? See that avatar?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome, communist invading radicals. See that avatar? I want to see that avatar, but it looks like Randall from Recess, right? You remember this whole thing? Let me see if I can bring this up. I got blocked by Xanderhal for comparing him to Randall. Yo. No, I need this. Oh my god, chat, I gotta find this again. Randall Hall. I'm talking about Randall from Recess, okay? Oh, here we go. Hell yeah. This comes up first. That's so good. Alright, okay, so take the avatar, right? Take his avatar and remix it with this shit, right? This is what I want, all right? And alternatively, wait, here, let me find this other one. The other version of Xanderhal's avatar that I would really like to see. I want to see his avatar, but with this face, right? Just change out his face with this smile and these eyes, right? Because considering the fucking that he's doing like death threats now, he's fucking Jokerifying. I don't know what else to say. Dude is Jokerifying, and he needs this on his avatar, right? So yeah, just you see what I'm saying? Substitute the mouth, substitute the eyes. And I think you got a pretty cool Xanderhal avatar right there. Right? Either that or give me Randall Hall. I'm officially requesting this. If anybody wants to do those edits and post them in Discord. Do we have a place for stuff like that? I feel like we should have a channel first. Chat, this is why I need to get the new Discord done. Is because this is so good. This is Randall Hall. This is Randall Hall, and I really need to see this, come to life on his avatar.
Username. Yeah, I just don't know what to say to these people. I feel kind of bad about it. Like, I liked DemonMamma when I met them in person. It was very brief. I couldn't say we were even acquaintances, right? I thought they were pretty neat, and I'm kind of sad.
That's an interesting sound. Oh, it's Steam, right? Ooh, is this Risk of Rain music? This is good. I like this music.
So here is what's going on in the chat. It was that he needed the money to not go homeless. Me too. I hope you guys are having a good time. Anyways.
Yeah, it's basically like a evil Wojak.
Yeah, I do have panic attacks that makes me freak out and say cringe shit, but so did Cherry, and they were cool until DM decided they weren't. Yeah, this is another thing. Why the fuck would DM wait?
Oh, normal beer is just like the new norm. Okay, I got it. So not the LGBT beer. I got it.
Until they were like, until now to talk about this, if this was truly the issue, right? Like, oh no, Xanderhal did the following. He had a breakdown on his friend who has constant breakdowns on him and his acquaintances because he paid rent and would go homeless if he could not do the deposit. Hey, I know people posted this, but take a look at this. I mean, I've already seen this. Thank you though, Girly from Mars. I do appreciate you guys trying to inform me genuinely. It's just like, it's just very silly because like the supposed proof is Xander having a mental breakdown about potentially going homeless, and then it's like someone saying here, Slimy of posting that, and then Xander saying he wished harm on a person who has done horrible things. How much more of a warning do you fucking need if the person about to show you the video says it's a stabbing video? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's all moral frogging. It's people who pretend.
It's all moral frogging.
You can't discuss.
They're just moral frogs.
Happen in context, I guess. Like, I think it's acceptable to quote tweet a stabbing video if the reason you're doing it is to point out how prolific that type of content has become on the platform. I think you're allowed to talk about bad things, actually. Xan should get with YouTube. Everyone seems like shitty humans.
My God.
Correct, Chatter. We're all high horse type people. Because drama makes more money than convincing people not to do them during elections and testing your mental endurance. You're fucking right. And here's the thing. Anyone who's going to like really get upset about Xan about this weren't watching Xander, so I don't really see the point. And I've proven to you guys multiple times.
I don't know what you're saying. Are you saying that you've got an effective cult that like... You've got an effective silo, you've got an effective, like, what is it called? Like a... Echo... No, what is it called? Like a... Oh my god, chat, what am I thinking of? It's like a... Echo chamber, yeah.
Throughout this, that Cherry's lying to you. And they have no proof that we're lying about anything. And we've said, okay, yes, two bad things happened.
Did they prove that Cherry was lying? They proved that Cherry deleted some messages. I don't think I saw any proof of anything else. This dude would be a better friend by just supporting Xan in private and trying. Oh, I know, he's bringing him out into here. He's basically convinced Xan to feed the drama frogs, and some of them are in chat right now. So if you're a drama frog, make sure to leave me a sub and a like, because you know you like this shit, and there's more where that came from. But tomorrow we got to get back to news.
Broke down on Cherry, but Cherry would regularly do this to us, and to hide it, has deleted all messages with Xander, as proven just by... Hold on, sorry. As proven by this, right? I think it's because most are either neutral or like me, and they'll say, oh yeah, I mean, I've been upset too, I can't lie. Yeah, I mean, we just had Trump get, like, shot, and I'm gonna be real with you guys. I understand if you guys don't know the shit about Keffals, because I don't know if any of this was public, right? So, for anyone who may have tuned in, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, but if you just watch DemonMamma, I'm sure you can handle a little repeating. This is Clara, this is Keffals. Being a drama creator so fucking with my head so much, I see Lily Orchard molested her sister, and the first thing that comes to my mind is banger content, as a joke in a fucking...
Okay, so yeah, it's a callous joke, but the joke is, she's laughing at... Being a drama creator is fucking with my head so much. I see Lily Orchard blank her sister, and the first thing that comes to mind is banger content, right? So that is Keffals laughing at herself and being like, God, I'm a scumbag. And yeah, actually, there's the first time we've seen like some self-awareness from Keffals, right? This is not as they characterized it. Keffals laughing at our victims, right? And like, I mean, if you've looked into the Courtney and Lily Orchard situation, it's like I couldn't actually make heads or tails of it, but yeah, that is the absurdity of being a content creator, particularly in the sphere that Keffals was in at the time as a drama streamer. I see that as a little bit of self-awareness and having a laugh at her own expense rather than at the expense of Courtney Orchard.
DemonMamma's watching again. DemonMamma, why don't you just talk, man? It's so easy. Like if I am so wrong, then just demolish me. Just demolish me. If I'm so wrong.
Oh shit, is he gonna single white female Xanderhal? Oh my god.
And we've said, okay, yes, two bad things happened. Xander broke down on Cherry, but Cherry would regularly do this to us, and to hide it, has deleted all messages with Xander, as proven. Just
fix your audio.
He has no obligation to talk to you.
There we go.
Okay. Am I supposed to take her seriously if she's too scared to, though? And they'll say, oh yeah, I mean, I've been upset too, I can't lie. Yeah, I mean, we just had Trump get, like, shot, and I'm gonna be real with you guys. I understand if you guys don't know the shit about Keffals, because I don't know if any of this was public, right? So, for anyone who may have tuned in, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, but if you just watch DemonMamma, I'm sure you can handle a little repeating. This is Clara, this is Keffals, being
Rehashing Keffals drama.
Rehashing Keffals drama. This is Keffals. This is not rehashing. This wasn't out. DemonMamma's pausing to try to dodge this. This was not out. This was not out. She's pausing this to avoid it.
This is like lower than Newsmax.
What is she? She wants to avoid this. She doesn't want me to speak about it.
That actually is. There's nothing damning there. There's nothing damning there. I don't get the feeling that DemonMamma's defending Keffals. That'd be pretty silly after DemonMamma made a giant stream. Like, you know, you could say that DemonMamma was slow to call out Keffals, right? You could speculate about what DemonMamma knew and when about Keffals, but you can't say that DemonMamma is currently sweeping for Keffals because she's not, right? She has, you know, very much cut ties, very much burned the bridge between herself and Keffals. That's...
The first thing that comes to my mind is banger content as a joke in a fucking... DemonMamma's watching again? DemonMamma?
Yeah, it is like a Chicago-style deep crust, for sure, Shakespeare.
What do you mean, why don't you just talk? I reached out in private to Xanderhal, and he blocked me immediately. What do you fucking mean?
Okay, I'm not Xanderhal.
What the fuck
do you think I'm Xanderhal? I'm doing things Xander wouldn't right now. I'm an independent person.
To Xan, and
I'm not Xanderhal.
He blocked me immediately.
Xander doesn't have to entertain you when you're lying.
I don't want to talk.
But again, you're not Xanderhal, and Ethan, you're not anybody. Not to be mean, all right? I don't know. I don't want to like dissuade a small YouTuber on the beginning of their content journey, but there's no reason that, you know, DemonMamma would speak to you, right? There's no rationale. There's no reason. Who are you? You're Zan's editor? Why does it make sense if I have a conflict with Chud Logic that I talk to DK? Does it make sense that Chud talks to Vamps? Does any of this make sense? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Why doesn't Xan condemn Vosh over the folders? You know, he should. Actually, now there's really no excuse. He did say something about it, but it was like with the, you know, there was judgment, but there wasn't a lot of, he didn't speak at length about it, right? And he could have absolutely done that. He should have done that, right? DemonMamma 2, I don't think has spoken up about the Vosh folders. Ethan said something, but again, like Ethan just pointed out, he's not Xan, so that doesn't, you know, count for Xan. He's a birthday boy. Xan is a birthday boy.
Little manservant? Get out of here! You're a
She's so mad. She's so fucking mad. It's so cringe. Like, if I am so wrong, then just demolish me.
Oh, look at this. Oh, hold on. Can I just rewind real quick?
I see Lily Orchard molested her sister, and the first thing that comes to my mind is banger content as a joke in a fucking... DemonMamma's watching again? DemonMamma, why don't you just talk, man? It's so easy. Like if I am so wrong, then just demolish me. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, I could like... It could be... We could be...
I already demolished both of you. It was easy. I didn't even... All I had to do was send a single DM to Xan. All I had to do was say a single DM to Xan that wasn't even about this yet.
It wasn't about this. Okay, so
when I made a little stream making fun of his Biden bullshit, and he had a little freak out and tried to accuse me of pedo-jacketing him. And all I had to do was send.
Okay, so for context on the pedo-jacketing thing, right? She made the equivalence of calling Zelensky Putin is like if I called Xanderhal Epstein. I don't know if you guys know, but even for like things like that, it's a very weird comparison, right? That's just a weird thing to say. That's all. And I could see why whenever they were defending a person who was actually pedo-jacketing him with the shoe on head stuff, why he might be defensive of that. Anyways, talk to you. Tell DemonMamma she can like talk to me if she wants, but I don't really care to listen to her scream into a camera and say nothing. DM didn't do anything. She hasn't.
I mean, the metaphor that got used was about Kendrick and Drake, right? So if you're at an award show and you're like, all right, right now I would like to announce the musician that you've all been waiting for. He's had a great year. He's had the single biggest diss track in the history of diss tracks. That's not only a diss track but also a certified club banger. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you Drake. And it's Kendrick. If I introduce Kendrick as Drake, is that going to go over well? Probably not. Right? That's, but yeah, he's taking offense because DemonMamma said that like I think Xan made it a metaphor of like, well, that's just like me mixing me up with another content creator. It's like, no, it's more like somebody mixing you up with Epstein. It's mixing you up with somebody really, really bad. It's like you're going to introduce like a victim of Epstein, but instead you introduce them as Epstein, right? That's actually, it's, anyway, it was not DemonMamma, pedo-jacketing Xan. That's, and again, after him making this, claim about Shoe on Head, which, it's like marginal. Shoe on Head said like, well, if you have a problem with what I'm saying about Balenciaga, then I don't know what that says about you. She didn't really finish the thought, but like Xan took that as, oh, she's pedo-jacketing me. If anybody has a claim to say that they were, pedo-jacketed by Shu, it's DemonMamma, and I don't even think she said that very directly. She literally called DemonMamma and Xan useful idiots, implying that they didn't, they were sweeping for, Balenciaga when they didn't really need to be.
Thing. She's just ranted, exposed Xander having a breakdown to a friend in private, and then ignored anything on the contrary. Mind you, she won't actually play the clip. She's scared to talk to me, man.
Yeah, she's scared of you, Ethan. She looks very scared. Do you see her? Do you see her scared?
Is Lonnie in the
She's
chat?
shaking in her
chat. I've got words for Lonnie.
Crocs.
What's it called? DM can fucking wait. Lonnie's a way worse person. Actively robbed him and tried to commit fucking what's it called? Y'all are technically talking by watching each other stream. It's an extremely delayed call. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're willing to watch my fucking stream and, like, do this stupid-ass fucking back and forth, why won't you just speak to me? And I know why it is. It's because when you're watching the stream, you can pause it and do some theatric fucking stupid reaction and
being 100, it's because she doesn't need to.
Make yourself look right by being hyper-emotional. But it doesn't work whenever you have a one-on-one conversation with someone. You can't pull the mic away from me on a Discord call, you know? It's so silly.
She can mute you on a Discord call.
I mean, am I supposed to care about putting much fucking stock into a person who is genuinely unwilling to have a conversation? If she changes her mind and says she will, like, flood my fucking chat or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Xanderhal is gonna be put 6 feet underground. He's gonna get put on a shirt by the raccoon inward. Like, come on, man.
What?
She can pause the combo to think. I get that. Can someone who is like a admin delete that message? Thank you. It's silly. I don't think anyone who's like a serious individual is going to see this situation, see it explained, and actually care. And I'll make a like a scripted breakdown of this. And a lot of you might be wondering, like, why are you talking about this instead of Xander? But like, imagine you're Alex, right? And you've been dealing for this for 7 months, and you just don't care as I probably care a little bit more than he does. I had to convince him to even respond.
On the real, he's probably like traumatized. Xanderhal probably is very emotional about this. And look, it's gonna be bad for him. I can't tell you yet how bad, but remember we were doing our Scooby-Doo mystery solving, trying to figure out how, he's gaining subs when he's beefing with Vosh in the most cringe way possible. Let's give this a refresh. Yeah, we're still down 700 subs here. So I don't know. That's actually not very many considering how exposed Xan got. This is a rearguard action by a friend of Xan because he's probably just not in the right headspace to do this himself. He's probably a little scared. And the goal of this is to essentially make sure that the hardcore Xan fans don't bolt. Right? So it's not on Xan's main channel. It's on Ethan's channel, but people that are really invested, are here and they're watching this and they're getting this version of events, and maybe it keeps them from watching the DemonMamma stream. Maybe it keeps them from inquiring any further. That's all this is doing. Yeah, this is. I mean, honestly, the best thing he could have done. I mean, not that it helps, right? But I guess he could have been streaming and just doing some normal content while DemonMamma was streaming. That would have probably been the only thing that he could do that, at least gives his audience something else to do instead of watching that stream.
Onto DemonMamma at all, for context. Like, he genuinely I just don't have a reason to talk to her, I would never say something to get her banned. That would look awful for Xander. If I went on there to say fucking like the N-word or something stupid to try to nuke her channel as a rod from God by Xanderhal, it would look terrible on him. There's no universe in which I'm a risk to her channel or brand because that destroys Alex no, that's not a real concern. Are the Nazis coming from Diorio? I don't know. It's just one guy. I don't think it's Nazis. I think it's just one hate watcher who gets a kick out of me hearing me say, "Ooh, can someone delete his message? I want normal beer." Genuinely, though, I mean, TLDR of the situation, he said something bad about a bad person in private during a mental health crisis. He's evil.
Wow, great context robbing.
For this. Am I talking to leftists or conservatives?
That's right. There we go again. You're a Trump fan. If you got any problem with Xanderhal, you got any problem with Biden, if you want Biden to step down, you must be a Trump fan. You must be a conservative.
Be real with me. Am I talking to leftists or conservatives? Because I know damn well, I've interacted with leftist communities. They are deeply mentally fucking unwell. I know damn well there's a ton of, that's not an accurate TLDR? Give me an accurate TLDR. Go for it. It's high school level drama, yeah.
It is glup shitto drama with two glup shittos.
Anyways. I'm glad Zan's getting away from the stupid shit. I mean, I feel bad for Alex because he really, really, really wanted to like these people. And there would be a lot of times where it was I think, Xander, correct me if I'm wrong on this, okay? But I think with the Vosh stuff, before you had seen the Vosh stuff, you were like, oh, maybe there's some, acceptability to it because you hadn't seen the images at the time. And then you were, crushed to find out that someone who you respected was that. Yo, I be Colin.
So, I think Ethan's about to get the hook.
Sorry, yeah, I'm talking too much, you're right. I've been talking too much.
Ethan's getting the hook.
I feel like we're giving, we're giving her just too much content. I feel like we gotta wrap it up.
I mean, you down to play some video games and just stream it? Completely unrelated?
I'd rather not stream it, because they're just gonna, stream the watching it, because we'll talk about this. I want to be able to talk about it, and not have, every
That's
single
fair.
word picked apart.
Yeah. Yeah, Xan needs to vent off stream. He's probably gonna say some gamer words. He's probably gonna make some totally normal threats, totally normal Fed posting, totally normal rage posting, describing what he'd like to do to DemonMamma and what sort of implements he would use to do it, and asking, well, I mean, I guess this is the scary thing, is I think that he knows where she lives. Anyway.
Larry Banks in the chat says, I think there needs to be a discussion where two sides need to come to a neutral setting to debate this. I mean, I'd be okay with that, but that's not going to happen.
Here's my general. I'll give a final statement on this. I'm sure I'll talk about it on stream in the future. But no one's mental health is perfect, to be clear. And I definitely had a few cases where I had these wild panic attacks that led me to panicking, assuming the worst is going to happen, because that's the only thing that could happen, of course, right? That's all your mind can imagine. And so you start freaking out, and it's not that things are going to be over. It's that they're already over. If you say you haven't been in that situation, you haven't been in that headspace, you're lying. I feel like everybody has been there, and anyone pretending otherwise is just kind of it's more so that
Okay, but yeah, if you're in that headspace, maybe keep it in your headspace, right? and recognize, like, I don't know. Like, what headspace? Are you talking about the headspace of actually, like, wanting to do some of this stuff? Or the headspace of being so mad that you think about it? What headspace exactly? I don't even know what we're talking about. I don't think he wants us to know either. And you know, yeah, we didn't need to know. Because you didn't need to say it to Cherry.
Doesn't end up being a big public spectacle, and in this case for me it has to be a big public spectacle. Frankly, I don't really think it's that big a deal. I'm sure I'll take some bit of sub loss, but we're just going to keep it that grind, as I always have whenever there's drama. There's been tons of content creators with
It's like, I've gotten through it with Thought Slime and the Sex Cult. I got through it with DJ Mule and the Not an Ally. I'll get through it.
and whatnot that have way more embarrassing moments than this, to be very, very honest with you, to be like, clearly. I mean, there's people who say the shit that I said on stream, and that's their career, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's their entire character.
Wait, who does that? There is a streamer that's kind of like famous for making death threats, right? There is, like, I can't think of their name. Oh, I can't remember. Is it Ice Poseidon? No, it's not Ice. It's somebody else. Chat, who is it? Who is it? Somebody in chat tell me. There's some big name streamer that did say stuff like this and got banned from a bunch of places. Pippa says, really wanted to like his closest friends of 4 or 5 years, who pretty much ran his life. Oh, you were talking about Cherry. When he was in need. This isn't fucking Discord drama, dude. It's your life. Yeah. Did I show Speed make threats?
I don't really see it as that serious outside of a sphere of people who already really hate me. So I want to clarify that everybody, for the most part, that was in the chat, besides a few people, are like part of a sphere that already really doesn't like me. So yeah, it's really bizarre. Well, not really bizarre at all, actually. It's very believable.
Low tier god. Low tier god. It was low tier god, wasn't it? It was low tier god.
I think it's going to be that big of a deal. I mean, like, obviously that behavior isn't acceptable, but I don't think it's as serious as it's being made out to be. Like, I think it's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's pretty cringe, but like, I don't think it needed to be aired publicly. I think that's probably most people's reaction. And actually, I know it is. I've seen that response.
It didn't need to be aired publicly. Yeah, like, let's keep the... Oh my god, it needed to be shared with fucking Keffals at the very least, right? It needed to be shared with the subject of the threat.
Quite a bit. Anyway, do you want to go play Valheim? Because I want to make our cat.
Yeah, sure.
Finally.
Oh my god, chat, that sounds so good right now. That sounds so good. Valheim.
Get bronze.
I'm down to hop on Valheim. Let me go ahead and say my like closing minute. Or
Getting bronze. Oh wow, I've already got bronze, Xanderhal.
just like, hey guys, thanks for watching. Hope you have a good time here. That kind of thing.
And this is my second playthrough of the game.
Run through the chat one last time. Just explain something real quick. Anyways, all right, I'll talk to you in like.
Dan, I'm almost at iron.
Okay, hello everyone. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. Please know that Xander really didn't want to touch this topic. He didn't care. He doesn't care about these people. He doesn't care to interact with them.
And that would have been smart. That would have been smart.
It's pretty hard to make any kind of response happen because I realized that a lot of the key pieces, such as certain screenshots and whatnot, and obvious lies aren't there. I don't really think we'll be covering or touching on it like again at all because there's really not much point.
Are we 6 likes from 100?
There's obvious fucking lying happening to you, and if that is not enough for you, I don't know what to tell you. Right? If it isn't enough that I can show you screenshots that completely
we get to 100, chat.
What was being said. Meanwhile, they can show 2 screenshots of mental health breakdown. Right? GGs, I guess. But
GGs.
We're having a good time. I hope that you guys have a wonderful night. And don't worry too much about anything about this going on. This is terminally online fucking bullshit. Xander will be fine. I'll be fine. Hell, DemonMamma, Cherry, and all of them will be fine. But I would like you guys to take a genuine critical look at the people you follow. Because a lot of things recently have gone by completely unaddressed and left to spaces. And it's just...
Look, yeah, Xan fans do need to take a deep look at the people they follow. One person in particular.
Mainly with Vosh stuff, and I think that a lot of that's been given a free pass. But I hope you guys have a good night. And for Archinia or whatever, since you just got here, you should rewind into the VOD. That's already been spoken about quite a bit, and I understand your perspective fully. It makes sense. But you should hear what we had to say. All right? Hope you guys have a wonderful night, and goodbye.
Good night, and good luck. And Kyle Kalinske, how did we end up on Kyle Kalinske? Hey, look, Kyle, I will say, I like your color grading. I think your editor did a good job color grading. Yeah, that's another thing that you could do. You could color grade, right? You know, there's a lot more that editors can do for a streamer than what Ethan mentioned. We are at 95 likes now, right, chat? I don't know for sure, but I feel like there's a magic in getting 100 likes on a stream. So if you haven't liked the stream yet, this is the time to make that number go up. It really helps me a lot. It looks like right now...
All right, guys, so we have our first...
No, we're not watching Kyle Kalinske. That was just the next thing on my playlist. Yeah, Kyle's always sneaking up. So yeah, Tech Bros wanting to matrix the poor with 141 votes is in first place. Mr. Beast, Allah the Cavernacle, is in second place at 28%. Last Supper Goes Woke is at 22%, and we are at... Is it still 34%? No, it's 37%. Okay, it did move a little bit. It did move a little bit, but not enough. Well, anyway, regardless, chat, I got some valuable feedback of what you, the kind of content that you like to see, and I'll keep that in mind for the future, or future streams. Speaking of which, we got a future stream tomorrow that's going off. I'll be talking about, finally, I'll be talking about news again. We've got a lot to talk about in terms of Gaza, in terms of Israel. A lot has happened in that situation, and none of it's good, unfortunately. We also need to talk about the Republicans and how weird they are. We will be talking about JD Vance will be talking also about how the Republicans react to people calling them weird, which is it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny, right? There's a lot of video on this of Republicans saying they're just going to call us weird. Yeah, 5 more likes is what we're looking for. Can we get 5 more likes? Is it possible? Are there 5 more likes out there? Yeah, Kyle needs that like. God damn, he's got such a good, the color grading in this video is great. I don't know if it's his camera. I'm still using kind of a cheap camera. Oh yeah, chat, I do need to put a camera on Throne. Yeah. So, you know, if you've seen, if you noticed the upgrades on my stream lately, those are thanks to the Throne Gang. That's that link right there. We are crowdsourcing a bigger, better stream for tomorrow, and so all the production value upgrades have been thanks to people who have helped me crowdsource more technology to make me sound better, make me look better in terms of the lighting. This Stream Deck thing, which I think is really freaking. Look, chat, this whole thing, you know. Well, I don't know. The Stream Deck does more than that. This, right? That's just one of the things that the Stream Deck does, and I need to change that setting. But yeah, that's all thanks to everybody on Throne Gang. Thank you to my Patreons for helping me to exist on this platform, for helping me to keep body and soul together. Thank you to everybody who contribute. 3 more likes? Are we really at 97 now? We're at 97. All the blues look so different. Yeah, it's really a good picture. But yeah, probably the next thing I need to start thinking about is a camera. And well, actually, maybe before that, I need like a better computer, because you know when the stream has technical difficulties, you know when you're watching the stream and all of a sudden you're like F, and everybody's like F, and they're like, what's up? And then the stream comes back up again. It's a huge pain in the ass. You got to find the new stream and all that. That I think is due to my computer. I think I figured out that it's the system resources. I always reset the computer before I stream, and that's because the system resources always get strained. So maybe looking into getting a better system so we'll have less downtime, less technical difficulties. That's probably the next thing, as well as a better camera. Right now I'm trying to make sure that rent, that I've got enough money for rent. So I've got a rent goal up on Throne right now. It's 61% from being filled. So thank you, yeah, again, everybody who's donated to that. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Oh my god, Narwhal by Nature. I read that as thanks for being respectful, lovely critters, but you said respectful, lovely chatters, and then posted weasels, which is cool. 96. Wait, is it 96 or 97? I'm showing 96. I'm showing 96, which is very close to 100, and it would be so gestalt to hit 100 tonight. You see 97. No critters, only weasels? But yeah, chat, we did not hit, didn't hit the Dono goal again tonight. That is probably my fault for starting stream so late. It's because I stayed up late last night, so I should try to get an early night today. We've got a video coming out for you tomorrow. That is at 10:30 Pacific Standard Time. What does that mean? Like 12:30 Eastern Standard Time? It's when the premiere of the video on Sneeko and Moist Critical is happening. I streamed this on Shorts, but I don't think anybody's seen the full scale version of this. SM says, I must admit, the Vosh network is great at whitewashing crappy people. It's psyop level fuckery. It really is. Well, look, they got their start on Vosh, right? They started early, and they started, like, seriously, the first thing that White Nervosa ever did was tell Vosh to change his name from Irish Laddie to Vosh, to try to hide his shame, to try to, hide from the Discord leaks of him abusing, somebody in Destiny. I think it was Destiny's Discord. It was somebody's Discord. Yeah, trying to cover up from that, literally saying, let's do a trickery do and fool the whole world, and we'll get Vosh big, even though he's got this fucking like horrible this is like his start to streaming, right? It's wild that he even got off the ground, considering what he did to people in that Discord. White leaf washing, true, yeah. What about the frogs? The frogs are at 58% for Fallout New Vegas. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about the drama frogs? I see 97. I see 97 likes right now. That means that we are only 3 likes away from 100. That would be sick if we could get to there. But yeah, chat, I gotta do more. I gotta do better about starting the stream early. It makes it harder to get, theoretically, right? We'd like to have like 100 people in chat. When I don't have a short stream running, we should have like at least 100. Because we had a 300 in shorts several times recently. But yeah, when I get started late, it's just like most of my viewers view early, and so it's hard. So this one's my fault. I will take the blame for this one. Oh my god, 99 likes. Yo, we're 1 away. We are 1 away. What about on Twitch? Oh my god, what? We went backwards on Twitch. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. Twitch is weird. Someone said only weasels, but the frogs? I mean, don't forget about the frogs. Yo, 102! We did it! Congratulations! Look, I would play the Ava clip, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. But I'd get copyright claimed for doing that. But yeah, we are at 102. Yeah, this video should do okay on the rewatch, right? That seems to be the key. We're over 1,000 views. We're over 100 likes. That should give YouTube enough feedback to know that this is good shit, and they need to share it with other people. If anybody gets a chance to take some what do you call them? Timestamps. Yeah, that's really helpful. And people really appreciate the timestamps. but I'll see if I can get that. I'm gonna try to also edit off the. Hopefully, I can start doing this if I have enough time. I'm gonna try to edit off the opening song so that when you watch the VOD, you're gonna get to see it from the intro rather than having to scroll through the intro music. So yeah, good job, and awesome stream, and I loved hanging out with you. And I'm 107. Jesus Christ! Wow, they're coming out of the woodwork now just to like the stream. That's amazing. That's amazing. That I appreciate that so much, chat, and I appreciate all of you, and especially Thumb Gang. Thumb Gang underrated. Thumb Gang has got my back, and I massively appreciate that. And you're literally bringing other people into the community when you hit that thumbs up, and people just like you, for real, for real. The music is the best part. I mean, there'll be like a little bit, right? There'll be like the tail end of the music. I think that's what I've been leaving. Do you know that Westside Tyler actually complains about people like me that use video game music as their intro? Right? I think he was listening to DemonMamma's VOD earlier, and he caught some of the video game. She had like Solid Snake, or what is it called? Like Metal Gear Solid. She had that music on there, and 108, damn. And Westside Tyler was like, you streamers, I can't believe you always do this stuff with the video game music, and like it's not your music to use, and you're he's like chastising DemonMamma for putting video game music. Sunday does it too, I guess, at the beginning, and I definitely do it, right? But wow, what do you expect, Westside Tyler? I don't know, what kind of music do you use? Should we talk to Tyler sometime? I want to get his perspective about DemonMamma. Right, he went way harder on DemonMamma over this than I did, and I'm curious as to why. As much as I have been personally harmed by DemonMamma and very badly treated by her, I let bygones be bygones. I don't really think she's that much worse than any other streamer out there. She's just kind of like your average, white leaf, C-lister or whatever. I don't, you know what I mean? The same thing that when Destiny, wanted to talk to me about DemonMamma, was like, she's the worst. She needs to go. She needs to get the fuck off the internet. I'm like, seriously? You hang out with so many sussy debate lords, Destiny, and you think that DemonMamma's the one the one that's evil, right? I don't really see it. I mean, I use music from Deus Ex. Come at me, Westside Wacko. Yo, why does Xan do outside of spitting in front of a camera and spewing bullshit and smoking pot? Apparently not much, Bree. I don't know. I mean, usually it takes more than that to stream, but apparently he's got a lot of that as taken care of for him by other people, whether it be Lonnie, whether it be Cherry, or whether it be now Ethan. He's kind of entitled to, having that, all the rest of it done for him. So Tyler actually writes his own music. Interesting. What are we talking about? Like electronic music? Binu, we were going to be talking about that tomorrow. Yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow. I try to keep my streams topical for the topic in the thumbnail, but that is definitely on the agenda to talk about tomorrow, as well as there's a bunch of Israel stuff that we're gonna be talking about tomorrow. So it's electronic-ish and ambient. Okay, well that's cool. I mean, he's an interesting guy. I don't always agree with him, but I appreciate that he's there. And, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that he's West Side. He's West Side, chat. He's West Side Tyler. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm open to, yeah, I probably should, be talking to more people, especially when they have different interpretations of stuff than I do. Man cheers on genocide and running down protesters, so to pearl clutch DemonMamma is absurd. Are we talking about Tyler? Are we talking about Destiny? Oh yeah, we're talking about Destiny. That's definitely Destiny that BCatK is mentioning. So yeah, anyway, 108 likes. 37% on the Dono goal. I mean, we can work on that, chat. That's I feel like a lot of that's my fault, right? If there's not that many people in the chat, I can't expect the Dono goal to get that high. So I'm gonna go to bed now and try to get an early start tomorrow, so that like I've been starting late, and I apologize for that. That is very much my fault. And yeah, so see you tomorrow for more content. We're going to finish off the month strong, because I am at that point in my YouTube journey where I need to make sure that I am Xanderhal just came off as insincere to me. Proof is his bad faith accusation of Vosh. Yeah, that's true. And that's a weird thing to say, because I'm not a big fan of Vosh. But yeah, what he said about Vosh and about DemonMamma is ridiculous. Anyway, chat, have a good night. And I will be coming at you again tomorrow. And we're going to try to maybe do a subathon or something like that. Maybe do a membership-a-thon. We do have the Premium Stremium coming up hopefully this weekend. We were going to do it last Sunday, but I got sick. So hopefully this weekend it'll happen. And if you've got a membership, if you've got a sub, if you've got if you're signed up at the Patreon, you got your golden ticket to get in. And if not, think about how you can get one of those things, right? So yeah, a telethon. No, the telethon would be boring. That would be me constantly talking about, like, I need money. No, we're going to talk about content, because that's a lot more fun than a telethon. But yeah, it's going to be subathon, like, you know, just trying to, you know, get as many people memberships or subs as possible, so that we have the maximum amount of people eligible for the Premium Stremium on hopefully Saturday or Sunday of this weekend. And then I'll be taking a little break on Thursday. We'll see what we do on Friday, and then I'll be back at it this weekend for this Premium Stremium, in which we'll talk about Tech Bros. We'll talk about Peter Thiel. We'll talk about JD Vance, and we'll talk about Curtis Yarvin, and we'll talk about Project 2025. So I want to answer phones in the background. Oh, well, that's always cool. Yeah, that's like a PBS telethon, right? Anyway, chat, thank you for smashing that like button, and thank you for all the support. I appreciate you, and I'll be back at you tomorrow for more awesome content. Until then, good night.